Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a Quincy's fairy tale in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 81, Battle Against an Undefeatable Foe. And you're absolutely certain that he called himself Wywak? I may be getting old, Jugram, but I am not hard of hearing yet. Does his appearance not match that of the one you know? With the Quincy King's unexpected arrival to the guild, and with the revelation that he was the very same man that not only defeated Seagrain with ease, but was also the man that 3 of the 4 gods of Ishgar feared, Makarov had decided to call up a joint meeting with the wizard saints within the confines of his office. Urza had fortunately been smart enough to send Natsu out on an errand, and he had no doubt she could keep the rest of the guild in line while he informed his fellow saints of the current situation. At the moment, he stood atop of his desk as he addressed several of his peers. Jugram Hashwalth had taken up the call, his attention fully held once he had been informed of the situation. His charge and fellow member of the Wizard Saints, and princess of the whole country, Hiswai Fiore was also in attendance, along with Retsu Anohana, Mifone Long, Elizabeth Hart Cruz, and Robert Acutrone. No, it most certainly does, Jugram admitted, his eyes narrowing. Up until now, the former Grand Master of the Sternritter had hoped that his former liege would have simply kept himself confined to another country. It had been a fool's hope from the very beginning, but it was all that he had to prevent himself from going mad from worry. Now he was here, and knowing His Majesty better than anyone else had in this room. The consequences of this visit could very well lead to the subjugation, or even the complete eradication, of the entire kingdom of Fiore. Well, it seems like I made the right choice in not insisting on God Serena join this little chat of ours, Mifone mused aloud. If he knew that the man you feared so much had finally shown himself, I have no doubt in my mind that he'd insist on challenging him. I feel similarly when it comes to Kureashiki, Retsu added. While he certainly had far more restraint than most of the Kenpeki lineage, she was more than well aware that the odds of him simply rushing over towards Magnolia for a chance to do battle with the man who killed the head captain were higher than she'd like. More than likely, he'd restrain himself. He had always been rather humble about his strength in the grand scheme of things, but it was better to be safe than sorry. As troubling as his re-emergence is, I'm more concerned that he seems to have recreated another army of Sternritter, Robert spoke. Facing His Majesty alone was a daunting enough task, but to face the rest of the Scoutstaffel as well? I fear that the safety of our kingdom is in grave jeopardy. Robert took off his glasses and glanced down somberly. And there's not a damn thing we can do to stop it. That wasn't even including the fact that Wywak likely had made even more Sternritter, with each and every single one of them more than likely having a power that matched, if not outright exceeded, most of the Wizard Saints. 26 Wizard Saint level foes in one army, along with Wywak and his royal guard? Only the rumored army from the Alvarez Empire would have had even a remote chance of standing against such an overwhelming power, and even then, Robert had significant doubts that they would emerge victorious against the Quincy King. Elizabeth sighed in annoyance before she glanced over towards Jugram. All right, since you know him so well, just how screwed are we? Because it sounds like we're facing a no-win scenario right now. If His Majesty has ill intent, then we undoubtedly are, Jugram answered her. However, the fact that he seems to be taking a more diplomatic approach means that we may be able to avoid any sort of destruction. What his goals are at the moment, I couldn't say, but it is imperative that we keep strong diplomatic ties with Boso from this moment forth. Hiswai nodded. I'll be sure to inform my father of the situation as soon as possible. It shouldn't be too hard to convince him. He's been wanting to renegotiate a new alliance with the Empire of Bosco ever since the old emperor was killed. All of this will just reinforce his sentiments, I'm sure. The blonde Quincy nodded at the princess before he then glanced over towards Makarov. Do what you can to ensure that his stay is one without incident. That is the first and most important step to prevent this from turning into a brutal and one-sided conflict that we have no chance of overcoming. After that, the princess and I will see what we can do. Makarov nodded. I understand. Have no fear, I'll ensure that all of my children are on their best behavior. Urza is all ready. Yeah, you can help me by getting the hell out of my guild. Silence filled the air as a loud and furious voice reached all the way into Makarov's office, each of the assembled wizard saints giving each other worried glances before Jugram pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes closed. Please, Tell me that wasn't Salamander's voice I just heard, Jugram asked, his voice ripe with concern, a trait very much unlike him. I'm going to go downstairs, Makarov replied, giving the second wizard saint all the confirmation he needed before the old man quickly made his way out of the office. The other members of the saints could only stare at each other with silent worry before Elizabeth finally vocalized what was going through their collective minds. Welp, we're dead. Been nice knowing y'all. Natsu Dragneel. Urza Scarlet. Grey Fullbuster. Gajeel Red Fox. Lucy Heartfilia. Wendy Marvel. These were the 6 individuals that the Quincy monarch had decided to challenge after Natsu had foolishly demanded the Emperor of Bosco to leave his guild. Now he, and some of his closest friends, had been dragged into a battle that was far more dangerous than they realized. None of the Quincy were faring well from this revelation, but none of them took it nearly as bad as Bambietta, the brunette using every single ounce of her willpower to not scream in utter agony. Rather, she bowed to her former king. Your Majesty. I can assure you that if you want to find the strongest warriors Fiore has to offer, then I believe the wizard saints would be a far better choice than. I have little doubt of the power of the saints, Miss Basterbine, Wywack interrupted her, silencing her immediately. But what I'm interested in is seeing how strong this guild is in particular. I've heard much about it in my travels. I can think of no greater opportunity than this to experience it firsthand. Why yes, Your Majesty. It is as you say. Bambietta admitted as she backed away. There was nothing more she could do, much to her horror. Once Waiwaka's mind had been made up, there was nothing anyone could say to convince him otherwise. This upcoming battle was now inevitable. Lil Tato gulped as she slowly turned her head at Natsu. Her crush had all but single-handedly thrown their lives into jeopardy. She knew that he meant well, that he was doing it for her sake. But that did nothing to lessen her fear. If anything, it only intensified it. She closed her eyes then as tears fell. This is all my fault, she thought. Oh great, now look what you've dragged us into, Natsu, Gray said with a roll of his eyes. This isn't exactly how I wanted to spend my day off, you know. Natsu growled. Well, it's not my fault he called my bluff. Besides, someone had to do something for Bambi and Lil. They're just nervous that their old guild master is here, that's all. You should have asked before just rushing in like that. Lucy scolded him. Gee. Gajeel laughed. I don't mind. Not every day you get to fight a king. Yeah, but what if we end up hurting him too much? Wendy asked nervously. I wouldn't want to take things too far. Oh, Wendy, you sweet angel. That is the last thing you need to worry about. Bambietta dreaded internally. Urza, however, was too busy trying to figure out their next move. While under normal circumstances, Urza would have belted Natsu hard for his behavior, she knew that now wasn't the time. If we're really going to be fighting him, then we all need to be at our absolute best. Urza realized before she decided to raise her voice. There's no point in arguing about it now. If that's what our esteemed guest desires, then we should do our best to accommodate him. Urza stated before she then glanced over to the Emperor. However, I believe that having a battle of such scale would be best held elsewhere. I don't imagine the citizens of Magnolia would want their fair city to be ravaged by the ensuing conflict. The Emperor nodded. Agreed. I take it then that you know of a suitable location. Urza nodded back. I do. It's a clearing near the East Forest. It's where our members typically go to train and near one of our guild's backup guild halls. The training grounds itself used to be much smaller until a recent incident. While Wendy began bowing repeatedly and apologizing profusely, Natsu was less repentant. Look, I said I'm sorry that Wendy's training got out of hand, all right. Natsu told her. You don't have to keep bringing it up, AGA. Shut up. Urza glared back at Natsu, the S-class mage barely containing her anger at the Dragon Slayer for dragging them all into this mess in the first place. Natsu immediately shrinked back. Yes ma'am, he whimpered. What's going on here? Everyone turned around as Makarov made his way to the first floor, the guild master's gaze meeting Urza's. Ah, Master Makarov. Nothing is amiss. One of your mages, Salamander I believe, challenged me to a battle. I simply decided to comply with that demand while requesting that other mages who captured my interest join him as well. I see. I take it that I needn't worry about any grievous injuries? Makarov asked, trying his damnedest to not let his own horror show. In truth, he'd rather they not battle at all, especially after the little chat he had with his fellow wizard saints, but given his earlier experience with the Emperor, simply asking for their safety was the best he could hope for. Wywak shook his head. Fear not. I have no intention of taking this too far. The most you'll have to deal with is the lot of them ending up unconscious. Natsu gnashed his teeth. Say what? You're talking as if you've already won. Gray said nothing, though he clenched his fists at the implication. While he had no intention of being a part of this fight willingly, he had to admit that the king's words had struck a chord. Guess I'll have to teach this guy what happens when you mess with fairy tale. Juvia seemed to unknowingly agree with her boyfriend. My beloved Gray will be sure to knock you off your feet. Candace looked over to her dear friend and winced. Oh Juvia, I wish I could have that kind of confidence in him. I really do. She'd soon learn in time. They all would. I mean, I guess if he's the one requesting it, then I guess there's nothing to worry about, Lucy said to herself before she grinned. Time to show him just what I can really do. Gajeel simply snickered, looking forward to this contest, but Wendy was of an entirely different mindset. On the one hand, she was still uncertain if she was ready to fight someone like this. Not only was he a king, but he was also, from what she could recall, Bambietta's former guild master. No doubt he was incredibly powerful. Yet, as she glanced over at Bambietta, Wendy made her decision. Just watch, Bambi. I'll show you just how far I've come. Well then, it appears that they're all ready to begin. Wywak stated before he turned his attention back towards Urza. Lead the way, Titania. And so Urza did. She, the other wizards that had been challenged, the Scoots Staffel, and the rest of Fairy Tale, followed behind. Bambietta, Lil Toto, and Candace, however, stayed glued to their seats, not daring to move a muscle. Bambietta in particular looked down to the floor, her face filled with dread. She couldn't bring herself to go. How could she? How could any of them? There was little doubt in her mind that they were about to partake in a hopelessly one-sided and brutal best down at best, and die horrible deaths at worst. Damn it, Bambietta cursed under her breath as she clenched her fists. Damn it, damn it, damn it. It's all fucking over. She slammed her head down onto the table, the Quincy struggling not to weep into her arms. Fucking tell me about it. Candace muttered as she took another drink of alcohol. Those poor bastards don't have any idea what hell they're in for. Not even Urza. At this point the best thing she could do was drown her sorrow away. Lil Toto simply stated at her table. His Majesty always was fond of using despair as a tactic. Damn it, he knows there's not a fucking thing we can do to stop all of this. It's completely hopeless. No, that's wrong. The three Quincy's turned their heads, Rukia slowly approaching the trio with Momo not too far behind. Rukia, what the fuck are you talking about? Bambietta said as she lifted her head. You know how strong he is, I know you can fucking sense it, so why the hell are you acting like they have a chance in hell? He never said anything about using his full power. Not once. That's not to mention the promise he made to Master Makarov, Rukia insisted. So if he's not going all out, then they still have a chance. Candace laughed. Right, the promise he made to Makarov. That doesn't mean shit. His Majesty can do whatever the fuck he wants, regardless of what he says. You don't know that for certain. Rukia insisted. Besides, for all you know he doesn't have the slightest malicious intent here. He's trying to set up good diplomacy with Fiori, not cause further strife. And if he wanted to, he could take over the entire country in a single night. Lil Toto yelled back. Right now this is nothing more than a fucking game to him, the minute he gets serious it's game over. So, why bother? Because you always support your friends. No matter what. Everyone looked over towards Momo, the reggae having been silent up until now. Maybe what you say is true. Maybe they don't stand a chance. Maybe it is all for nothing. She admitted as she walked over. But even if that's true, then the least you can do is show them your support. What are you? Candace was about to ask before Momo continued. When I was betrayed by Aizen, I didn't know what to do. For the longest time, I didn't believe it. I couldn't. He was my whole world. When I lost him, it was almost as if I lost my reason for living. But you want to know what got me through it all? She smiled. It was my friends. Renji, Rangiku, Little Shiro, Izuru, Hisagi, Isane, and all the others. They gave me the support to keep on going. You don't just leave your friends when things get tough. If anything, that's when they need you the most. Momo's right. Rukia added. When I was brought back to the Soul Society, I knew that my time was up. Escape was impossible. Even when I heard my friends came back to help me, I wasn't happy, I was distraught. They couldn't hope to possibly pull it off. I knew that if the Captain Commander really wanted it, the entire thing could have ended the moment it began. I was certain, positive that they were going to die. But despite it all, well, you all saw what happened, right? They pulled it off. Bambietta admitted as she glanced over towards Rukia. Yeah, somehow, someway, they actually did it. Candace added. There were a lot of outside factors that contributed to that, yeah no. Lil Tato mentioned. This is completely different and even less likely for them to succeed, but even so. You get what we're saying now. Rukia spoke. There's no such thing as truly impossible. Miracles exist for that very reason. So if you expect it to be over before it's begun, then what does that say to Natsu and the others? It says that we're being shit friends. Bambietta said as she got up from her seat, the Quincy making her way out of the guild. She looked back at Rukia and Momo before she gave them a small smile. Thanks. We almost made a really big mistake. I still maintain that it's utterly pointless. Lil Tato said as she walked up to Bambietta before she smiled too. But, that doesn't change the fact that you're right. Candace tossed her bottle of alcohol to the wall, grinning. Yeah, fuck the odds. They're fairy tale. No, we're fairy tale. We tell the odds to go fuck themselves all the time. Momo smiled back. That's great. Now then, we better hurry on if we don't want to miss anything. And so, the 5 women made their way over to the battlefield. Not with despair but with the desire to cheer their friends on with hope. The training grounds for Fairy Tail were relatively simple, despite stretching on for over 2 miles. The vast majority of it was simple grassland with a large patch of dirt in the middle, along with about an arc of burnt, dead tree, no doubt a result from the earlier mentioned training that Natsu had given Wendy. Nearby on a small hill was a small brick building with a wooden door. Formerly it had been a locally run tavern, which had only recently been retrofitted into becoming another location for the guild in times of emergencies. It had a slight tower with a torn windmill at its front with an orange sign carrying the Fairy Tales Guild mark located in between the tower and the roof. In the midst of it all, Myra Jane and several others had brought food, table, and drink from their secondary guild hall to properly enjoy the festivities. Waiwaka's gaze overlooked it all before facing his entourage. Ah, yes. This will more than suffice for our battle. Just try to refrain from getting too excited. Jonathan stated. I know how you can get when you start to enjoy a battle. It's best if you restrain yourself as much as possible. Rhea tilted her head to the right in a rare display of confusion. I thought His Majesty despised conflict. Yet you claim despite that he would enjoy this little brawl. Forgive me if I'm a little lost. Leobaro was quick to answer. Make no mistake, Miss Gregory. His Majesty truly does despise conflict. However, in his eyes, this isn't part of a war. As far as he's concerned, it's merely sport. Even so, are we sure about this? Rhea asked. If he inflicts too grievous if a wound, then dash. If you need someone to gauge their power, then I'm more than willing to volunteer my service, Your Majesty. Gerard offered. Rhea sighed. Gerard, no. What? But why? Because you have as much restraint as an alcoholic at the local pub. Rhea answered. Gerard slumped, his enthusiasm deflated. You didn't have to be so harsh, you know. Meanwhile, as the emissaries and Emperor continued with their private conversation, the other members of Fairy Tale who were not involved with the conflict began to gather round, their food and tables finally having been fully set up. Man, I still can't believe that they're doing this. Kana said as she took a swig of her beer. Well, at least it ought to be an interesting way to kill some time. Yeah, but, I gotta admit, I'm kinda nervous. Levy said. I mean, if the rumors are true, he and his entire guild conquered the entire country of Bosco in a single night. I don't know if they're ready for this. Ulquiorra remained silent, the Aaron car simply settling in, staring at the group off in the distance. Bah, who cares if they are true? They're all real men, so I'm sure they got this in the bag. Elfman cheered, throwing his fist up high into the air. I'm sure they'll be fine. After all, they have some of Fairy Tale's best and brightest on their side. Myra Jane said with a smile. Yes, my beloved Grey will no doubt lead them to a flawless victory. Juvia added. I don't know. Totomaru said as he looked at the king. Something tells me it's not going to be that easy. Bambietta and the others soon arrived, the group of 5 heading over to the group. They haven't started yet. Good. Lil Tato said. Well, that's a relief. Here's hoping Rukia was right and he doesn't decide to end this thing in an instant. Candace said as she leaned back against a tree. Bambietta however continued onwards until she could see everything clear as day, her eyes falling onto Lucy and Wendy. The Quincy clutched her right hand in front of her chest as she tried to keep a straight face. Please, be careful you two. She whispered to herself. Makarov, on the other hand, could only grip his hands tightly as he watched. Never before in his time as Guildmaster had he felt so powerless to protect his children. Here and now they faced a foe that up until a few hours ago, he would have deemed impossible to have existed. Now, all he could simply do was watch on as a mere bystander. It wasn't that Makarov wasn't willing to die for his children, far from it, but if they were to survive this, then this was unfortunately the most optimum choice. Forgive me, my children, I can only hope that this man will be true to his word. The group of the 6 chosen mages of Fairy together in a line, Urza narrowing her eyes as the king got ready. If what Bambietta and Lil Tato told me is true, then we're no doubt facing a losing battle. But even so, even if that's true, she quickly summoned her blade as the king finally stood in the middle of the training field. Regardless of how outmatched we may be, I plan on doing the Fairy Tale name proud. Natsu's body began to surround itself with flames as he growled. This was the man who made his friends shudder with fear. The one who left them constantly on edge. Maybe he had been a bit rash in his decision to challenge the Emperor, but he didn't regret it in the slightest. No one puts my friends through that and gets away with it. As the others fully seemed to psyche themselves up, the Quincy monarch finally spoke. It appears as if you are all ready to battle. Excellent. I've been relishing the chance to see your power. However, I have but one request. And what would that be? Urza demanded. I wish to see the full range of what you are all capable of. To bear witness to your utmost limit. Therefore, I request that you come at me with all the power you can muster. Wywak stated. What? Gray spoke, surprised at his words. Are you serious? Are you sure about that? Lucy asked with hesitation. He nodded. Yes, hold no quarter. Come at me as if I were an enemy, no, as if your very lives and the lives of your friends were on the line. Anything less simply won't suffice. He then placed both of his hands to his side before he smiled. To give you all a sporting chance. I'll allow you all to attack first, free of recourse. Urza continued to glare at the king. No doubt this was some sort of trick. Well, she wasn't going to fall for it. There was one thing that she knew for certain however. We need a plan. She glanced over to the others then, her face stern. Listen up. Right now he's giving us a chance to properly prepare a plan of action. Gray, I want you to dash. Screw that, I'm going to take him down a peg or two right now. Natsu yelled as he rushed in, the Dragon Slayer having wanted to teach the Kaiser a lesson for some time, his metaphorical leash finally gone. Natsu, no! Urza yelled at him as soon as he leapt into the air, his left fist imbued with flames. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist! Natsu yelled before he came crashing down on the king, his blazing fist slamming down on Waiwaka's head. Yet, despite the fact that the blow clearly connected, the Kaiser did not budge in the slightest. What? Natsu replied, aghast. He hadn't expected to win the fight with one blow, but he certainly thought his attack would have done something. Oh? Is that all? Waiwak asked, an eyebrow raising. Don't disappoint me now, son of Igneel. His eyes widening at the mention of his adoptive father, Natsu jumped up before he crashed into Waiwak once more, kicking him in the stomach with a flaming kick. Fire Dragon's Claw! However, much like before, the attack did nothing, the Quincy smirking before he backhanded the Dragon Slayer, sending him tumbling across the ground. You'll have to do better than that, Salamander. Oh yeah, then let's see how you like this. Ice Make, Lance. Turning his head to the left, Waiwak noticed Grey Fullbuster stretching both his hands outward before a blue magic circle appeared in front of him, summoning forth about a dozen or so frozen lances that fired towards the king. However, just before they made impact, the attack dissipated as it hit some sort of invisible wall. What? A barrier spell? Juvia cried out in disbelief. Ulquiorra shook his head. No, that wasn't a barrier. His spiritual pressure simply cancelled it out before it could even make contact. Come now, Grey Fullbuster. I'm certain that taught you better than this. Waiwak stated, Grey flinching at the mention of his teacher's name before a long, iron pillar hit the Quincy from behind the head. Gajeel grinned. Hey, geezer, don't drop your guard so easily. He then rushed in, his fist cladding itself in his element. Iron Dragon's Club. Another metal pillar erupted from his hand, expecting to knock the king back a bit, but instead of causing any sort of damage, the king casually caught the attack with his palm before tossing him backwards at Grey without even glancing back. Grey jumped back as Gajeel crashed to the ground, the king smirking. Impatient, just like Salamander. You dragon slayers would do well to learn some self-control. He then looked upward and smirked as he acknowledged his newest assailant. That applies to you as well, Miss Marvel. The young girl's eyes widened, her surprise that he knew where she was so easily. Wendy proceeded with her plan of attack. Sky Dragon's Roar. Twisting gales erupted from her mouth, rushing down on the king. However, with only a mere wave of his hand did he completely dispel the attack with ease, completely stunning the still airborne Dragon Slayer. What? Now, take this lesson to heart, young one. Waiwak then flicked his finger at Wendy, the air pressure from the simple gesture slamming her hard on the head and tossing her higher into the sky before she eventually fell to the ground in a heap. Wendy! Bambietta screamed, the Quincy about to rush into battle before she felt a hand on her shoulder, Candace shaking her head. With great effort, Bambietta restrained herself. Damn it! Wendy slowly got up to her feet as Natsu, Gajeel, and Grey came rushing towards the king from behind before she quickly joined in on the assault. Yes, that's it. Rise, and continue to fight, the king said with a smirk as the four attempted to attack him with their various spells. Show me that fairy tale fighting spirit. Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. Ice Make, Hammer. Iron Dragon's Club. Sky Dragon's Claw. However, as Natsu came in, Waiwak grabbed him by the throat and slammed him to the ground before turning around grabbing Grey's hammer before flinging it back at his user. The monarch stepped to the side to grab Gajeel's iron club before swinging Gajeel's elongated limb to crash the Dragon Slayer onto Wendy, the two tumbling to the ground upon impact. The Quincy Kaiser shook his head. A combined effort. Better, but not nearly good enough. Eric. He then dodged to the left, then the right as Urza came rushing at him with her broadsword, the S-class mage letting out a cry with each strike before she attempted to land one more, only for the blade to clash harmlessly against the palm of his right hand. Come now, Titania. Surely you hadn't expected a blade such as this to avail you any results. Waiwak spoke before he casually squeezed the blade in his hand, shattering it. Gasping with surprise, Urza quickly recomposed herself before she jumped up into the air, her body glowing with a brilliant light. Requip, Heaven's Wheel. Now adorned in her angelic-like armor, Urza raised her hands, summoning approximately 50 swords behind her. Now dance, my swords. The rain of steel hurtled towards the Quincy Kaiser, and whereas many would have shrieked in terror or tried to evade, Wywak opted for a different response. The progenitor of the Quincy simply raised up his right hand, and the blades ceased their descent, floating in midair amidst their strike. What? Urza shouted. There had been a lot of ways she had expected him to counter her attack. Dodging certainly, or even countering with his own spell, but this? She didn't even know what was transpiring. A rather impressive display, Titania, Wywak spoke, catching her attention. Summoning and controlling 50 blades telekinetically at once is a remarkable feat, one that requires immense concentration and talent. Yes, telekinesis is quite the little trick. Unfortunately for you. The corner of his mouth tilted upward. It's one of my favorites as well. Then, to the shock and horror of everyone present, the blades then turned around and fired back at Urza, easily at twice the speed. Urza only had a fraction of a second to react, the blades colliding with her body in a near instant as a massive dust cloud formed in the air. He's learned telekinesis magic? Damn it all, as if he wasn't broken enough as it was. Lil Tato swore as she looked at the dust cloud. Come on, Urza. Pull through. The members of the Fairy Tale Guild watched on with bated breath, before they let out a sigh of relief as Urza came crashing down, fully clad in her adamantine armor. She panted then, the S-class mage wrought with exhaustion from her last second requip. That was far too close. Urza thought as she tried to catch her breath. However, before she could ponder her next move, she heard the sound of clapping. Most impressive indeed, Titania. Wywak praised. Even some of the most experienced warriors would have barely recognized the situation for what it was and lost. You, however, were able to quickly identify the threat and properly counter it before a decisive blow could be struck. However, I must ask. Is this all? Not even close. Urza shouted before she glowed with light once more, now emerging in her lightning empress armor. She thrust her spear forward, sending out a bolt of lightning, only for it to harmless clash against Wywak's palm before he crushed it. Growling, Urza transformed yet again, this time CLAS in her flame empress armor. She lunged forward, her blade raised as she unleashed a massive ball of flame from her blade. However, the progenitor of the Quincy simply moved his head to the right, before grasping onto her throat as she attempted another strike. Come now, I thought you were wiser than that. Wywak chided her. Did you really think that your flames would have fared any better than your lightning? However, much to the Scoot Staffel's surprise, she smiled. No, but I got what I wanted out of it. Sensing an immense source of heat behind him, the Quincy King turned around just in time to block an attack from Natsu, the Dragon Slayer's power greater than it was before thanks to Urza's flames, and his flames of emotion now burning hot. Let her go. Rearing back his flaming fist, he slammed the attack into the king's stomach, before he threw another punch, then another as he began to hit the king with a powerful barrage. Crimson Lotus, Fire Dragon's Fist. Finally, after countless punches, Natsu let out one more blaring yell, creating a massive explosion that engulfed the king, his grip on Urza lessening at the last second, allowing her to escape. Natsu panted with exhaustion. The Dragon Slayer had put quite a bit into his attack. No one hurts my friends and gets away with it. You hear me? Is that so? I'll do well to remember that. His eyes widening, Natsu found his throat in a vice grip, much like Urza before him, before he was slammed to the ground. The Quincy looked down at him, still completely unharmed and preparing to raise his foot, only for his hand to instantly catch an arrow aimed at his back. The Emperor slowly turned around, Lucy standing right next to a strange-looking man with black hair and eyes, wearing a horse costume of some kind. I'm sorry, but it appears that my arrow wasn't able to connect, Miss Lucy. The man apologized. Lucy shook her head. Don't worry about it. At least we were able to stop him from hurting Natsu. Then something happened that sent a chill down Bambietta's spine. The father of all Quincy smirked. Ah, I see. You must be Sagittarius, the archer. Supposedly, you're the greatest archer in all of Earthland. How fascinating. Well, as it so happens, I've practiced archery as well. Would you care to show an old king what you are truly capable of while under Miss Heartfilia's command? Whack asked the celestial spirit. Indeed I would. The spirit declared before he fired a volley of arrows. Each of them were fired with a precision many would have trained their entire lives and then some to achieve. His aim was sure and true, and in almost any other scenario, his arrows would have struck their target without fail. However, as Sagittarius fired off another volley of arrows, firing off hundreds of them at once, a massive ornate bow formed into the king's hand as just as many arrows fired from his own, the arrows clashing constantly with one another, neither giving away. You're quite skilled with a bow, Your Highness, Sagittarius said as he continued to fire arrow after arrow. Never before had he been so hard-pressed. As are you. Yes, the precision, quantity, and power of your arrows do greatly exceed that of the average Quincy. I applaud you for your ability. However, if this is truly all you can do with Lucy's current ability, then I have seen enough. The moment he uttered those words, the rishi fired from his bow slowly began to increase as the kings began easily outnumbering Sagittarius. You can fire off a volley of about 900 arrows a second. A remarkable feat. I, however, can easily fire off over 10,000. The rain of spiritual arrows increased 1000-fold then, the lot of them pelting Sagittarius, Lucy having managed to roll out of the way as the attack intensified. The spirit let out a cry of pain then as he began to vanish back to the celestial spirit world. I'm sorry, Miss Lucy, but I'm afraid I'm through. Toodaloo. Lucy gasped as her spirit vanished, the blonde quickly looking around the vast training ground as her teammates got up to their feet. This is Bambi's former guild master. Lucy spoke with shock. No wonder she was worried about him getting mad. His strength is insane. Everyone else from the guild stared dumbfounded, their jaws agape. None of them had been quite sure how they had expected this fight to turn out, but this was certainly not it. I don't believe it. All of that, and they haven't even forced him to move from that spot. Levy said as she looked at the king. Her words were indeed true, as the emperor had yet to move even one step from where he had started. Yeah, it doesn't look good. Kana admitted. The brunette was in so much shock from the display in fact that she hadn't even taken a sip from her keg of beer since the battle began. Yeah, well, they haven't gone all out yet, so it hardly matters. Elfman declared. I bet the king's already using his full power to pull something like that off. Lil Tato, however, clenched her fists as she continued to watch on. Not even close, Elfman. This entire time, he's not even using even close to 1/10 of his power. I do hope that you're not finished already. Whack declared as the members of Fairy Tale began to regroup. I've had much higher expectations for the lot of you. Natsu growled, the dragon slayer no doubt about to charge in once again before he felt a firm grip on his shoulder. He turned around, Urza holding him in place. Natsu, I know you're eager to get back in there, but right now what we need is a plan. It's clear that going at him like that again isn't going to work. Is there even really a point in going on? I mean you guys saw all of that, right? Lucy asked. PFT, I wasn't going all out earlier. I won't make that mistake again. Gajeel said as his skin turned to iron as he activated his Iron Dragon Scale defense. We'll see how well he handles this. Urza shook her head. No, simply using more power isn't going to be enough. If I thought it was that simple I'd have done it already. Now listen up, all of you. I have an idea. As Urza began to explain her plan to the others, Jonathan smirked as he and the others watched on. Well, would you look at that? Seems like this time they actually have a plan in mind. I wonder what they have in mind. The question itself was rhetorical, the Grand Master having formulated several dozen possibilities in his mind already. It hardly matters what they come up with. Leo Barrow spoke as he narrowed his eye. Against His Majesty, no strategy would ever be enough. Now, does anyone have any questions? Urza asked, everyone shaking their head no to promptly answer. Excellent. Then you all know what to do. Wait, please. I would like to try something. Everyone turned their heads as Wendy took a few steps forward. Urza raised an eyebrow in confusion. Oh? What do you have in mind? Wendy smiled. Something that'll make a difference. Oh, swift wind, that speeds through the heavens, Vernier. Just then a blue magic circle emerged beneath everyone's feet, their entire body glowing their own unique color. What the? Natsu exclaimed as his body lifted off the ground. Man, this is crazy, my body feels so much lighter. Gajeel added. Gray smirked. Let me guess. This'll give us a speed boost. Wendy nodded. Yeah, and that's not all I have in mind either. I call upon thee, the stalwart might to cleave the heavens, arms. Once more did a massive circle appear beneath the 6 mages, their level of power increasing twice to what they originally were. Lil Tato's eyes widened as she watched on, her jaw agape. Since when could Wendy give people buffs? The Dragon Slayer then gave an uncharacteristic smirk, similar to that of her idol. Now let's show him what us fairy tale mages can do. The king smirked. Ah, I see. Enchantment magic. It's my first time witnessing it with my own eyes. Very well, show me what strength you can muster now, fairy tie. Bam. Before he could finish speaking, Natsu and Gajeel practically flew across the battlefield with their newfound power and speed, the 2 Dragon Slayers striking him simultaneously with their respective attacks. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Iron Dragon's Sword. Flame and sword clashed against the Quincy Kaiser's elbow, the king's feet digging somewhat into the ground. He smirked, pleased at their increase in strength. Better, but not nearly good enough. With a flick of his wrist, the Dragon Slayers were sent away, before he promptly turned around to block an attack from 2 new foes. On the left was a massive humanoid bovine wielding a massive axe, while to the right was Lucy Heartfilia, the blonde's Fullbring activated. Crying out, the 2 proceeded to wail on the king with the respective large weapons. The king's feet dug in even deeper into the ground, as he grinned. Ah, so that's your Fullbring, is it? And I also believe that is the Golden Bull, Taurus. But if you believe that this will suffice, then you're sorely missed. Ice Make, Battle Axe. A massive arc of ice slammed into the back of the Quincy, Whack turning his attention back towards Gray. Did you really believe that such an attack would dash? I'm not done. Gray shouted back as he leapt upwards and prepared another attack. Ice Make, Cannon. A massive projectile of ice fired from the cannon. Then another, and another as the Ice Mage continued to wail on him from above while Lucy and her spirit continued on another. With each attack did the ground beneath them crumble, but even still, the Emperor stood his ground. However, before he could counter-attack, Lucy and Taurus quickly leapt out of the way as Urza Scarlet came flying in, now wearing her black wing armor as she prepared to slash at the king. He parried one blow, then another, as each of her attacks connected, the sleeves of his outfit continued to slowly chip away, until Urza yelled at the top of her lungs to deliver a monstrous before her blade could connect. Urza felt a shove on her stomach, sending her flying away, though King's sleeves were now utterly in tatters. He pointed his finger at her, the tip of it glowing, but before he could fire off his spell, Wendy delivered a kick to the back of his head. Sky Dragon's Claw. With the most minimal grunt of effort, he swatted Wendy away, but Gajeel and Natsu came rushing in once more with a flurry of punches and kicks. The Emperor moved his head throughout the assault, dodging each of their strikes before Lucy and Taurus joined the fray, the 4 of them continuing their desperate assault. Having had enough of this endeavor, he grabbed onto Lucy's sword and swung her at Natsu, the 2 crashing down, before delivering a powerful gut punch on Gajeel's stomach, shattering the iron scale defense and sending him flying just before he then grabbed Taurus' axe and sent it to the ground before grabbing the spirit and firing off a large arrow from his hand, the projectile sending the spirit high into the sky before he dissipated. He slowly turned around then as he prepared to gaze at his foes. A valiant effort. He praised them. But you'll have to do better than that. Ice Make, Prison. In almost an instant, Whack in a massive cage of ice, the Emperor chuckling as a result. A cage? Did you really think something like this could possibly hold? Fire Dragon's Dash. Iron Dragon's Dash. Sky Dragon's Dash. The king promptly turned his head towards the noise as the 3 Dragon Slayers had suddenly got behind him, preparing for a unified attack. Roar. The three elements combined into one, the iron and wind warping around the flame as the attack crashed into Wywak, the king holding one hand to block the attack. His feet dug against the ground as a large sneer adorned his face. Yes, this is the power I was waiting to witness. Slowly yet surely his feet skid against the ground until he came to a complete stop. But again, I ask of you, is this all that you can dash? However, before he could even finish his question, a lance flew through the middle of the triple attack, Wywaka's feet skidding across the ground as his eyes placed themselves on the new assailant. It was Urza Scarlet, the S-class mage having changed into her giant armor. More and more he began to skid across the ground, the Quincy monarch preparing his other hand to fire an arrow to properly counter. Only he would never have the chance. Ice make, floor. Instantly the ground beneath him turned into ice, and the Quincy king, completely losing any sense of traction to his feet, felt himself topple over, causing Urza's lance, and the Dragon Slayer's combined roar to fully connect, creating a massive explosion that rocked the entire forest and sent shockwaves that could felt all the way back to Magnolia. The members of Fairy Tale hooped and cheered with joy and jubilation, the entire crowd cheering on their guildmates. Yeah, that's the way. Kana cheered before she took a drink from her beer keg at long last. They did it. They actually did it. Levy added. Yeah, that's showing him, like a real man. Elfman cheered. Bambietta, however, remained silent at least outwardly. It's not a bad start, given whom they're fighting, I'll give them that, but the most they've really done is take him off his feet. He hasn't even started using blood venet yet. She then glanced over to Urza, Wendy and Lucy before she gulped. Come on guys. Don't let your guard down. No matter what. The Scoots Staffel, meanwhile, had commentary of their own. Well, that wasn't a half-bad strategy if I do say so myself. Jonathan admitted. A bit crude and rough around the edges, but certainly viable. Rhea nodded. I concur. The fact that they were able to knock His Majesty down at all is certainly no small feat. This whole time I was starting to wonder if they'd even be able to get him to move from that one spot, let alone this. Verily. Gerard agreed with gusto. 'Tis was a wonderful team effort to challenge His Majesty as much as they had. Truly, they are some of the finest non-Quincy warriors I've laid my eyes on. I suppose we should give credit where it's due, Leobaro admitted as he glanced over to where the king was sent. But this will be the closest they will come to victory. After all, His Majesty hasn't begun to even remotely show what he can truly do. The Fairy Tale mages quickly gathered around each other, Wendy healing her teammates at various intervals to keep everyone in top condition. Heh, we really showed him, huh? Natsu said with a grin. Yeah, maybe next time he won't be so arrogant. Gray agreed before he looked at Urza. So, does that mean we're done? Lucy asked nervously. Urza shook her head. No, it's not over. Not even close. If what Bambietta and the others told me is true, then we'll have to dash. Just then, a massive, bright pillar of energy burst up from the ground where the Quincy King had been sent flying, with an immense wave of spiritual pressure following. Many of Fairy Tale's weaker members fell to their knees, and each of the 6 mages felt as if their skin crawled as the king slowly got up to his feet, completely totally, and utterly unharmed. Urza couldn't help but grit her teeth as the king slowly clapped his hands. Well played, mages of Fairy Tale. Well played indeed. Yes, had your opponent been of a lesser caliber, you more than likely would have emerged victorious. But unfortunately for you, I am the foe you face this day. What? You mean to tell me after all that, he's still not hurt? Gray yelled. This guy's insane. Gajeel uttered and took an instinctive step back. Not even Jose could have just shrugged all that off with nary a scratch. Lucy grabbed for one of her keys, as Wendy gulped with fear, the Dragon Slayer clutching into one of Lucy's arms for comfort. She had hoped she could impress Bambietta with her performance, but now, it seemed that this has been a mistake. Natsu, however, had a different response altogether, the Dragon Slayer flaring up with magic. Come on guys, let's get him again. He leapt up into the air, with a flame in my right hand dash, he said as his right hand ignited. And a flame of my left hand, when you combine the two together dash, his left hand soon following the right's example, he then held both of her hands held above his head as he created a massive fireball. Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. The massive fireball shot forth towards the king, the ground beneath the strike carving a path as it passed. However, the king simply caught the attack in his hand before he gazed down at it. A strong flame. However, Wiwak then casually crushed the flame in the palm of his hand, shocking Natsu. I know you can do much more than this. He then took one step forward, then another as he glanced over at the wizard. Now then. I believe it's only fair that I respond in kind. Raring to go once more, Gajeel ran forward, his right hand transforming itself into a metal sword once more, its many spikes rotating like a chainsaw. You want to see more, you'll get more, you old dash. However, before Gajeel could finish his battle banter, Wiwak had already appeared right before his eyes and grabbed the Dragon Slayer by his throat with his left hand. The Dragon Slayer swung his vibrating blade at him, only for Wiwak to stop the attack with his spare hand's thumb and index finger, the sword's vibration failing to slice through his skin and ceasing entirely. My apologies, but I believe I've already seen all that I've needed of your current abilities, Gajeel Red Fox. The Emperor of Bosco then slammed Gajeel to the ground, the earth beneath them forming into a 5-foot-deep crater before the king raised up his right foot and slammed it down onto the Dragon Slayer's skull, cracking the iron scales and knocking him unconscious. Now, sleep. Gajeel. The others shouted before Gray and Natsu charged in at once. Natsu was the first to challenge the Quincy monarch, the fire dragons using flames on the soles of his feet to propel him faster. However, before he could attempt to land even a single punch, Wiwak simply moved slightly to the left before hitting Natsu on the back of his head with his right elbow before slamming his foot on the Dragon Slayer's back. Hey, get off! Natsu demanded. In due time, Salamander. For now, I have your other guild mates to attend to. The Kaiser looked up towards Gray, and smirked before he took off in an insanely fast dash. He's fast. Gray panicked at Wiwak's blinding speed. Knowing he had little time to react, he placed his hands to the ground. Ice make, shield. The multi-segmented barrier of ice emerged from the ground, but much to everyone's horror, Wiwak's outstretched hand smashed right through the defense with no resistance whatsoever, grabbing onto Gray's face before the Emperor tossed the ice mage through the air, just a few inches above his onlooking guildmates and through several dozen trees of East Forest. Juvia cried out her beloved's name as she ran towards him in a panic. When she found him, Gray was slumped against a particularly large tree, knocked out cold. 2 down. Wiwak spoke as he gazed back towards Urza. Fortidash. Sky Dragon's crushing fang. In the time that Natsu and Gray had begun their head-on clash with the king, Wendy had tried to get behind the king, waiting for the right opportunity to present itself. Her right hand cloaked in wind, Wendy had tried to hit the king behind his neck, but Wiwak had managed to vanish right before her eyes. She then felt a powerful shove on her back, the Dragon Slayer tumbling to her feet before she began to get off her feet to continue the fight. Grits. It was not to be. The moment Wiwak uttered those words, a film of Reshi burst from his hand, and surrounded the young Dragon Slayer, forming into a massive pentagonal Quincy cross, sealing her inside. Wendy began to pound away from within the construct, to no avail. Hey! What is this? Let me out! She cried from her confinement. You just stay there, Miss Marvel. It would pain me to hurt you more than necessary. Wiwak said as he looked over towards Bambietta. As it would your caretaker. Bambietta let out a sigh of relief as she stared at the spell her former leader had used. While Wendy was no doubt not a fan of her current predicament, at least this meant she would remain out of harm's way till the end of the battle. Well, that's better than the alternatives at least. I guess I should thank him for that when this is all over. That bastard. Lil Tato muttered, her fists clenched. That spell usually requires a Jinto and an incantation to pull off. I know that he's the progenitor of our race, but even so, to pull off something like this is... Requip, purgatory armor. Wiwak turned his head as Urza roared out, the queen of the fairies now wearing one of her most powerful armors. She leapt up into the air, her massive sword held high above her head before she came crashing down. Wiwak raised up his arm to defend, his elbow raising above his head just as the sword connected. The ensuing eruption of power from the two covered the entirety of the training ground and then some, the force of the burst of so great that both Natsu and Lucy were sent careening away. As the dust cleared and the two came into view, almost everyone gaped at the sight. The entire forest clearing was now a gigantic crater, approximately 30 feet deep and almost a mile wide. Urza growled as she looked down at the Kaiser's arm, his arm still unharmed by it all. She leapt back, and came in with a swing of her sword aimed at his right, only for the Quincy king to bat away the enormous sword as if it were a fly though his feet skid across the shattered ground. She let out a cry of defiance, striking at him again and again, the Emperor taking a step back from each strike. So, now that you've been rid of your allies, you finally feel content to utilize more of your power? The king asked as he dogged to the left, then took a step to the right as Urza continued to flail her weapon at him. Marvelous. I was beginning to wonder how many more I'd need to remove from the battle. Be careful what you wish for. Urza cried out as she continued to swing away at him like a woman possessed. Because I have no intention of allowing you to do as you please. A vicious swing of her blade was aimed at his neck, but rather than attempt to parry the attack, the king decided to simply dodge underneath the blow before hitting Urza in the stomach with a palm strike. The armor cracked where he struck as Urza coughed up bile, the blow sending her crashing into the dirt terrain. However, not allowing such pain to hinder her in the slightest, she rose back to her feet almost instantly. I see you possess a true warrior's spirit. Wywak complimented her. No wonder Miss Basterbine and Lampert adore you so much. Don't you dare mention their names. Urza screamed as she came running in. You don't have the right. As she continued her charge, Wywak simply pointed a finger at her, firing off small beams of light. The first pierced her shoulder, the other her thigh, and various other places as she continued her charge. But she didn't care. A losing battle this may have been, she still possessed her fairy tale spirit. I know all about how you ran your guild in your old world. How you reigned over them all with fear and intimidation. Urza thought as she swung her blade at him with furious vigor. I don't know what Master Makarov told you or what you told him, but I refuse to allow any of that cruelty into my guild. With another cry of defiance she swung her sword just as he attempted to strike her, the ground beneath trembling once more. Lucy elected a groan as she slowly got to her feet, shaking her head. Sheesh Urza, I know that you wanted to have a go at him, but a little warning would have been nice. As she straightened her back, Lucy began to reach back for her keys, preparing to summon Aquarius before she stopped herself and shook her head. No, Sagittarius and Taurus got hurt pretty badly earlier. I couldn't dare to put her through any of that. A part of her thought that perhaps it was time for her to throw in the towel. After all, it wasn't like there was anything important at stake. Neither her life, or anyone's in the guild was in danger at the moment. Ultimately, this was a sparring match that had begun to get a little out of hand. Erza. Hearing Natsu crying out so uncharacteristically, Lucy turned her gaze over towards where the battle had been waging, and felt her heart plummet. There was Urza, held up by the collar of her armor by Wywak, the red head battered and bleeding around her head. Though she still clung to her sword, her neck was craned back and her eyes closed. So, that was the limit of your ability while wielding your third most powerful armor? Unfortunate. It seems that I overestimated your abilities a little, Wywak said as his eyes peered into hers. What a shame. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Take this. Tossing the seemingly unconscious Urza into the air, the king of the Quincy's stretched his arms to both sides, his left capturing Natsu's blazing fist, while the other held Lucy's sword. Ah, I was wondering when the two of you would intervene. Wywak stated as he looked at the both of them. He flexed his arms, the two of them forced back to the ground. What am I doing? Lucy chastised herself. I don't stand a chance against this guy. He beat Urza. Erza. In one of her best armors no less. So what the hell do I think I'm going to do? Her sword shook as Natsu went in for another attack, as Lucy began to shake in her knees. What could I hope to do? I'm not a dragon slayer. I'm not an experienced mage like Grey or Urza. I'm totally out of my depth here. I should just. Just as her fear was about to get the best of her, however, Lucy's eyes caught on to the presence of someone looking down at the crater. It was Bambietta, her girlfriend looking at Lucy with considerable concern. Almost instantly did all of the doubt in her mind vanish. No. I can't just stop because it's getting hard. That's not what Bambi would do. Or my mom. I can't give up. Because that's not what a real member of Fairy Tale would ever do. Her full bring glowed a white hue as she rushed in, Whack flinging Natsu to the other side of the crater as she rushed in. Her sword glowing with white energy, Lucy let out a loud scream, ready to unleash all of her power in one strike. Only for her to feel a powerful impact in her stomach. Her vision was blurry, Lucy was just barely able to make out that Bambietta's former guild had just kneed her in the gut. Her strength leaving her, Lucy dropped her sword, as she fell to the ground, her conscience leaving her. Lucy! Bambietta screamed out. She jumped down into the crater then and held her body. Hang on, Lucy. I'll get you to Rukia right away. Rukia's healing may not have been as effective as Wendy's, but Bambietta highly doubted she had the capability to destroy the spell that held the Dragon Slayer without using the explode, which would no doubt hurt Wendy in the process. Thus, she quickly got to her feet before heading over to the Shinigami. The king smiled. As expected of Layla's daughter. Courageous even in the face of inevitable defeat. But there was something more. Something about the sight which reminded him of better times. Of when he had first arrived in Earthland. Of how his wife had found him and rushed him to her home to nurse him back to health. Yes, those were indeed pleasant memories. How dare you hurt Lucy like that? A loud voice and flaming fist put an abrupt end to the Quincy monarch's trip down memory lane as he blocked the incoming attack, the Quincy skidding across the ground. Ah, so your flames of emotion have finally begun to take a more noticeable effect, have they? He grinned. How amusing. Oh yeah? Then laugh at this. Natsu yelled before he lunged forward, and swung his burning right hand in an arc. Fire Dragon's crushing fang. The attack sent the Quincy King back a bit further as Natsu went in for a barrage of fists, striking at him over and over, with each strike moving the king bit by bit as he blocked the attacks. Your power has indeed grown. In fact, I dare say it has surpassed Miss Scarlet's during the earlier portion of the battle. Whack complimented Natsu. However, with a powerful backhand, the Dragon Slayer was sent back, his feet skidding across the terrain. It's still nowhere near enough. Oh yeah? We'll just see about that, won't we? As Natsu charged in blindly yet again, Lil Tato watched on with bated breath. No damn it all, it's not enough. It's just not enough. Yeah, it's starting to look pretty bad for him. Totomaru said as he approached her. Honestly, this is just like the fight we had against Driscoll once he used that Volstandig power of his. We probably would have died if Natsu hadn't gone into that new form. That caught Lil Tato's attention, at least enough to tear her eyes away from the fight. New form? She asked. Come to think of it, Natsu's power did skyrocket for a bit back at the tower. Is that what he's talking about? Totomaru nodded his head. Yeah, it was pretty crazy too. He got all of these scales and everything, like he was becoming part dragon or something. I heard Master Jose talking about how he wanted Gajeel to learn it someday. I think he called it Dragon Force. How did he go into that form? Lil Tato asked. Did he just get really mad? Totomaru shook his head. No, he only transformed after I gave him some special flames. At first they were too much, but as soon as he swallowed them down, he seemed alright. Her eyes widening, she grabbed onto his arms. Then feed him those flames. Right now. Totomaru's jaw dropped. Excuse you? Look, these aren't just your average flames, they dash. You have to. Lil Tato demanded. Right now, they're shit out of options. If His Majesty walks away disappointed, I don't want to know what'll happen. So, feed him the fucking flames. But. Just do it. Her face changed from one of anger to sadness, her eyes welling with tears before she clutched onto his shirt. Please, Totomaru. I don't want to see him get hurt anymore. Totomaru stared down at the distraught woman for a few moments before he groaned. Alright, fine. I'll do it. But if anything goes wrong, it's your fault, not mine. The blonde smiled as she wiped away her tears. Thank you. Stepping forward and pushing Lil Tato to the side, Totomaru drew out his katana. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Before they snapped wide open, the katana engulfed in a furious blaze. The Quincy's, Regai, and Ulquira instantly turned towards Totomaru as the flames of his sword spewed out. Those flames, I'd recognize them anywhere. That's Ryujinjaka. Momo exclaimed. What? You can't be serious. How on earth is that even possible? Rukia demanded. Yeah, I'm going to have to agree. What the actual fuck? Candace screamed. This day is just one headache-inducing question after another. Good grief. Bambietta stated, her expression dull from exhaustion. Wait, you mean you've seen these before? Totomaru asked. These were flames given to me by my sensei, Master Yamamoto. What? Candace screamed. Boy, am I lucky he didn't decide to use that when we first met. I would have been fucking toast. You mean to tell me that you were taught by head Captain Yamamoto? Rukia asked. I mean, your swordsmanship seemed familiar, but still dash. It's rather hard to believe, Momo finished. How can he even use them in the first place? While I admit all of these are really good questions, right now we have something more important to deal with. Lil Tato yelled. Now give those flames to Natsu. Totomaru narrowed his face towards the Dragon Slayer, the pink-haired warrior entirely on the back foot against the Quincy King. All right, here goes nothing. Natsu. Eat up. Natsu had just finished skidding across the ground from a simple palm thrust from Waiwak when he had heard Totomaru's voice. The moment he turned around and saw the incoming fire, he grinned. Ah yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. The flames hit him dead on, and much like the last time he had tried to eat them, the intensity of them was almost too much. His body broke out into a massive sweat and his throat and mouth burned from the contact, the Dragon Slayer falling to his knees as he slowly took in the flames. Ack, not again. Natsu thought as the flames started to overwhelm him. Something's wrong. Happy said as he flew over to the onlookers. I've never seen Natsu struggle to eat fire before. But right now it looks like he's having trouble. Totomaru nodded. Yeah, the exact same thing happened back in the tower. If I had accidentally fed him too much, he might have died. Wait, I thought Natsu was immune to fire. Candace asked. What gives? It's not the element that's the problem, but rather the power behind it. Lil Tato said as Natsu continued to eat the flames of Ryujinjaka. Totomaru, you said these flames were given to you by your master, right? Yeah, that's right, Totomaru answered. Then that's the issue, Lil Tato said as she looked down below at Natsu. Ryujinjaka isn't just fire. It's from the Captain Commander's Zanpakuto. It's not just a spell, it's part of his soul. His power. If Natsu was comparable to Yamamoto, then this probably wouldn't be an issue. But because the gap between them is so big, it makes it harder for him to eat. Momo finished as she looked downward. The fact that he can eat even a small portion at all is really impressive. Meanwhile, the Quincy monarch simply smirked. Ah, I see. So, Genryusai decided to train a potential successor in this timeline, did he? Fascinating. I'll need to keep an eye on that boy. His smirk grew even wider as he noticed Natsu's body beginning to change. But for now, I have more urgent matters at hand. Red scales began to form over Natsu's arms, legs, parts of his chest, and the upper part of his face, two flaming horns emerging from his head as he finally finished taking in Ryujinjaka's fire. The surrounding air became much harder to breathe then, and with each step, flames were left in Natsu's wake. Waiwaka's smirk grew into an outright bloodthirsty smile. Ah, so that's the form you dragon slayers take once you devour a superior variant of your designated element and obtain the power of a dragon. Dragon Force. Yes, I was hoping to be able to experience it firsthand. Things should finally start getting interesting. Natsu ran straight toward the king, fist igniting, fully intent on wiping that smile off of his face, and he'd do it alone if he had to. He didn't know why Lil and the others were so uncomfortable around this guy. He just knew that this bastard had invaded their home and turned it into. Damn it, Natsu couldn't even think of the right word. He'd just have to go with some classics. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Again? Surely, you did not expect. Kabam. Only for a flaming fist to impact right on his stomach far faster than expected, whack, coughing up some bile before Natsu landed a powerful uppercut which sent him soaring into the sky. As a matter of fact, I did. And don't call me Shirley. Engulfing himself in flames, Natsu took off after the king. Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. Headbutting the king in the middle of the air, Natsu then shot past him with flames bursting from his feet before raising up his right leg. Fire Dragon's Claw. Whack raised up his right hand to block, but it was to no avail, the force of the kick sending him crashing to the ground below. The king got up to his feet and pointed his left index finger at the descending dragon slayer, pelting him with rays of light. However, the flames surrounding Natsu acted like a protective coating, allowing him to soar downwards through the barrage with no resistance before he cocked his right hand back. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The attack sent the king even further into the ground, whack attempting to strike Natsu with his right hand, but Natsu managed to bat it aside with his own before delivering a right-handed hook to the emperor's face and immediately followed it up with his left. This one's for Lucy. Fire Dragon's Crushing Fang. Natsu shouted as he punched the king right under his chin. And this one's for Gray and Gajeel. Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. With both of his hands flaming, the Dragon Slayer swung both of his hands at whack, the king flying back before he stretched his left hand outwards to grip the corners of the crater. Slamming his right foot down to the ground, Natsu burst forth with his left hand at the ready. For Wendy. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The king threw out his right hand in an attempt to stop the attack, only for Natsu to overwhelm his attempted block and proceeded to land a series of kicks to whack's chest before grabbing the king's head and gripping onto it. And this is for Urza. Fire Dragon's Crushing Blitz. The emperor's head was engulfed in flame, the progenitor of the Quincy reaching out to grab Natsu's head in turn. However, as he did so, Natsu ducked underneath the hand as he kneed the king in the stomach once, then again and again until he finally let go of the monarch, and a pillar of flame erupted from Natsu's body as he prepared his next attack. And this one's for Lil and Bambi. Dragon Slayer Secret Art, Crimson Lotus, Exploding Flame Blade. Generating two giant torrents of flames, the Dragon Slayer swung his arms and body in a clockwise direction, causing the flames to spin and generating an exploding vortex that slammed into whack, sending him high into the sky before he began to fall, but just before he could hit the ground, Natsu tackled into the king, crashing the both of them into the earthy walls of the crater. Delivering a booming battle cry, Natsu slammed his right fist into the king's face before he hit him again with his left, the two going further and further into the rocky terrain as Natsu proceeded to punch the king in a seemingly non-stop barrage of punches. Crimson Lotus, Fire Dragon's Fist. Your Majesty! Rhea cried out, almost taking off into a rush to ensure the safety of her lord, but she soon felt an arm extend out in front of her, preventing her from leaving. A quick turn of her head to the left revealed Jonathan as the culprit. Jonathan, what are you dash? Relax. Rhea. Jonathan said before he smirked. Let His Majesty have his fun. It's over. Natsu cried out before he prepared for one last blow. Take this. The flaming fist came crashing down, just about to slam right into the king's face, only for the king's arm to snap out and catch the attack with ease. What? So, that's the power of Dragon Force, is it? It seems to be comparable to Bankai and Volstandig. An impressive increase indeed. Whack slowly rose to his feet, Natsu trying to wrench his hand free from the king's grip, to no avail. But I believe I have seen enough. His spiritual pressure increased, causing the ground beneath them to crack and shudder. Natsu let out a yell before he threw his other fist at the king, hitting him directly on his right cheek. However, while his head did budge slightly from the attack, he remained unharmed. Now then, let's see just how durable this power of yours is, Salamander. An arrow fired out from the palm of his hand, crashing into the pink-haired mage and causing him to roll across the ground. He tried to get off the ground, but Waiwak promptly grabbed Natsu by his hair and slammed his knee onto the Dragon Slayer's face, before lifting him up by his neck and delivering a powerful punch across Natsu's face. The Dragon Slayer sent soaring through the crater upon Waiwak, releasing his grip. Far from finished, Natsu encased his body with flames before he took off into a run. The Emperor pointed his index finger at Natsu, the Dragon Slayer dodging the oncoming rays of light firing from the Quincy before he leapt up into the air and tried to land a flaming kick, but the king dodged to the left as Natsu crashed down. Turning around, Natsu proceeded to throw punch after punch, each one evaded with similar ease before the Emperor backhanded the Dragon Slayer across the crater. Natsu was quick to get to his feet and let out a loud roar before he ignited the bottom of his feet, the Dragon Slayer taking off like a rocket. Fire Dragon's sword ho dash! Only for the Kaiser to grab him by the face as he took off into his own sprint and slammed him right back where Natsu had just taken off from. Natsu tried to kick him again and again, but his attempts to free himself were futile. Cocking his arm back, Waiwak let go of Natsu in order to properly strike him, but the Dragon Slayer dodged underneath the blow. He rolled out of the way and quickly rose up to his feet before he attempted to strike the king with another iron fist, but he was promptly backhanded yet again by Waiwak. Natsu's feet skidded across the ground before he jumped upwards, and tried to attack him once more. Fire Dragon's Claw! However, as Natsu came in with his kick, the Emperor once again pointed his hand at Natsu, a ray of light blasting into Natsu and causing him to roll across the ground like a tumbleweed. As he tried to get up, Natsu noticed a looming shadow, the Dragon Slayer jumping to his feet and prepared to go in once more. Crimson Lotus. Whack! A left backhand, then a right. Natsu's head moved to and fro with each strike the Kaiser delivered, the Dragon Slayer now completely on the back foot. As another backhand struck him, Natsu dodged under the blow at just the right second and prepared to unleash a Fire Dragon's crushing fang, only for the Quincy to knee him hard into the stomach and for him to be sent tumbling away once more. Natsu panted and gasped for breath, the Dragon Slayer's body having taken quite the beating despite the non-magical nature of his attacks. Man, just who the hell is this guy? I haven't ever been in a fight this one-sided since I challenged Guildarts. If this keeps up. Natsu shook the doubt from his mind almost instantly as he remembered Lil Tato's terrified face. No. No, you can't give up. No one should ever feel like that in the guild. I don't care how strong he is, I won't let him get away with it. Natsu's flames burned even hotter, his protective feelings for his friends causing his magic power to skyrocket as he glared at the man responsible for their discomfort. From his place at the bottom of the crater, he noticed the king slowly making his approach, that same smug smile present on his face. That tears it. This'll teach him to mess with Fairy Tail. Breathing in as deeply as he could, even inhaling the flames that had come to passively surround him over the course of the fight, Natsu built up what had to be the strongest breath he had ever prepared. He didn't care if this attack was going overboard, he didn't care if he got chewed out for burning royalty to a crisp. Natsu prepared to unleash his attack, the Emperor of Bosco only a few feet away. Fire Dragons! Ria's eyes widened considerably as she sensed the power that the Dragon Slayer was building up, the same going for Jonathan. Your Majesty, look out! This attack is nothing like the others. Roar! A massive torrent of flame spewed from Natsu's mouth, engulfing Waiwak and spewing out of the large crater and into the sky above. It blasted outwards for miles, destroying hundreds of trees until the attack finally ceased. Holy shit! Bambietta exclaimed as the attack subsided. I didn't think Natsu could ever release an attack like that. Much as she hated to admit it, it was far beyond anything she could have hoped to have mustered at the moment. Lil Tato clenched her fists right in front of her chest, the Quincy gazing down towards the Dragon Slayer. Natsu! Natsu took several deep breaths as he glanced towards the slowly dissipating smoke. Okay, maybe he had gone a little overboard with that last attack, but at least now it was finally over. Impressive. I actually felt some of the heat of that last attack. Natsu's eyes widened as the smoke finally cleared, the Quincy monarch having not moved even an inch from where Natsu had initiated the attack. His clothes were scoffed and scorched in a few places, but nothing more. Natsu's eyes widened as he took a step back. That's impossible. Ria let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. Gerard chucked at her response. You didn't seriously think an attack like that would have injured His Majesty now, did you? Rhea huffed. Of course not, don't be ridiculous. I was just worried we'd have to find an impromptu tailor for his uniform before we head off to Crocus. Making a new outfit as elegant as his isn't what you would call easy with the short amount of time we'd have. Regardless, that last attack was truly something else. Leobaro admitted as he started at Natsu. None of the mages in Bosco's previous military had that sort of power. If he's already at this level of strength, then he could be either a truly invaluable ally or a terrifying enemy in the future. Jonathan finished as he glanced over towards his lord. I see now why His Majesty is so interested in these fairy tale mages. Like I suspected, it wasn't their current strength he's concerned with, but their potential for the future. The Grand Master said to himself internally. Now then, Wiwak said as Natsu a step or two back. Let's see if Natsu, move. Recognizing the voice, Natsu immediately followed their instruction and jumped out of the way, the Kaiser slowly turning around just in time to witness Urza Scarlet, now clad in her Armadura fairy armor, rushing in to swing her blade against his chest. The king moved to block the attack with his right arm, but it scarcely mattered. The blow emitted a bright green light as Wiwak was sent flying into the far end of the crater, his body impacting hard against the earthly walls. There he lay, with a long cut running against his uniform, and a thin trail of blood leaking from his chest and arm. The Scout's Staffel gasped. Gerard's seemingly everlasting smile turned into a frown while Leobaro gripped his hands in fury. Rhea's left hand covered her mouth, while Jonathan blinked in disbelief. She cut him? Holy shit, she actually cut him! Bambietta screamed. She didn't think it was possible, but yet, here and now, Urza had gone above and beyond all expectations and actually injured the Quincy monarch. Lil Otto could help but smile, and for the first time since the Quincy monarch had made himself known, she felt hope well up inside of her. Urza! All right, Urza! Candace as she threw her fist into the air, the onlooking members of Fairy Tale cheering her on. Did you see that? I didn't even see her move. That must have been the armor she used to beat Jalal. It's gotta be. So cool. She's got him on the ropes now. They've got this in the bag. Urza, however, wasn't so easily convinced. Yes, she had managed to finally damage the Emperor of Bosco, but the wound was superficial at best. Hardly what one would consider a decisive blow. Still, at least now I know that he can be hurt. Urza thought as she prepared both of her blades. It'll be difficult, but with Natsu's power in his new form, we should be able to. So, that is Armadura Fairy? Truly, it is a magnificent armor. It seems it was a mistake on my part to try to block it without the use of blood venet. Slowly Wiwak emerged from the hole that had formed in the crater before he took a hand to his wound and gazed at the blood. You should consider it an honor, Titania. Only 3 others have ever managed to draw blood from me. It seems that from this moment on, I'll have to take things a bit more seriously. Urza's eyes didn't leave him for a second. So he wasn't using his full power up until now? I suppose it makes sense, given what Bambi and Lil told me. I can see now why they were so terrified of him. But I won't let him intimidate me. I have to finish this. For the guild, and my friend. Before she could even finish her train of thought, her eyes widened considerably as she looked at her own blades, each of them sliced in twain. They're broken. When did, however, just a mere fraction of a second later. She felt a sharp pain across her own chest, Urza taking a step back as she yelped out in pain. She glanced down, her armor now having a cut running down it from shoulder to hip, much like she had done to the Emperor, a slight trail of blood leaking from the wound. What on earth? Don't look so surprised, Titania. Urza glanced over to the king, the man holding her 2 blades in his rightmost hand before dropping them to the ground. Meanwhile his left hand now held a sword with a long handle, eagle-shaped crossguard, and a long, straight blade with a slight curve at the end and the blade's ridge completely absent. I simply paid respect to your power. Your Armadura Fairy is a fearsome armor indeed. So I decided to respond in kind with my own personal sword, Adler Kalange. He took a step forward, then another before he spoke. Now, Don't you give up hope and despair, fairy tale. Urza felt her body shake for a moment before she shook her head and cried out, two more blades like the one she had before summoned in her hands, as Natsu began to coat himself with flames before the pair yelled in unison as they rushed towards him. Sword and fist attempted to strike at the Quincy monarch, but it was utterly useless. Urza attempted to thrust one of her blades at Waiwak, the Kaiser batting it aside with ease with his own before he ducked underneath a flaming punch from Natsu and responded in kind by hitting the Dragon Slayer with a palm thrust, the mage sliding back before he rushed back in, this time with a fire-infused kick. Fire Dragon's Claw. Waiwak grabbed the Dragon Slayer's ankle as he attempted to strike him, swinging the Dragon Slayer at Urza, but Urza leapt over her comrade in an attempt to slice at Waiwak's chest, only for the blade to harmlessly clash against his skin, the Emperor finally having opted to using blood venet for defense. Natsu kicked Waiwak in the head, the Quincy lessening his grip enough for Natsu to escape and to wail away at him with his fists. Urza came rushing in, her sword complementing Natsu's strikes as the pair attacked in tandem. But despite their attempt at teamwork, each of their attacks was evaded or parried with little effort, the frustration between the two mates growing with each strike. Waiwak swung his right hand back, Natsu and Urza tumbling towards the ground before they got up in unison and separated. Urza attempted to attack the monarch from his left while Natsu attempted an attack to his right. Fairy Burst. Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. The two guildmates, clad with a bright green light and burning flames respectively, slammed into the king, the Kaiser reaching out with both of his hands to stop their attacks right in their place. He then proceeded to knee Natsu in the stomach, and hit Urza with a punch to her face, the red-headed wizard collapsing to her knees before she got to her feet and swung both of her blades, but the king of the Quincies simply dodged under her blow and with a mighty backhand, sent her flying to the other end of the crater. Natsu came in with another barrage of fists, each aimed at Waiwak's face, but as he moved his head from side to side, easily avoiding the onslaught, he kicked Natsu hard in the stomach, sending him right towards Urza. Natsu rolled across the ground and quickly sprung to action, Urza right at his side as they attempted to rush the king, but before they knew it, he had managed to suddenly appear right before them and grab them by their faces and slam them to the ground. Urza attempted to thrust her blade at his face, desperate for victory, yet Waiwak managed to bat it aside with his left arm and slam his foot down on her, further cracking the chest plate of Armadura Fairy and causing Urza to cough up blood. Erza! Natsu cried out as his flames of emotion built up even more, the Dragon Slayer kicking the Quincy Kaiser hard on his stomach, his new burst of power strong enough to force the king off of them before Natsu glared at him before he prepared for his next move. Fire Dragon's Dash. But before he could finish, a large Heilig slammed into Natsu and sent him flying out of the crater and all the way to the other side of the East Forest, a line of destroyed trees left in its wake. Natsu, Happy, Lil Tato, and several others shouted. Damn, you! Urza panted as she had gotten to her feet before surrounding herself with magic as she let out a loud cry of defiance. This was it, all or nothing. She was going to place everything she had into this attack. She flew across the torn battleground, but as she closed the distance, a large Heilig slammed into her. Her armored feet ground against the earth as she struggled to hold it back, but before she could fully deflect the current projectile, another arrow slammed into her. She fell to her knees, gasping, and just as she looked up, 3 more massive arrows had been fired her way. She barely rolled out of the way, rising to her feet only to notice 5 more arrows had already been fired and were only mere inches from her. No, it's too late. She attempted to raise up her swords to defend herself, but the first arrow had already struck her, shattering the armor coating her hands, the second one shattering her blades as she had attempted to block them, and the final one struck her right in the chest, shattering the chest plate as the arrow sent her flying to the other end of the crater and impacting her on the earthy terrain. Urza's vision blurred as she weakly emerged from the crater. She took a step forward, then another, before she fell forward, and collapsed to the ground. Her eyes fluttered as she gazed at the king, as she struggled to speak. Damn it! I'm sorry, Natsu. Her eyes closed, the queen of the fairies finally knocked unconscious. No, Urza. Bambietta gasped out. Even with Armadura Fairy, damn it, I knew this was a bad idea. I just fucking knew it. That was their best shot and now it's all over. Waiwak gave a slight nod of his head towards the fallen knight. You fought admirably, Tishana. But I'm afraid I have more important matters to attend to. With that, he was gone, the Emperor of Bosco having used Hiran Kyaku to make his way towards Natsu. Whispers began to make their way throughout the guild, many of which came from people Bambietta regularly associated with. He beat Urza? I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it. Macau said, his eyes wide with shock. Tell me about it, I didn't think that was possible. Bisksa added. Urza. Myra Jane uttered, her hand covering her mouth. No one, not Laxus, not Mistogan, or even Makarov could have hoped to have defeated her with such ease, especially with her latest and greatest armor. Just, who was this man from Bosco? Momo quickly headed down to the crater to begin healing Urza back up, the redhead having easily taken the greatest of the beatings amongst everyone involved. Makarov could only look away. Fortunately, no one thus far had taken anything akin to life-threatening injuries. They were battered and beaten certainly, but at least they would live. He could only hope Natsu would go down sooner than later. Happy, however, slowly floated over the crater, his eyes focusing purely on where Natsu had been sent. Natsu. There was no way around it, he was worried about the Dragon Slayer. How could he not, after the beating he was taking, and now it seemed as if the king had every intention of carrying it out? No, he couldn't just watch anymore. He took off into the air then, flying as fast as he could into the forest. Don't worry Natsu, I'm coming for you. Natsu couldn't help but groan as he slowly tried to get up to his feet. Oh man, that guy's spells really back a punch. It was safe to say that things had most certainly not been going according to plan. Natsu had just hoped he could have intimidated the man out of the guild, but he hadn't been in the least bit concerned when he had decided to accept his challenge. Surprised, sure, but worried? Not at all. He and his friends had faced overwhelming odds again and again, so why should this have been any different? But it seemed that this time, things were different. Everything that they had used to overcome overwhelming odds in the past was failing. His flames of emotions, their teamwork, and never-say-die attitude? The new sources of power that he, Lucy and Urza had obtained in the Tower of Heaven? None of it was working, even a little bit. Things had remained the same as they had been since the very beginning. They were simply outmatched. He looked down at his body, the scales from before having now vanished. That strange power he had gotten from the Tower of Heaven had seemed to have finally run out. Now he was back to square one, and with very little magic left to boot. Could he really pull this off? Natsu clenched his fists before he shook his head. No, damn it, stop thinking like that Natsu. You're a member of Fairy Tail. Besides, what would Igneel say if he saw you like this? Snap out of it, dig your feet in, and take him down. Well now, it seems that your indomitable spirit is still intact. How interesting. Waiwak appeared right before his eyes, appearing in a manner very similar to Bambietta and Liltato's technique. It seems that your will may be even more indomitable than Ichigo Kurosaka's. I'll have to be sure to remember that. Natsu snarled. Look, I don't know who this Ichigo guy is, but I know that move anywhere. Are you a Quincy like Bambi and Lil? Waiwak smirked. Am I a Quincy? The Emperor of Bosco chuckled slightly before he smirked at Natsu. Salamander, I am the father of all Quincy. He looked down to his own hands then, reminiscing of a past he had well over 1,000 years ago. Yes, the father of all Quincy and so much more. Natsu took a step forward. Yeah well, I don't care what you are, you're scaring my friends. So I want you out of my guild, and out of my town. Waiwak raised an eyebrow. Oh? You're still more concerned for them than your own well-being, even during the midst of battle. You're damn right I am. Natsu yelled at him, I don't care if you are the first Quincy, their former guild master, or the emperor of some country, or whatever. Nobody makes my friends feel uncomfortable in our guild. And do you really think you have the power to beat me, even after all this? The king of the Quincy asked. It's not a question if I can do it, or if I can't do it. Natsu cried out as his body was engulfed in flames. I will do it. Natsu lunged forward, rearing back his right hand to try to punch the Quincy monarch once more, only for the king to utter a unheard word as a massive white sphere appeared before him. Natsu didn't stop however, and crashed right through the spell the king was casting, preparing to punch him one last time, only for Waiwak to slam his fist against Natsu's chest, the dragon slayer rolling across the ground until he came to a hard stop next to rock of some sort. Ow! What was that all about? Natsu asked as he slowly got up. He turned around then, looking at what he just hit, only for his eyes to go wide. Before his very eyes was a gravestone, standing right before a small straw hut. Wait a minute, this is... Natsu stuttered. How had he even gotten over here in the first place? Listena's grave was supposed to have been on the other side of Magnolia? Had the Quincy Emperor's attack sent him that far back? Well, isn't this a quaint little place? Waiwak stated as his eyes gazed over towards the gravestone. It seems to me that you're quite familiar with it. Should I assume then it has some sentimental value to you? Look, I don't want to do this here. Natsu told him bluntly. Oh, and why should I heed your words, Natsu Dragneel? Waiwak inquired. Were you not the one who initiated this challenge in the first place? None of that matters right now. Natsu shouted at him. I told you, I don't want to fight, he dash. Crack. Natsu quickly glanced back at the gravestone after a flash of light emitted from Waiwak's fingers. Natsu's eyes widened as he quickly took notice of the small hole in the gravestone he had placed there, the Fairy Tale Guild emblem having been completely destroyed. Hey! I said I didn't want to fight here. Natsu demanded. And just what are you going to do about it, son of Igneel? Waiwak demanded before another flash of light shot out from his fingertips, leaving yet another hole in the gravestone. Stop that! Natsu demanded, his flames of emotion picking up once again as he ran towards Waiwak. However, the Emperor of Bosco didn't so much as bother to spare him a second glance, and casually backhanded him away before he fired yet another hole in the grave. I said stop! Natsu shouted, the dragon slayer jumping high into the air as he tried to crash down onto him with a flaming fist, only for the attempt to be met with the same result, as he was backhanded yet again. Do you see it now, the folly in your attempt to defy me? Waiwak inquired as half of the gravestone was completely destroyed, and a small hole was left in the small hut he and Lisena had made all those years ago. Natsu's eyes slowly widened as he looked at the new hole in the house. The gravestone was one thing, he could simply buy and make another one if he had to, but that hut was something he and Lisena had made together. It wasn't something he could try to replicate with money or his own two hands. It was one of a kind, and the Quincy King was ruining it. Stop it! Once more he tried to run forward, but before he made any ground, Waiwak had smashed the gravestone to pieces with a casual kick before he glanced over towards the hut. Tell me, just how much does this place mean to you, Natsu Dragneel? Before Natsu could give any sort of answer, an arrow of light burst out from Waiwak's hand, leaving a hole several feet wide within the sentimental hovel. Memories came rushing to him then, of a time when he and a close friend had found a strange egg. Lisena smiled as the two of them gazed out into the beautiful sunset outside of the small hut they created, Natsu cradling the large egg in his hands. Her hand outstretched to cover one of his, before she asked him a simple question. It would be nice if we could stay like this forever, don't you think? Don't you dare, don't you lay another hand on that. Natsu declared as his entire body clad itself in flames, the dragon slayer trying to concentrate as much magic as he could around his body before he blasted off from the ground. Fire dragons dash! Only for another arrow of light to slam into him, the Rishi forming the weapon forming into bonds of light, forcing Natsu to roll across the ground as he looked back at Waiwak, the Emperor of Bosco pointing his finger at the hut. No, please, don't! Natsu shouted as he tried to get up onto his feet. He fought against the bindings that held him in place as best he could, but despite his best efforts it wasn't enough. Come on, come on! You can't let him destroy that Natsu. You just can't. He began to berate himself. You have to do it, for her sake. Remember this moment well, Natsu Dragneel. Waiwak proclaimed as his left index finger began to glow. This is the price one pays, for defying me. Stop. But it was all for naught. A flash of light completely covered what little remained of Listena's gravestone and the hut, leaving nothing more than a smoldering crater left in the wake of the Quincy King's blast. The home that they had made together, it was completely eradicated. No. Natsu barely spoke, his voice almost a whimper as the reality of the situation began to finally kick in, and memories of the past began to overwhelm him. It was raining, the sky filled with dark gray storm clouds, and forcing the rest of the inhabitants of Magnolia inside to seek some sort of shelter. One Natsu Dragneel, however, chose not to. In fact, the last thing he wanted to do was go back to the guild. Myra Jane had only moments ago told him that he was nothing more than a liar, that dragons hadn't been seen in over 100 years. That Igneel was nothing more than a figment of his imagination. To make matters worse, Gray had joined in on the teasing, resulting in him storming out of the guild hall. He didn't care how wet he'd get by the end of it. Right now the last thing he wanted was to see them again. "You're going to catch a cold, yeah no." Natsu Dragneel slowly turned around, surprised by the voice. A young girl with white hair and blue eyes slowly made her way towards him, a bright red umbrella shielding her from the torrential downpour. Natsu had seen her around the guild a few times, but this was the first time she had ever interacted with him. Well, he didn't see any reason to not speak with her. "Oh, hey, what was your name again?" Natsu asked. She responded by giving him a small smile. "I'm Lisena, silly." Oh, now he remembered. "That's right, you're Myra's sister." Natsu responded. A small bit of worry worked its way into his mind. Was she just going to continue to pick on him like her sister had? Lisena's smile grew, if ever so slightly. "You got it. So, why are you out here? It's cozy inside." Natsu glanced away, not sure if he wanted to bring up the fact that her big sister was the reason why. "MHMMMM." He mumbled, unable to find proper words to respond with. Yet, despite this lack of response, Lisena didn't seem all that bothered by it. "It's okay, you don't have to answer that one. So Natsu, is it true that you were raised by a dragon?" "That's incredible." Natsu turned around to face her. She was still smiling at him, her eyes closed. Did she actually believe him? "His name's Igneel," he answered. "I'd love to see one for myself someday," Lisena told him. "It sounds fun." Natsu couldn't help but smirk, the little boy placing both of his hands behind his head. "Sure is. Igneel's awesome. I think you'd really like him. He's super strong and big as a house." His excitement began to overtake his former gloom as he continued. "He taught me all the Dragon Slayer magic I know, wanna see?" Lisena smiled. "Sure. But let's get out of the rain first." From that day onward, Natsu had made a dear friend. "Hey Lisena, what are you doing?" Natsu inquired as he and Happy approached her. Ste was kneeling in front of a small wooden cross that was jutting out from the ground, a pair of flowers laying at its rocky base. "Just leaving some flowers for Big Brother's parakeet," Lisena answered. "Did your brother build that gravestone all by himself?" Natsu asked. "Yeah, he did," Lisena admitted before she clasped her hands together in prayer, her eyes closed. "He loved his parakeet very much." She then turned around to properly face them. "Hey Natsu, if anything happens to me, will you make my gravestone?" "Huh? What are you talking about?" Natsu asked, his confusion evident in his tone. Happy, however, felt a bit more concerned by her choice of words. "Are you going to go where the parakeet went?" he asked worriedly. "Cut it out," Natsu yelled, his expression now irate. "It's bad luck to talk like that, and creepy." Lisena shied away a little at his tone. "You know, someday everyone needs a gravestone of their own." "I said to stop talking like that." Something was wrong. As Natsu and Happy slowly made their way inside of the guild hall, they had almost immediately noticed the change in its usual atmosphere. Gone was the good-natured feel of it all, or the chaos fun caused by its guild brawls. Almost everyone seemed to look dejected in some way. Neither Mako nor Wakaba were taking in their usual merriment of drink. Gray looked downright depressed, and Natsu couldn't ever recall a time she had ever looked so sad. But as he looked over to Myra Jane and Elfman, the usual manly member of the guild was completely sobbing, far worse than he ever had when his precious parakeet had passed on. Myra Jane wasn't faring much better, her tears falling down her face like a steady stream. "I can't believe she's gone," one member of the guild said. "Yeah, I just wished she could have had a proper burial." Natsu's eyes widened as he looked about the guild as the reality of the situation slowly began to set in. Where was she? Where was Lysina? She wasn't anywhere on the lower floor. She wasn't here. No. They couldn't be talking about her. They just couldn't. He felt a firm hand on his shoulder then, as he turned around, he could see Master Makarov, the guild master's face lacking any of its usual joy. "Natsu, there's something you need to dash." "No, she can't be dead," Natsu shouted, the young man running towards Elfman and Myra Jane. "Please, she can't be gone. She can't." Yet, as he ran towards them, deep down, he had already known the truth. She was gone. It had been several days since that day. Lysina's funeral has come and gone, but the pain has still lingered. Myra Jane in particular had seemed to have completely changed. Her entire brash and abrasive persona had seemed to have died the same day as her sister had. Elfman had seemed to handle himself better, though everyone could tell he wasn't quite himself just yet. But Natsu, well, there was simply something he wanted, he had to do before he could even think of moving on. That's why he was here, right before the small hut they had made together, as a large gravestone made of marble had been erected, the fairy tale guild mark right atop its surface in a beautiful bouquet of flowers laying at its base as the sun set over the horizon. He hadn't gone alone however, as Happy stood right next to him. "Hey, Natsu, why did make a grave for her way out here when there's already one at the church cemetery?" The cat couldn't help but ask. "Because this was one of her favorite places," Natsu responded sadly. "She loved to sit and watch the sunset. As long as this is here, she'll never miss a single one." But now, that could no longer be the case. The home they had worked so hard to create. The place that held so many memories for the both of them. The place where he had laid her to rest. It was where he came to clear his thoughts, when he just wanted some time to himself. When he just wanted to see her again. Where he would talk with her. And now, in a cruel twist of fate, it was all gone. Natsu could only stare at the crater, his eyes beginning to well up with tears. However, what sadness ran through his mind was quickly overwhelmed by something far more intense. An emotion that began to overtake his entire being. Slowly he began to get to his feet, the bindings of Reishi melting away as he simply stared at the crater. No, this wasn't sadness. This was an all-encompassing, overwhelming rage. And then, everything went dark. Waiwak stared down at the Dragon Slayer, the young man simply standing in a clearing in the Emerald Forest. His face twisting in anger. However, at the moment, he was unable to see the Quincy King. At least truly. Right now, the Dragon Slayer was in the midst of a Quincy spell he had set up, the Dragon Slayer having rushed into it foolishly as the battle had begun once they had changed location. But why had the Emperor of Bosco even bothered? The answer was simple, to see the limits of Natsu's flames of emotion. They were, as far as the Quincy King was concerned, an unknowable variant that existed throughout all the timelines he had witnessed in his sleep. In some timelines, it was a moderate increase, in others, far greater. Thus, in order to properly gauge how strong they were to be in the timeline he found himself in, pushing the Dragon Slayer to the brink was a necessity. The Exceed had tried to fly in to help out his friend, but Waiwak had simply used his immense spiritual pressure to prevent the creature from getting anywhere near close. It wouldn't do for any members of Fairy Tail to get seriously injured over any of this, even an Exceed. Not if he wished to procure an alliance with the guild in the future. While he had no doubt that the Dragon Slayer would hold a grudge for the illusion he was currently suffering, the Quincy King didn't consider it even a remote concern. There are many spells that can wipe away memories. All I need to is simply apply one once the battle is over and he won't be able to recall any of. Lysina, you destroyed her grave. Destroyed our home. Waiwak turned around, as Natsu began to slowly turn around to face him. So, that was what the illusion had shown him. Well, he could certainly play along with that. Wywak smirked, deciding to play along for now. Indeed I did. Now, what do you plan to do, Abo dash? But before the progenitor of the Quincy could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt an intense, burning grip on his face, the dragon slayer letting out an inhuman roar as the earth beneath them began to shake and rumble. What? Grunting out from actual pain, his skin beginning to burn from Natsu's mere touch, the monarch of the Quincy placed his left hand on the offending dragon slayers, trying to wrench himself free. Only to find, to his surprise, that he couldn't. Impossible. Then, with an ear-piercing shout, Natsu ran forward, before Wywaka's head was forced through an entire tree, then another, and another as he felt his feet beginning to leave the ground. His arm empowered by blood artery, he tried to wrench himself free once again, but it seemed even this was not enough to free himself from the dragon slayer's grasp. What is this? The Quincy king could help but wonder with astonishment. He had known the dragon slayer's power could have greatly increased based of his emotions, but never once had he considered the possibility that he could actually be overwhelmed. He was then thrown to the ground before a flaming fist slammed onto his face, then again, and again, Natsu's inhuman roaring having not ceased the entire time. The earth beneath the pair quickly gave way, as Wywak found himself being pounded further and further into the ground, his bones beginning to creak with each strike even as he activated blood venet. He tried to blindly aim a high leg feel at Natsu, but the dragon slayer batted the hand away, the errant arrow missing its mark entirely as it shot off into the air. Finally having enough of the surprise beating he was on the receiving end of, Wywak quickly formed his sword in his free hand and swung it against Natsu's chest, the dragon slayer finally releasing the emperor as he went skidding back. Wywak rose up to his feet as he felt himself sweat. Never before in his time in Earthland had he truly been on the losing side of an exchange, even for a moment. Yet in that moment, he truly had lost control. He glanced at the sword, and to further add to his surprise, the edge of his blade had melted from the attack. Quickly reforging the blade with his own Ryotsu to increase its power, he slowly gazed towards the dragon slayer, and once he did, he finally understood what had transpired. Natsu had changed. The upper part of his face seemed to be obscured by shadow, leaving only his piercing, scornful eyes visible, and his teeth had changed into sharp canines. Another noticeable change in place of his hands were large dark red claws, almost molten in appearance, wreathed in flame. Lastly was the flames themselves. His dragon slayer flames had always been destructive, but they were at least controlled, contained. Yet now, they swirled out of his body, chaotic and out of control. Traces of red and yellow were still present, but they were now predominantly black and white, the air itself seeming to burn from its presence. This was no longer the salamander of fairy tale. No, this was something entirely different. Something far, far more dangerous. Wywak narrowed his eyes as Natsu stepped forward, the very earth melting with each step that he took towards him. Ah, I see. So, it would appear that you've come out of hiding much earlier than expected, haven't you? E.N.D. The greatest creation of Zeref simply took another step forward, slowly making his way towards Wywak. He wasn't understanding a word he said. He only knew one thing, and one thing only. He was going to kill the Quincy king, no matter the cost. Chapter 82, Prelude to Armageddon. Well now, this is certainly a surprise, Wywak stated as END continued his slow trek forward. I wasn't expecting you to show yourself so soon, almighty demon of Zeref. But I suppose I pushed you a mite too far to draw out your latent power, so I only have myself to blame. END said nothing, his eyes glaring into the king's. He needn't say anything, as the look he was giving the king said everything. There was nothing but pure, unadulterated hatred etched onto his face, and nothing more. Yet despite this, there were no loud cries of revenge, or swearing to avenge his friend. No, this was one of the rare instances where the Dragon Slayer found himself completely silent. The Quincy King had already taken precautions, blood venet activated. Out of all the beings that dwelled within Earthland, END was among the very few that Wywak considered a true threat to himself. Fortunately, it seems that only a small portion of its power has awakened. I'll have to respond in kind, the king prepared to fire several Heilig Feel from his fingers. But for now, let us see what you are capable of. Ether Eos Natsu Dragneel. The flames surrounding the Ether Eos swirled around him, building up into a chaotic vortex of hellfire. END gritted his canines together and then, after a snarl, he lunged forward, striking out with his right claw. The demonic claw slashed at Wywak, the Quincy King blocking with his left hand before he skid back several feet as he grunted out in pain. His eyes glanced over to his arm, the limb covered in first-degree burns and scrapes. I see. So, it's as I suspected. Not even blood venet will be enough to fully protect me. I'll have to exercise more caution. I'll make you pay. END attempted to slash at him again, the Kaiser responding by firing a Heilig Feel at the demon. However, END simply swatted it away before roaring in anger and delivering a powerful kick to the king's stomach. Letting out a gasp of air, Wywak tried to slice at END with his blade, but the demon dodged underneath and delivered a blow to Wywak's right cheek. Almost instantly did Wywak swing his sword in retaliation, slicing the demon across the chest. However, despite his blade cutting into the demon's flesh, no blood came from the wound. High-speed regeneration. Wywak pondered before his eyes narrowed at the cut, quickly noticing the seared flesh. No. He simply cauterized the wound to prevent any bleeding. Die. END cried out before taking off in a burst of flame, the Quincy Kaiser only just managing to raise up his sword in time to defend, the ground beneath them cratering as sword met claw. The king swung his sword to force the demon back, but the Ether Eos was relentless, and quickly burst back into the fray, punching Wywak hard in the stomach before attempting to grab at his face. The Quincy King took a step back before slicing his sword at END yet again, slicing against his chest once more before firing a Heilig Feel at the demon. The Ether Eos grabbed the arrow as he was sent back before he promptly crushed it in his claw. END let out a monstrous roar as he came charging in, the arrows fired from Wywak's fingertips not slowing him down in the slightest. The king attempted to swing his sword to cut the demon, but END leapt above the strike and kicked downwards, the impact of his kick causing the ground beneath Wywak to shatter into a larger crater. Grunting with some effort, the king managed to fling E.N.D off of his blade. Let's see how you handle this, Wywak stated as he crossed his hands together. Heezen. A transparent, rectangular beam of light emitted from Wywak's hands, slamming into the Dragon Slayer as he had taken off into a sprint. The demon gnashed his fangs together before, with a mighty shout, he spewed off a blast of flame from his mouth, melting the attack and hurtling right towards Wywak. The king batted away the flames, only for END to have already closed the distance. END grabbed at the king's arms and held them to the side before he let out a loud roar and slammed his forehead against Wywak's. The king let out a grunt of pain, but the Ether Eos promptly head-butted the king again and again, each one shattering the ground beneath them as the forest quaked. Finally, having enough of this, the Emperor kicked END hard in the chest before he swung his sword, the demon blocking the attack with his volcanic left arm just in time, only for the king to grab onto E.N.D's throat and throw him to the ground. He raised his sword high and thrust downwards, expecting to have to perform some first aid on the soon-to-be incapacitated Dragon Slayer. Clang. To his immense surprise, END had somehow managed to stop the blade. His fangs clenched onto the edge and the blade itself began to melt before the Dragon Slayer spewed out a gout of fire from his mouth, forcing the Emperor of Bosco to cover his face. END then slammed both of his feet into his stomach, sending him back several feet. As Wywak shook his head to try to place the demon, he noticed the looming shadow over him and reforged his blade to block a downward strike from END, the two tunneling down into the ground as END kicked him into the earth. Down the two went, but as the pair continued their descent, the king was not idle. Moving his spare hand across the tunneling earth, Wywak finished the preparations for his spell with an incantation. Leicht hand der Erde. Massive hands of light spewed forth from the tunnel where Wywak's own hand had touched, reaching down and grabbing END before flinging him out from the hole in the ground. However, as the constructs tried to connect with him once more, the demon took a quick breath before blasting out flames from his mouth, destroying the hands of light, only for Wywak to come in at blinding speed in an attempt to cut him down. As he moved in for an attack, END generated flames around the soles of his feet to shoot upward before he then sped back down towards the king. Thinking fast, The king vanished from E.N.D's vision before appearing at the bottom of the forest floor. "It seems that I have no choice but to be a bit rough with this one," Whack muttered as END landed and began to make a mad dash towards him before the king disappeared from sight yet again, appearing behind END, and slashing at the demon's back. Satisfied with the pained cry in response, Whack sidestepped E.N.D's counterattack and slammed the pommel of his sword into the back of the demon's head, sending him tumbling forward. "Power you may have, but you lack the clarity to use it properly," Whack claimed as END leapt up into the air and crashed down towards the king, who evaded once more in a flash. He turned around, preparing to slice at the demon once more, when a molten hand reached out and grabbed hold of his weapon, stopping both it and him in their tracks. "He's already adapted to my Hyrenkyaku. I'll just have to." But before his line of thought could finish, END snapped the sword in his hand, and Whack was forced to step back from a slash aimed at his face. His feet skidding across the ground, Whack fired several Heiligfeel at END. The first 3 hit their mark, the demon grunting out in pain from each blow before he surrounded himself with fire, the arrows disintegrating once they made contact with his element. END then gnashed his teeth together before the solace of his feet burst with flames, sending him hurtling towards Whack. More arrows were fired at END, this time filled with additional power. While the attacks were more effective, each one managing to damage him to some varying degree, END nonetheless rocketed through the barrage of arrows and grabbed Whack by his throat, hurling the two of them through several acres of forest. Kicking hard on E.N.D's stomach, the demon's grip was released, but not before he slashed at the king, sending him onto his back. The Quincy monarch was forced to roll out of the way as END crashed down where he had once been. The emperor had just gotten up to his feet when E.N.D's flaming palm grabbed Whack's face before E.N.D's brought it down to his knee. The demon continued to slam the emperor of Boso's face onto his knee 2 more times as Whack tried to force the demon off of him with his left hand, only for END to bite the hand and slammed Whack to the ground, the strongest of Zeref's demons letting out a mighty shout before he punched at the Quincy king and devastated the ground beneath him. Far from satisfied, E.N.D proceeded to wail on the fallen king several dozen times, his fists slamming repeatedly into Whack's face. Managing to find a moment to concentrate enough, the king finally managed to reforge his sword and swung it hard, the attack sending E.N.D high into the sky. Whack rose again just as a crash resounded before him, END having landed. Whack fired a massive Heiligfeel at the demon, forcing him back before END pivoted and jumped above the arrow into the air, hoping to drill his opponent into the earth once more, his right hand imbued with flame. Inferno Dragon's Iron Fist. With the ground beneath Whack already beginning to melt, the king of the Quincy decided to opt for a proper defense. His blood vein extended out from his arms and shot into the ground, creating a force field that surrounded the king and effortlessly blocked the attack. "It's useless, Aetherius Natsu Dragneel." Whack watched as END continued to try to break up the force field with his spell. Blood Vene Anhoben creates a barrier far more powerful than blood on its own. You'll find that, not only will your meager spell not be enough to penetrate my defense. Vein-like extensions erupted from the barrier that Whack had erected and shot out towards END, slowly covering his entire body. But it also acts as a means to tear my opponent apart and expand blood Vene into their body. The king of the Quincy had no desire to kill END with this technique, but at the very least, he'd be able to restrict the demon's use of his right hand. The veins began to spread further and further up E.N.D's body, only to cease entirely. Then, to Whack's surprise, they burned away. "What? He's burning my blood?" The king realized before all of the veins that had traveled onto E.N.D's body had been completely melted away, with the flames now stretching back to the force field. They harmlessly clashed against the construct of light, but the demon was far from finished as he began to prepare for his next move, his flames concentrating on his left elbow. Inferno Dragon's Flame Elbow. His left claw empowered by the flames on his elbow, the demonic hand slashed right through the barrier, Whack's eyes wide with surprise as END prepared to slash his flaming claw right down the middle. Heiligurpfaller. From the ground surrounding the king, 8 blades of light sprung up and fired towards END. Each blade cut into the demon as he was flung away, the blades stretching outwards before they warped and slammed the demon to the ground. END let out a loud roar, and with a swing of his right hand, All the blades embedded in his body shattered before he got up to his feet, his flames cauterizing the wounds once more. Wywak narrowed his eyes. It seems that you are every bit the threat that I deemed you could be, and he created a sword in one hand as his spiritual pressure continued to rise. From this moment on, it seems that I'll have to start taking things a bit more seriously. As it stood, things were starting to spiral out of control. The air itself was filled with an intensely dry heat, the entire forest slowly losing all of its moisture to their battle. Nearby trees were beginning to wither and dry up, and from the corner of Wywak's eye did he notice a nearby pond evaporating at an alarming rate. Yes, he was lucky indeed to have moved this battle as far away from Magnolia as he had. And, for his part, simply snarled before letting loose a thunderous roar and dashing forward. The demon didn't know why that man was calling him that name. He didn't care. He just knew that this bastard had disrespected Listena's grave in front of him, and now, he was going to pay with his life. Okay, what the hell am I sensing? Bambietta asked her fellow Quincy and surrounding Reggae as she gazed back over towards East Forest. Is that fucking Natsu? She demanded. She couldn't believe it if it was, the Dragon Slayer's power skyrocketing to such insane heights that he made her full power in her prime look like nothing by comparison. It is, but, how? Rukia asked. Right now his powers shot up well above even Captain Yukatak's. I didn't think it was possible for mages to get this strong. Momo replied as she continued to heal Urza among her friends. That wasn't to even speak of just how dry everything felt. Sure, it wasn't anywhere to the degree of when Yamamoto had unleashed his Bankai during the Wandenrika's first attack on the Siritai, but the fact that they could feel Natsu's flames from this distance was concerning. Even Ulquiorra was taken aback, his eyes wide. He didn't want to admit it, but at the moment, it was even greater than his own in Segunda Etapa, and if anything, it was more akin to the form Ichigo Kurosaki had undergone to defeat him. No, as things stood, it was getting even stronger. Does the power of one's emotions allow for such a feat to be possible? The Arrancar pondered. Holy shit. Okay, note to self, do not get on his bad side in any future guild brawls. Candice exclaimed. Because I don't want any of that. Something's wrong though. Lil Tato mentioned, her face wrought with concern. His power, it seems, different. Well yeah, no shit Lil. It's freaking gigantic. Bambietta responded. Lil Tato shook her head. No, I don't just mean the size. You probably haven't noticed it because you're not around him as often as I am, but Natsu's flames and magic usually exude warmth. Fierce, yet protective. But this power. Even from this distance I only sense hatred and sorrow. Bambietta narrowed her eyes. Come to think of it. Yeah, I sense it too. Like, it doesn't even feel like magic anymore. It's not like a hollow though. No, this feels different. Rukia nodded. Yes, I agree. But I've sensed something similar before. This feels like, it's from hell. Everyone glanced over towards Rukia. Hell? Are you sure? Are you absolutely certain? Momo asked. Rukia slowly nodded her head. I thought that I was just imagining things when I first sensed it, but now I'm sure of it. It's a very similar feeling. My original actually ran into several denizens of hell. No, she actually went there. So yes, I'm sure of it. Bambietta sighed. First Wywak comes over for a visit with the Scoots Staffel, now Natsu's got hell energy. Man, as if this day wasn't exhausting enough. What do you think any of this means? Candice asked Lil Tato. Lil Tato clenched her fists, before she took a silent gulp. I don't know. However, she shook her head as a steely gaze overtook her. I'm going. Bambietta gawked at her suggestion. You're going? Lil, that's practically suicide. I know you can sense what's going on over there. We get too close and we could die. Lil, I hate to agree with her, but she's right. Candice said. We can already feel some of the heat from over here. We might fry to a crisp if we get too close, and that's not even counting all of that insane spiritual pressure. Lil Tato shook her head. I don't care. I can't just sit by and watch by the sidelines anymore. Lil Tato demanded. I can't, no I won't, let him take Natsu from me. You have nothing to fear, Lil Tato. I'll be heading over to check up on it myself. The group of three turned their heads as Makarov made his way towards them. But while I understand how you feel, it is too dangerous for me to allow the rest of you to come with me. Therefore, I ask that you remain here while I check up on them. I wish to participate if you'll allow me, Master Makarov. Ulquiorra said as he appeared with a flash. The level of power I'm sensing, it needs to be checked out by at least one person who can appropriately sense it. I should be able to withstand the heat better than the others with my Hyro. While normally Makarov would have insisted that he could have handled this on his own, having someone more familiar with the power set from the world that the Quincy's had originated from would no doubt be beneficial. Very well, let us head forth and make way towards them. This has gone on long enough. However, much to Ulquiorra and Makarov's surprise, the two didn't move from their spot. It wasn't as if there was some force preventing them from moving at all, but rather, they felt a completely overwhelming desire to remain still. I don't understand. Makarov asked himself internally. I need to go help Natsu. I can't just stay here. I am the master of this guild, and therefore his safety is my top priority. Yet despite this rousing internal speech that he had given himself, nothing had happened, his feet remained firmly planted. Was he frozen in place by fear? He glanced over towards Ulquiorra, the Arankar having a similar problem. Something was going on, there was no doubt about it, but just what that was, the guild master of Fairy Tail had no idea. Lil Tato wasn't taking their lack of action lying down however. What? You guys got cold feet all of a sudden? Well fine. Then I'll just dash. However, just as she took a single step forward, the former stern Ritter found herself in a similar circumstance, as her body seemed to wash over with a strong urge to remain where she was. What is this? Lil Tato pondered. No, damn it all, don't tell me I'm getting too scared to help him too. No, I told myself I wouldn't abandon anyone ever again. Move. Come on you piece of shit, move. Yet despite all of her internal pleading, she simply remained as she was. The Scoots Staffel meanwhile were having a conversation of their own. Lily Barrow and Gerard in particular looked rather serious. Things are getting out of hand, Leal stated as he sensed the battle between his lord and the Dragon Slayer. I know that His Majesty wished to witness the full capacity of the war potentials, but the fact that he is struggling at all means that the situation has become dire. Gerard nodded his head. Verily. We should head to His Majesty to assist him immediately. Do you believe that we should accompany you? Rhea asked. Nay, Gerard answered as he shook his head. The two of you have yet to fully master your shrift and holy forms. As you are now, you'd just get in the way. For now it would be best for the two of you to remain here and continue to ensure that no one else will follow. Leal Barrow said as he and Gerard prepared to leave. For if they were to do so, their lives may become forfeit. The two Quincy vanished then, Rhea promptly turning around to face the Grand Master. Jonathan, you've been uncharacteristically quiet throughout this. What's wrong? Jonathan turned around to face Rhea and gave her a small smile. You always could tell when something was amiss ever since we were children. Nothing is wrong, per se. I'm just mulling over all of the potential outcomes of our current predicament. In the best case scenario, things will proceed exactly as planned. And the worst? Rhea asked with concern. Jonathan's smile vanished. Then we'll be left with no choice but to take over Fiori and Fairy Tail by force. Assuming His Majesty could win at all. An inhuman roar came from E.N.D's mouth as the Dragon Slayer slashed across the Emperor's stomach with his right claw, his uniform and chest now slowly dripping with blood as his feet skid against the ground. Letting out yet another roar, the demon charged in for another attack, only for his claw to be parried by the Emperor's sword and for the Kaiser to promptly fire a high-leg feel from his hand. It blasted END in the chest, sending the demon back before Wywak rushed in, his sword at the ready. END dodged the first strike aimed at his throat, then another that had tried to slice at his chest before the Quincy king fired an arrow to the ground, blowing up dust and obscuring his vision. Whack thrust his blade into E.N.D's left shoulder, but the demon growled before delivering a slash across Whack's face, the king taking a step or two back before END slammed his fist right across Whack's face. Inferno Dragon's Iron Fist. The king staggered back before END leapt into the air, his legs engulfed in fire. Inferno Dragon's Claw. The demon crashed down on Whack, the emperor swinging his sword to properly block the attack before END landed on his hands and knees. Inferno Dragon's Sword Horn. The mightiest of Zeref's creations slammed into the king, the pair burrowing through an entire mountainside before the king grabbed Natsu by the face and fired an arrow at the demon point blank. The first blow caused the demon to grunt in pain, the second to loosen his grip, and the third to finally release the king outright. As the Aetherius shook his head, woozy from the attacks, several more arrows had been fired from Whack's hand. 10 arrows hit the Dragon Slayer directly and blasted him out of the hole the two had created in the mountain, the king using Hiran Kyaku to appear right behind END and slash him horizontally on his back. The demon snarled before he swung his claws at the king, his trusty blade blocking the attack as his feet dug into the ground. Fist and blade clashed then, the shockwaves devastating the forest as entire acres of trees were cut and burned through the exchange. Utilizing blood artery, the king of the Quincy swung his sword. END dodged underneath the blow, the shockwaves of the attack stretching outwards to the sky, before cleaving an entire mountain in two. Before he could begin to ponder his next move however, END was already preparing his own, a massive amount of fire building up in his belly, preparing to blast it out. Inferno Dragon's Roar. An immeasurable amount of searing, white-hot flames spewed from E.N.D's mouth. Knowing that defending against such an attack would end poorly, Whack decided to use Hiran Kyaku to evade the attack. The king turned to witness the devastation of the attack, his eyes widening. There was an enormous, gaping hole in one of the mountains surrounding Magnolia, the sheer heat of the burn leaving a perfectly circle-shaped hole where most of its mass had once been before the mountain began to cave in. Well then, so much for keeping destruction of the local area to a minimum. No doubt he would have to request his daughter to come visit the devastated forest. In the meanwhile, however, he had more important matters to dwell on. Most importantly, surviving. A powerful slice of E.N.D's claws, then another, both impacting against his blood venae, the attacks began doing slightly more and more damage with each strike. After going in for a third blow, Whack parried the claw strike with his sword, before giving END an uppercut with his spare hand before firing a large Heiligfeel at him. The large arrow carried him a bit before and let out a blaring roar, the sound wave shattering the arrow of light, only for 5 more arrows to slam into him. Damn it! I won't lose. Rolling across the ground, END punched the ground with his right hand, embedding his fist within the dried soil. Whack raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by this seemingly random tactic. Realization struck just before several pillars of flame to burst all around the Quincy king. The flames burst outward, engulfing the Quincy king in a mighty explosion. END stared into the blast, waiting to make his next move, only for Whack to appear right before his eyes, skin scorched and burned, with sword raised above his head. END moved both of his hands above his head to block the strike, the sword clashing against his demonic claws and slicing all of the nearby trees in half. Whack then pointed his left hand at END, pelting him with arrows. While individually they were a bit lacking in power, they more than made up with in sheer quantity, as thousands of the light arrows slammed into him. END roared out in pain before he let out a thundering shout and surrounded himself with flame, which formed into a massive barrier of fire. Whack smirked. Well now, this certainly takes me back. The king of all Quincy's looked at the demonic fairy tale mage and his chaotic flames as they stretched high into the sky, his mind superimposing a young, and equally merciless and mighty Genri Usai Shijikuni Yamamoto over the Aetherius. It's been so long since I've encountered such a worthy opponent, E.N.D. Whack yelled, his face filled with an elation he had not felt for thousands of years. I don't care what you want, END muttered before his flames intensified. I just want you dead. Just then, 2 massive flame-like claws emerged from E.N.D's back, and shot forth. His eyes widening, Whack tried to block one of the claws with his sword, only to find himself losing ground as the gigantic flaming claw sent him through tree after tree. Switching from blood vein to blood artery, the king was finally able to force the flaming limb off of him, only to be struck hard by the other claw, sending him soaring high into the sky. Clasping his hands together and then separating them, countless arrows appeared behind him, filling the sky as if they were the very stars themselves. He lifted up his right hand then, before swinging it down. Sternen Lichtschwall. 1,000,000 arrows of light descended upon End, the demon snarling before he began to bat them away with his two gigantic flaming claws. Many of them were deflected by the massive limbs of flame, and what few broke through were simply battered away by E.N.D's own hands and feet. However, 1,000,000 arrows was simply too much for even someone of E.N.D's power to simply bat away, and eventually, he was overcome by the massive barrage. Wywak smirked as he landed, having expected the battle to have finally made significant headway, but four massive flaming claws burst out from the shadows, the king's eyes widening from the unexpected counter-attack. He placed his left hand to the ground, erecting a massive cross of light. God's Chaos Child. The massive cross of light formed and managed to fully block the initial attack, yet as two more flaming claws burst through, the construct of light shattered. Wywak swung his sword to defend against one of the claws, but the remaining three hit their mark, grabbing onto his arms and legs and suspending him midair. The Quincy monarch prepared to raise his spiritual pressure to break himself free, but End had already soared above him, his own two arms wreathed in flame. Crimson Lotus, Inferno Dragon's Fist. Wywak quickly switched to blood vein, and not a second too late, as the barrage of flaming fists hit the king hard and fast. His body burned and bruised throughout the attack as each of the strikes hit with a force more than enough power to destroy Magnolia. With one last mighty roar, the Dragon Slayer hit the king as hard as he could across the face, the land beneath seeming to erupt in flames as if it were a massive volcano. End stared at the Quincy caught in his grasp. Unmoving. No. No, he wasn't done with this one. Not yet. He hadn't suffered enough yet. Lichtstrahl. A massive torrent of light blasted forth from Wywak's right hand, which he had managed to free during E.N.D's onslaught, forcing the mightiest demon of Zeref to finally let go of him as the blast sent him through an entire mountain range. Wywak fell to one knee, gasping slightly. It seems I've underestimated you slightly. A mistake I'll be sure to rectify. He waved his left hand to the side, as a massive bow, about 1/4 of a kilometer in length formed above his head, with 5 equally massive Heiligfiels ready to fire. Sankt Bogen. Wywak simply extended his hand before each of them fired at the Dragon Slayer. End thrust his hand outward, a massive wave of fire flowing outwards, but the spiritual arrows were too massive and powerful to be melted as they pierced through the wall of flame and slammed into End, the blast shaking the entire forest as all 5 arrows bore End into a nearby mountain, before they erupted, destroying it, and all of the surrounding nature that was within range of the massive blast. Wywak narrowed his eyes as he tried to sense for spiritual pressure. His power has only managed to increase the longer this battle has gone on. It's already slowly encroaching on a level akin to that of Ryujinjaka. If this continues for much longer. But before he could further ponder, End burst out from the massive dust cloud and crater his technique had created. He was far from uninjured, the creation of Zeref now adorned with cuts and bruises aplenty, especially compared to what he had had earlier, blood dripping all over its body, but it still wasn't the result that the Quincy king had hoped for. He moved his hand to the sky, his eyes closed as white bolts of lightning began to surround him before he opened up his eyes. Gottlicher Blitz. A massive bolt of lightning fired down from the sky, striking End just as he landed onto his feet. The demon tried to get up to his feet, but the emperor was far from finished. Taefundelicts. A massive gale of water and wind burst from his hands, the force of the attack uprooting trees that had been anywhere even remotely close to the battlefield. E.N.D didn't move his ground however, as he built up flames to surround his body. Inferno Dragon's Roar. Flames clashed with water and wind, and while it initially seemed as if they were evenly matched, the Quincy king's attack eventually won out, putting out the massive stream of fire and colliding with End, the weather around them resembling that of a hurricane as the trees bellowed and the ground filled with water as the Dragon Slayer found himself engulfed in a blazing vortex. However, a deafening roar emitted from the Dragon Slayer, and a burst of flames put out the element as his magic power continued to increase. Cocking his right arm back, END flung a massive fireball at the Quincy Emperor, Whack promptly firing a Heilig Field to intercept the attack. The two attacks cancelled each other out, shaking the entire forest once more. However, not wanting END to get even a moment of reprieve, 10 blades of light spewed out from the ground, the king of the Quincy narrowing his eyes as the attack narrowed in on END. Heiligerpfaller. But as the blades of light came barreling in, E.N.D clasped both of his hands together before a massive ball of fire, several times his own size, formed above his head. Inferno Dragon's brilliant flame. The gigantic orb of fire was flung down towards the monarch, shattering the blades of light as it made contact and throttled downwards to its target. Whack fired Heilig Field after Heilig Field, the attacks merely stalling the massive ball of fire before it erupted in a massive explosion, destroying several mountains and shaking all of Ishgar. After several minutes, the dust cloud cleared to reveal a tremendous crater stretching as far as the eye could see and seemed endless in depth. The Quincy king was at the very bottom, surrounded by the force field of Blood Vene Anhoben, though it was riddled with cracks. The king narrowed his eyes as he tried to place E.N.D's location. That was too close for comfort. Had I not used Blood Anhoben at the last second, that attack could have inflicted serious damage. I suppose it's time to stop playing around and time to put an end to. Crimson Lotus. Whack eyes shot wide open, the dragon slayer suddenly upon him, now surrounded by a gargantuan vortex of fire, the size of it helping it to resemble a large Quincy monarch promptly crossed his arms and braced for the worst as E.N.D attacked with his claws. Exploding flame blade. The titanic, swirling whirlwind of blaze slammed against the barrier, with the torrents of fire slamming against it over and over, each strike cracking it even more before it shattered completely, exposing Whack to the onslaught of one of E.N.D's most powerful techniques. Despite having Blood Vene active, the flames burned and seared at Whack's flesh, the king of the Quincy gritting his teeth to hold back the pain as he withstood the vortex of fire. His spiritual pressure dipped before he was sent flying into the air, his mouth eliciting a silent cry before he fell to the ground, unmoving. E.N.D took a single step forward, then another as his flames melted the very earth surrounding him, his every step sinking into the ground. "Oh, it seems you're still alive," the demon mocked as he took another step forward. "That's a mistake I'll be sure to rectify." He walked over to the king, his entire body ablaze before he glared down at Whack's prone body. "Now, dash. Away from his majesty, foul demon." But before END could even register what he had just heard, Gerard Valkyrie had tackled him with his right shoulder, sending the demon back several feet. He snarled, and was just about to run towards the interloper, only for him to be blasted with an ethereal bullet, the attack sending the demonic fairy tale mage far into the forest. Leo Barrow sighed as he landed next to Gerard. "Honestly, must you always announce your presence to the enemy before you attack them? I'd have had a much better shot of ending this sooner had you not given away our potion." Gerard let out a hearty laugh, favoring his seared shoulder. "Forgive me, my old friend. I suppose some old habits are just too hard to get rid of." Leo sighed before shaking his head. "And this is why His Majesty placed myself as the leader." Gerard looked back at his old friend. "Oh come now, we managed to move him away from His Majesty, so what more could we have dash?" Any further banter was cut short by a gigantic pillar of flame bursting out from the forest, along with an inhuman roar. Instantly, Gerard's smile faded from his face as Leo Barrow prepared his rifle once more. "Get out of my way!" E.N.D yelled out as his flames burst out around him. "Go at him as you please." "I'll line up a shot," Leo Barrow told his comrade. Nodding in agreement, Gerard took off in a sprint, his sword raised high above his head. "For the glory of His Majesty!" he cried out before he jumped high into the sky before he proceeded to swing his sword down at END. "Have at thee!" The muscular Quincy's blade clashed against E.N.D's demonic arm, the dragon slayer growling before he forced Gerard back and went in for a strike with his flaming claw. Gerard blocked the blow with his shield before thrusting his sword forward, but E.N.D grasped onto the blade before it could pierce his stomach before he slammed a flaming kick right into Gerard's stomach, the large Quincy crashing through several trees as a result. END looked over at Gerard and bent his knees, preparing to pounce on his new foe, only for a powerful impact to blast him on his abdomen, the demon flying through several trees before he ground his feet against the forest floor. Grrrrrrrrr, E.N.D growled as he glared towards the direction of the attack. Leo Barrow narrowed his eye as he prepared his next shot. Interesting. The new captain commander aside, no one has ever been hit by 3 of my Heilig Feel and survived. Leo Barrow fired from his massive sniper rifle once more, as the demon came charging in, the ethereal bullet hitting E.N.D square in the face and causing him to roll across the ground before he quickly got up. So, he was going to shoot him from afar, huh? Fine. He could play that game and fry him to a crisp. Inferno Dragon's Row dash. I think not. Once more did Gerard Valkyrie come charging in, but this time the demon was ready for the attack and stopped his charge by extending out his right claw, before digging his digits into Gerard's shoulder. The Quincy forced E.N.D's head upwards as he spewed out a massive burst of fire, his hand burning from the contact. Grunting through the pain, Gerard slammed the pommel of his sword against E.N.D's face before slashing down his chest. The cut was extremely shallow, and, like Waiwaka's attacks before, the heat of his flames quickly cauterized the wound. Gerard couldn't help but grin. Oh ho! Looks like we've got a sturdy one here. Well, I suppose he'd have to be in order to give His Majesty as hard a time as he was. Now, have at you, worthy adversary. E.N.D aimed his burning fight fist at Gerard's face, the muscular Quincy blocking it with his shield as his feet ground against the forest floor, right before E.N.D had jumped up into the air, and slammed down onto Gerard with both of his feet, the attack sending them both deep underground. Leo sighed. So much for lining up a shot. As the pair continued to tunnel downward, the pair finally stopped when they arrived in an underground cave of some sort, Gerard forcing E.N.D off of him with a swing of his blade before he went in for another strike. E.N.D dodged to the left of the initial sword strike, then the right, before ducking underneath a forward thrust and uppercut the Quincy. Gerard flew right into the ceiling of the cave, but with a mighty shout, he charged down from above and swung his blade at the demon. E.N.D blocked the attack with his right claw, before slashing his other claw down Gerard's chest, his claws going deep into his chest. Gerard grunted as he looked down at his wound, his left hand running over the wound before he looked back at E.N.D. Ah, a good strike. He then gave the demon as wide a grin as possible. But you will have to do better than. Inferno Dragon's Wing attack. The twin torrents of flame slammed into Gerard, sending him through one of the cave's walls. As E.N.D went charging in, Gerard came running out from the cave as well, his sword clashing against the demon's claw as the entire cave shook from the exchange. Gerard swung his sword several more times at the demon, but E.N.D promptly grabbed onto his sword arm with his right hand, before he slammed his fist into Gerard's face with his left. Gerard tried to wrench himself free, but the demon's grip held firm, as he continued to strike him across the face, his mask shattering. After the 10th or so strike, Gerard slammed his forehead against E.N.D's before he slashed him across the chest 4 times, the wounds cauterizing almost instantly. Despite his burning forehead, Gerard went in for one more strike, only for E.N.D to somersault over the attack and slash Gerard across the back. Grr. Tough bastard, aren't you? Gerard replied as he tried to swing his blade in retaliation, only for E.N.D to slash him hard across the face with one of his claws, before he knelt down to his hands and knees. Inferno Dragon's Sword Horn. The impact happened far faster than Gerard could have anticipated, the pair shooting upwards out of the cave and promptly out of the ground and into the sky. Gerard managed to force the demon off of him, but it didn't seem as if the monster was done yet. Inferno Dragon's Claw. The following kick sent Gerard crashing to the floor below, E.N.D landing shortly after. Letting out a vicious roar, the demon charged at Gerard, the Quincy warrior brandishing HS blade once more as he went in for another charge, but N simply grabbed the blade before he began to clench it hard in his claw, the blade slowly beginning to crack. Then to E.N.D's surprise, Gerard began to smirk. Ah, I see that you've managed to damage my Hoffnung, but was that really wise? Before the demon could fully grasp what Gerard was saying, his body was littered with cuts, the blonde Quincy kicking him away with a sly grin. My sword, Hoffnung, is a sword of the people's hopes come together. When it breaks, their despair is reflected onto Dash. Inferno Dragon's Iron Fist. Rushing in at intense speed with the flames burning at the solace of his feet, Gerard had only just enough time to block the oncoming attack with his shield, only for it to shatter upon impact as he was sent flying through several trees. The blonde Quincy tried to get to his feet, but END crashed onto his body and began to slash away at him with reckless abandon. Gerard tried to block the onslaught as best as he could, using Hoffnung to block all the attacks. With each blow did the sword chip more and more, the demon receiving damage in turn, only for each blow to promptly heal due to his flames. I wouldn't believe it if I wasn't seeing it with my own eyes, but Hoffnung's ability is being rendered completely useless. Gerard realized as END raised both of his hands above his head. Inferno Dragon's brilliant dash. Only for the Dragon Slayer to be sent flying away as a powerful blow impacted on his skull, sending him flying about several miles away. Gerard woozily got up to his feet as Leal appeared right next to him with Hirin Kyaku. "I've never seen you so utterly thrashed by an opponent before," Leal said as he knelt to his knees to prepare his next shot. "Care to explain how this came to be?" Gerard began to dust himself off. "What's there to say? He's strong. Remarkably so. I've never faced a foe who could shrug off Hoffnung's ability." Leal glanced over to Gerard. "Then at this point I believe it would be wise for you to simply stand on the sidelines. You'll simply get in the way of my ability to properly aim my dash." Inferno Dragon's roar. A massive torrent of flame came bursting out from the forest, Leal and Gerard's eyes widening with shock as they used Hirin Kyaku to avoid the attack. Leal landed about a half a mile away, trying to sense for the E.N.D's location. "Come now, foul beast, where are dash?" His eye widened as he sensed a looming shadow, the Quincy jumping back just before END landed right where he had been mere seconds ago. Never before had anyone managed to react to his Hirin Kyaku so easily. Without warning, the demon lunged at him, his claws at the ready. Leal fired off a shot, then another, each of them hitting the flaming monstrosity that Natsu had become, but he paid his injuries no mind as he slashed at the elite Quincy. Hirin Kyaku had helped Leal avoid the strike, the Quincy preparing to line up another shot with his rifle, but the demon was faster than he anticipated as he quickly closed ground. More shots were fired, this time the demon dodging out of the way of the attacks before he swung his claw, slashing the rifle in two. What? He broke diagram ram? Leal realized before he dodged out of the way of the next strike. More shots were fired, but much like before, the demon of Zeref evaded the attacks, this time leaping into the sky before he spewed out a quick burst of flames from his mouth. Leal jumped back, firing more Heiligfeel at the Dragon Slayer, but this time, the flames surrounding the demon shot out like tendrils, stopping the bullets before they even made impact. Don't tell me that he's adapting the longer this continues? Leal realized as he ran his left hand over diagram ram, fixing the rifle and concentrated his energy for an especially strong Heiligfeel, the attack slamming END right in the stomach and sending him careening into the forest. The sniper couldn't help but smirk slightly, only for that smirk to completely vanish as End had quickly burst out from the forest and with a mighty punch, sent him through a small hill. Groaning, the leader of the Scout's staffel got up to his feet, and took note of the charging END. He lined up his shot with diagram ram, firing at him repeatedly. At first, it seemed as if the attacks wouldn't have been enough as End continued to approach, until more Heiligfeel had joined the fray. Glancing over to his right, he could see Gerard had appeared right beside him, his bow formed as he fired his own volley of arrows at the demon. Hundreds of arrows slammed into the demon, and, with a mighty shout from Gerard and concentrated effort from Leal, the two fired their own massively large arrows that merged into one, slamming into END and sending him about a mile away. Gerard let out a hearty laugh. "Ahahaha. I do believe that was our first successful unison raid. Excellent. With that, the demon should surely be." Several large and intense pillars of flame shot out from the ground, each as tall as a skyscraper as END burst forward and grabbed the two members of the Scout's staffel by the faces before he slammed them to the ground and continued to run, the earth itself melting as he ran through half of the forest before finally tossing the two of them into the side of the mountain, the two cratering its side. The both of them groaning from pain, both Leal Barrow and Gerard Valkyrie exited from the mountainside, before the pair glanced over towards each other. This isn't working," Gerard muttered. Leal nodded. Agreed. Fighting him without either the full power of our Shrifts or our Volstandig is a hopeless endeavor. I know that His Majesty ordered us to not use them so as to not reveal how much we have managed to maintain from our previous life and to maintain the element of surprise, but at the rate this is going. What have I told you, Stern Ritter, in the past about interfering with my battles? The two members of the Scout's staffel glanced above, their king floating above them as he stared at them, frowning with a slight glare. A million apologies, Your Majesty. Leal Barrow spoke as he got to one knee. We simply believed you may have needed our assistance in this battle was all. Gerard quickly followed in Leal's example. Yes, sire, we simply thought that you. I was merely testing out the limits of E.N.D's capabilities while he's fighting in this lessened state of being. I had hoped that using a portion of my power would have been enough to eventually subdue him, but it seems his growth while in this state has exceeded my expectations. From this moment onwards, Wywak said as he landed in front of his two subordinates. I have no choice now but to use half of my full power to put an end to this quickly. Sankt Bogan. Like before, a massive bow formed above the king before it fired down a massive arrow just in front of the Quincy monarch. This one seemed different from the others, however, with an elongated arrowhead in its shaft, spine, and fletching acting like a makeshift handle, the Kaiser having used this very same weapon to execute head Captain Yamamoto. Be honored, E.N.D. Only one other has had the distinction to have faced this weapon. Scharfrichter Pfeikalinge. Wywaka's spiritual pressure spiked then, the two members of the Scout's staffel promptly retreating in a blur of movement as E.N.D took a furious step forward with the ground cracking from spiritual might and melting from the intense heat. You're still alive, you, destroyed, listen as grave. Now, I'll kill you. The demon proclaimed as his flames spewed out in all directions. E.N.D cried out as he took off like a rocket. Wywak however simply extended his right arm outwards and opened up his palm, the demon stopping right in its tracks as it was held in a telekinetic hold. Using Sankt Bogan yet again, the massive bow promptly fired off 10 massive arrows as they slammed into Ziref's most powerful creation, the demon crying out as it rolled across the ground, his blood falling to the ground before he snarled. Natsu roared in fury before he burst with flames and broke free of the telekinetic grip on him, and ran towards Wywak. More massive Heilgfeel fired upon E.N.D, but the demon simply leapt from massive arrow to another, quickly closing the distance between him and the Quincy king. He jumped up into the air, his flames burning with intensity as he swung his hand down hard. Inferno Dragon's crushing fang. Holy Blade and Demonic Claw clashed, as flames spewed out in massive pillars surrounding the pair before E.N.D let out a roar of fury and began to swing away wildly at Wywak. The Emperor sidestepped and parried each of the attacks, before blasting E.N.D with a large Heilgfeel, the demon holding back the massive construct before he sent it upwards, where it exploded in a massive burst of light before the demon fired flames from its feet to close the distance. The Kaiser, however, had a different plan. Heiligvela. A massive torrent of water seemingly made of light came hurtling towards E.N.D. The monster took a deep breath before crying out, Inferno Dragon's roar, which blasted right onto the oncoming wave. However, the water swiftly took over the flames and swept up both E.N.D and much of the forest before the demon's flames intensified and evaporated the surrounding water. Heisen Sparefutter. Just then, 100 massive rectangular intangible cubes of light, each the size of a 10-story building, came crashing towards E.N.D, the demon catching and promptly melting one of the light rectangles in one hand, while doing the same with his other. He caught onto 2 more, before he proceeded to bat away the building-sized constructs, but just as he finished destroying the final one, Wywak clapped his hands together. Unendlicher Lichtsturm. A dome of seemingly infinite light surrounded E.N.D before they began to fire on him in mass, firing millions upon millions of blasts of light. E.N.D tried to bat them away with his own claws as best as he could, but the attacks continued without end, the barrage eventually overwhelming the demon of Ziref and continuing its unceasing barrage of light. No, I'm not done. E.N.D proclaimed as he slammed his fists into the ground, creating multiple pillars of flame that shot into the sky and disrupted Wywaka's technique before E.N.D leapt upwards and came crashing down, his fists focusing themselves on his right elbow. Inferno Dragon's flaming elbow. The king blocked the attacks with sharp Richter Fehlklinge, before swinging the blade down E.N.D.'s chest. Blood spewed forth from the wound, but just like the other wounds, it was quickly seared with flames. END snarled as he went for a flaming claw strike, but Wywak simply grasped onto the claw with his spare hand, preventing the attack from connecting before he slashed the demon back with his blade. Roaring out with fury, END rushed towards the king of the Quincy, the demon spewing a blast of flame from his mouth which Wywak deflected with his massive weapon, only for E.N.D to grab onto his face and have furious flames burst forth. However, Wywak had promptly kicked him in the stomach for the attack, his sword swinging down to meet Natsu's claws as the ground beneath them shattered before the pair took off into the sky. "Get back here!" END shouted as he swung his right arm, hundreds of fireballs shooting out from the fire he had projected. Despite not expecting that the demon could produce such a volley of attacks, the king countered with his own barrage of arrows. Flame and light clashed amongst the sky, with each exchange looking akin to a massive firework. Yet END seemed far from finished, soaring through the massive barrage to strike at Wywak with his flaming claws. The king countered in kind with his blade, the two rapidly exchanging blows. 10 strikes. 20. 50. 100. It seemed the contest of strength would never end until Wywak decided to vanish from E.N.D's sight before slashing downward at the demon's head with Hyrenkyaku, the demon blocking just in time before he crashed into a massive pit. The king smirked as he landed. "Are you quite finished, END? Or do I have to dash?" 4 limbs of flame sprouted out from the hole in the ground and attempted to grab Wywak, but the Kaiser's new blade slashed through the attacks with ease, slicing through the flaming limbs like butter before he landed on the ground. However, 6 more flaming limbs emerged from the hole, Wywak evading the first few attempts with Hyrenkyaku, slicing through another 2 with his new blade and finally swung his sword hard to fire off a wave of light, destroying the remaining 4 limbs as they headed his way. "Die!" END proclaimed as he jumped out from the hole and surrounded himself with flames. Inferno Dragon's Sword Horn. The demon took off in a flaming tackle, attempting to destroy the king of the Quincy, but Wywak seemingly vanished before his very eyes, appearing behind him with Hyrenkyaku, and his right arm severed from his body. END howls out in agony as he crashed to the ground, writhing in pain. The king promptly turned around. So it seems that was significant enough force to dash. Only for a flaming arm to burst from E.N.D's bleeding shoulder and shoot right towards Wywak. The king sidestepped the attack before he sliced the makeshift limb in 2, but E.N.D had taken advantage of this momentary distraction and kicked him from behind, the pair sliding across the ground before END grabbed onto Wywak's head and slammed it to the ground. "Now die, you bastard!" END cried out before he slammed his fist down on Wywak's body, then using his artificial flaming arm before he proceeded to deliver a barrage of blows, each one sending the Emperor deeper into the ground. "Die! Die! Die! Die!" END continued to shout before it raised its right claw high into the air. "Die! Slitch!" Only for Wywak's blade of light to pierce E.N.D's stomach, the demon gasping out as blood poured from his mouth before Wywak rose to his feet. Scuffed, but unharmed. "You fought well, but it's about time I put an end to this conflict," the king proclaimed before slicing the demon across the stomach once more time, this time the force of the attack sending Natsu flying through the sky until he finally landed on the ground, rolling through several rocks and finally coming to a complete stop. Wywak simply stared at the demon, uncertain if the fight was truly over. Giving weight to his concerns, the demon stretched out its hand before it dug into the ground, bleeding profusely as it wobbly got up to his feet. "No. No, I won't stop. I can't. You destroyed Listena's grave. And for that, I'll kill you." From his back did 2 enormous black jagged demonic wings emerge, the dragon slayer slowly getting up to his feet as his power continued to rise and let out an inhumane roar, almost shattering the eardrums of Gerard, Leelbaro, and Wywak. "This isn't good," Leel proclaimed as he took a step back. "His Majesty keeps on striking him down, but the demon only continues to get stronger." Gerard raised his right arm in front of his face to protect himself from the immense heat. Verily, his ability to continue to get stronger is akin to the miracle. I knew that he was strong, but this is insanity. Whack narrowed his eyes as the demon continued to increase in power. I see. So, your power truly will continue to grow indefinitely until you are rendered unconscious. In that case, it seems that I have no choice but to come at you with the intent to kill. The demon's eyes snapped wide open, and then, letting out a furious battle cry, he took off into the sky and flew towards the king. Yet as the demon closed the distance between them, the monster only a few feet away from him, the king did not look the least bit concerned. Various constructs of light, littered with Roman numerals, fell from his hands and sank into the ground. Behold, the most powerful Quincy spell in terms of offense and defense. Kirchen lied, Sankt Zwinger. 10 Quincy crosses burst forth from the ground in a large circle around the Kaiser, with a large ring of light surrounding them. Now, be torn apart by God's light. A massive ray of light burst out from the construct and into the heavens, blasting out past the stratosphere and covering End in its brightness and burning the dragon slayer's very skin. The demon of Zeref screamed out in agony as the light continued to burn him. However, End grit his teeth before he blasted his flames outwards as multiple claws of flame grabbed at the Quincy crosses making up Sankt Zwinger and slowly began to melt them. Whack narrowed his eyes as he reached into his pocket and slowly pulled out a pure white medallion with the Wandenreich cross in the middle of it. No, I think not. It's about time I finally rid you of those demonic flames. A stream of darkness burst forth from the device, and as it came into contact with the destructive fire, the blackness swiftly overtook the flames that had stretched out and covered E.N.D.'s body, the dragon slayer letting out a muffled cry as the darkness consumed him. Until then, silence. 10 seconds. 20. 30. For the Quincy involved it seemed as if time had stopped, until finally, the darkness subsided and Natsu fell to the ground with a resounding thud, all traces of his demonic form completely vanished. Both members of the Scout's staffel let out a sigh of relief, before Gerard let out a laugh. Ahahaha. As expected of His Majesty, he was no match for you once you began to truly put forth effort. Leal smiled as he bowed to his king. Indeed. It seems that there was no need to fear E.N.D after all. Especially now that his power has been stolen. That is incorrect, Leal Barrow. He was, and still is, every bit the threat I had feared him to be. The two Quincy glanced over towards Whack, the man glaring down at his medallion. Your Majesty. I don't understand. Leal said with some confusion. You were able to defeat this creature with only half of your strength. How could he still be considered a threat to one such as you? The Kaiser glanced over towards the pair. And do you believe that was the limit to his power, Leal? Whack shook his head. It was not. Up until he had started to create those wings of flames, we had only bore witness to approximately a third of its might. Had his strength exceeded its halfway point, then without the use of the Almighty, I fear that at least half of Ishgar would have been destroyed before I could defeat him. Gerard titled his head in confusion. I mean, that's impressive and all, but you stole his power, so it's not like we have to worry about it ever again, right? The Emperor of Bosco simply lifted up his hand, revealing the medallion that had stolen E-Flames, and the two elite Quincy gasped at what they saw. The once pure white cross was scorched, and what little white remained was slowly beginning to melt, no different than vanilla ice cream on a hot summer day. That's impossible! Leal yelled, aghast at what he saw. You made that medallion specifically to seal away E.N.D's flames, so why then is it melting away? It should be no different from when you stole Zanka no Tachi from the Captain Commander. Whack shook his head. Your confusion is understandable, but you misunderstand the situation entirely. Yamamoto's flames destroy that which they come in contact with on a physical and spiritual plane. E-flames, however, while not initially as hot, are more destructive in nature, because they burn on a conceptual level. They are flames that can burn away anything. Immortality, time, space. All of these things and more are susceptible to destruction under his curse. I believe that within the hour, the medallion will be completely destroyed, and the power of these flames will inevitably return to Natsu. He then took out several Jinto capsules as he made his way over towards the unconscious Dragon Slayer. Now, fetch me his arm, Leal. I need to act swiftly if I am to properly mend most of his more grievous wounds. I gave Master Makarov my word, after all, and I fully intend to keep it. Snapping out of his surprised stupor, Leo bowed as he made his way towards the detached limb. Gerard, meanwhile, looked about the devastated forest before his eyes caught onto something strange. What's that? He pondered as he tried to get a better look. From what he could gather, it seemed to look like a remote hut and a gravestone of some kind in the distance. Surprisingly, it seemed as if none of the flames had come even remotely close to annihilating the place. Well, isn't that a fine miracle? Still, I have to wonder what a gravestone is doing all the way out here. He glanced over to his lord, the king of the Quincy, patching up Natsu's wounds. Well, since it doesn't seem like His Majesty needs me to do anything, I suppose I'll go and check it out. However, he only took one step in that direction when he heard his lord's voice call out to him. Leave that be, Gerard Valkyrie. Surprised by the sternness in Waiwaka's voice, Gerard looked at him befuddled. Very well. But if I may ask, is it important? It wasn't often the king forbade him from doing anything. The king nodded. It is. More than you could possibly understand. Scratching his head in confusion, but deciding to leave it be, Gerard decided to simply sit down and gazed up into the sky as Leal just found Natsu's arm. Waiwak stopped healing the dragon slayer for a moment, his eyes glancing over towards the grave. So even while in that state, he couldn't allow any harm to come to that sight. It seems that you've truly managed to have forged a mighty connection with him, listened Strauss. Of course he himself had also gone out of his way from destroying the grave during the battle, troublesome as it had become. After all, he understood how the dragon slayer felt all too well. What the fuck was that all about? Bambietta was, shaken to say the least. How could she not, after all of the insanity that she, and probably every spirit-aware being in Earthland, sensed from the ensuing battle? Natsu's power has exploded, reaching a level that had been on par with Yamamoto's in Shikai, and eventually had even improved beyond that. It was sheer madness to think that that goof, the one who started this altercation in the first place, could ever become that powerful. Momo, Rukia, and Candice were simply stunned into silence, not sure how to take this recent revelation. Sure, the humans of Earthland had proven time and time again that they could reach captain levels in terms of power, but to reach this magnitude was an entirely different matter. Ulquira, however, had come to a revelation of his own. I had always sensed something different about him, something inhuman. Until now, I had simply assumed it had been a result of his magic, but now it's evident that that's not the case. The power itself doesn't feel like magic, and his presence. It feels more sinister than any hollow I've ever encountered. Whatever Natsu Dragneel is, it's not human. Lil Tato, however, fell to her knees as she began to weep silently. She didn't know how Natsu got so strong, or why the very nature of his power felt so wicked. She didn't know what caused it, or why His Majesty had indulged in this battle in the first place. She didn't care. Natsu's spiritual pressure had practically dropped to zero, and as far as Lil Tato was concerned, that meant only one thing. He's dead. She despaired as her fingers dug into the ground. Why? Why did you have to challenge him, Natsu? I didn't want you to do this. I could have handled it, I could have left the guild. I didn't, I can't lose you. Worst of all, however, was how she couldn't seem to find the strength to go into the forest to ensure Natsu's safety. No doubt this was because of the overwhelming fear she had towards her former king, but as far as she was concerned, it was no excuse. She was just being a coward, concerned with her own life more than someone she had come to care deeply for. Now Lil Tato was doing everything she could to not let out a shattering cry. His Majesty would no doubt return soon, and when he did, she would have to be on her absolute best behavior. No exceptions. As much as she wanted to cry and scream and rage at the king of the Quincy for what he had done, she knew that she simply couldn't. While she was more than prepared to face whatever punishment would have followed towards herself, she simply could not allow any sort of consequence of her outburst to befall on the rest of the guild. Bambietta, Candice, Urza, Wendy, Lucy, Levy, Jade. All of them and so much more had become something truly special to her. A family. The very thing she lacked in her first life, and what she desperately needed in her second. Now, she finally had it, and she wasn't about to allow her petty emotions to get the best of her. Bambietta and Candace had been quick to notice their close friend's breakdown, and had begun to move to her to assist her as best they could, only for the lot of them to turn their heads over towards Wywak and the Scout's Staffel as they arrived back to the battlefield, an unconscious, but very much alive Natsu in tow. Lil Tato was quick to get up to her feet, and then, in spite of her own fear of the man holding her crush, sprinted towards them as fast as she could. She stopped in front of the pair of them, her eyes glancing over towards Natsu. Is he dash alive? Battered and bruised, but very much still alive, Miss Lampard. Wywak informed her. Lil Tato's knees began to shake as her tears continued to fall before she fell to the ground, openly sobbing with joy that her dear dragon slayer had not yet departed from this world. The Emperor of Bosco set him down gently against the ground, before he took notice of Makarov's approach. As you can see, I was true to my word, Master Makarov. Makarov nodded, trying to remain as stern as he could, though it was clear as day he was overjoyed at Natsu's safety. And for that you have my most sincere gratitude. However, I must know, what was it that transpired? Wywak simply smirked as he walked past Makarov. You have your secrets, Master Makarov, and I have my own. Let's just say that things got a little out of hand, and leave it at that, shall we? Oh, and worry not about the devastation towards your forest. I have someone back in Bosco who can restore it by tomorrow morning. I'll be sure to send word to her soon. The Quincy King casually strolled onwards, as Makarov glared at him from behind. I know there's more going on than what he's telling me. That much is obvious. But even so, I suppose I should just count my blessings that things only went this far. Simply demanding an answer from him would no doubt make things worse. So for now, I'll simply have to look into this matter on my own. Ria meanwhile put a concerned hand on one of Jonathan's shoulders, the young man panting as if he had finished a marathon of some kind. Are you feeling okay? She asked the Grand Master. I've never seen you so exhausted before. Jonathan simply looked back at his childhood friend and smirked as he tried to catch his breath. I'll be fine. I'm just not used to using my ability on people of that level. Jonathan said before he looked back towards Makarov, Ulquiera and Lil Tato as Wywak approached them. It seems as if I've found the limits to my shrift's weakest ability. I'll have to bear that in mind in the future. How about you, Your Majesty? Ria asked Wywak as he approached. That seemed like a pretty intense battle. Her Emperor nodded. Indeed. However, I do believe I'll be in need of a tailor. Contact our seamstress back in Bosco. I'll be retiring to a local inn for the night. In the meantime, see what you can find for me in Magnolia. Ria nodded before she promptly vanished with Hiran Kyaku as Jonathan looked at his king sternly, the young man finally having caught his breath. Was he as threatening as your nightly visions foretold? The Grand Master asked. That and then some, Jonathan. Wywak. The pair walked away from the battlefield. It is as I've foreseen. Should Natsu drag Neil go unchecked, he could be an invaluable ally, or a terrifying foe. And to think, he's only ranked the second most dangerous amongst the war potentials. Jonathan muttered, his right hand holding his chin. I take it that you've already sealed away his memories with Loskin de Spikers. The Emperor nodded. Indeed. It was the first thing I did once I finished patching him up. He won't remember a thing from the last 20 minutes. The last thing he'll be able to recall is landing in the forest away from his friends. Jonathan smiled. That's a relief. In the meanwhile, I'll see what I can do to warm up relations between our forces and this guild, considering how many of the war potentials reside within it. Yes, speaking of which, I'm going to request that we add Miss Marvel to them as well. Wywak stated. I suspect it's because of the potential she's already shown during your battle. Jonathan asked, the possibility having already occurred to the Grand Master while he had watched the earlier battle. Correct. In 7 years' time, she could become a significant threat. Not as much as Natsu Dragneel, but a threat nonetheless. Jonathan nodded. Agreed. I'll see what I come up with. Although, you may wish to free her of her imprisonment now that everything has resolved. Ah, yes, but of course. The king agreed as he glanced over towards his spell still in place. With a mere wave of his hand, Grits was dispersed and Wendy Marvel was free once more. Wendy had continued to pound away at the strange construct until it had recently shattered, the Dragon Slayer clumsily falling to her hands and knees before she realized what had happened. "I'm free." The young Dragon Slayer had no idea what had transpired since she had been sealed away by the spell, the blue-haired mage only having been able to vaguely make an occasional sound or two outside of her confinement, everything coming to her ears as nothing more than muffled white noise. "Then does that mean that dash? Oh, thank God you're finally free." Before Wendy even had the chance to properly recognize the voice as Bambietta's, the Quincy had embraced Wendy in a tight hug. The Dragon Slayer blinked, not expecting her idol to have reacted in such a way. "Be Bambi." Bambietta looked down at Wendy as tears ran down her face. "Listen, unless you don't have any other choice, never, ever, never ever should you try to fight someone that above you in strength, understand?" Yes." Wendy answered in confusion. "Good. Glad we got that all settled," Bambietta said, her expression quickly changing to a huge smile. "Once Lucy wakes up, you, me and her are going out for ice cream." "But, what about everyone else?" Wendy asked. "Don't they need healing?" "Momo and Rukia more or less picked up the slack once you were sealed away. They'll be a bit sore when they wake up, but they'll be fine," Bambietta assured her. The brunette glanced around, looking at her fallen teammates. They were beaten, yes, and certainly not in the best of conditions, but they were still alive. All of them. No limbs were missing, there was no subjugation of the guild, everything was just fine. Granted, that didn't answer a rather huge question she had been wondering for quite a while now. Wywak had claimed since Natsu's bold challenge that he wanted to face Fairy Tail's strongest. Excluding most of the S-class made sense, with most of them having been absent with the sole exception of Urza. No doubt the Thunder Legion had been left out for that very same reasoning. Natsu, Kray, and Gajeel all fit the mold well more than enough, and he more than likely had no need to see the strength of anyone that had originated from their world. But Lucy and Wendy? Sure, they had come quite a long way since their return from the Tower of Heaven, but had they actually reached similar heights? Lucy wasn't too hard of a sell, her full bring having raised up her combat capability by quite a huge margin. But Wendy? Sure, she was far from the weakest member in the guild, but to place her among the best was confusing to say the least. Bambietta sighed. She didn't want to think about this right now. "Well, I don't know how or why, but it looks like everything turned out alright. Miss Basterbine, a word if you please." Bambietta turned around, noticing Jonathan standing only a few feet away from them. Can I help you?" Bambietta asked. "In a manner of speaking. His Majesty wishes to speak with you personally in his quarters." "Alone?" Bambietta blinked a few times, her jaw dropping as she stared at the Grand Master before she finally found her voice. "Excuse me, what?" "His Majesty wished to have an audience with you. Alone. Preferably in the next 5 or so minutes." Jonathan answered. "Oh, that's just peachy," Bambietta said with a forced smile. "Well, I better go find him right now then." She turned around, preparing to leave with Hirenkyaku, but the Quincy couldn't help but gulp and think one last thing before she left. "I'm so fucking dead." As was to be expected, Wywak had taken up residence in Magnolia's most luxurious hotel. While far from top of the line, the inside of the Emperor's room was far more embellished than the apartment that she and Lucy shared. Tepidly, she made her way inside, her mind filled with all sorts of questions that demanded to be answered. Why the hell does he want to talk to me? Me, of all people? It's not like I have some special knowledge he lacks or something, given he knows how and why we're here. Gaya, why can't this day just be over already? Please, take a seat, Miss Basterbine. Bambietta heard Wywaka's voice call out to her. Following his suggestion as fast as she could, the Quincy sat down in a reclining chair, her hands gripping onto the armrest as the door to his bedroom opened up. Bambietta almost had to do a double take. Gone was the regal clothing and crimson cloak, and in its place was a mere colored white dress shirt, jet black cargo pants, and a massive black cape. Okay, it's not exactly much of a downgrade, but man, I never thought I'd see him look so casual. Bambietta thought. Her former king walked past Bambietta before simply sitting down on the opposing couch. This was incredibly different from what she was used to. With the sole 3 exceptions from when he had taken her into the Wandenreich and when she had received her shrift and then back at the Guildhall, Bambietta had always seen Wywak on higher ground than her. And she didn't mean it in a metaphorical sense either. Almost every time he had spoken to the Wandenreich as a whole, it had been from a grand podium, the king always looking down towards his subjects as he delivered whatever speech he had concocted. Even during their grand banquets, he sat atop of his throne. Only Hashwalth and the Scootstaffel had the honor of walking on the same level as His Majesty. To be able to do it right here, right now, after everything that had just transpired was just bizarre. So, how is Fairy Tale? Wywak asked Bambietta as he gazed over towards her. Do you like your new home? Bambietta had expected him to ask a great many things. Intel about the world at large, information about the Tower of Heaven, or anything about the war waged between the 2 factions for the fate of humanity. That had certainly not been one of them. Still, she knew better than to keep Wywak of all people waiting. I like it. I like it a lot actually. Bambietta admitted. I see. But there's more than just that, isn't there? Wywak asked her. Bambietta blinked. Well, he wasn't wrong but... Oh, she may as well be honest, though she still felt the need to ask her next question regardless. May I be frank, Your Majesty? Receiving a nod in return, Bambietta spoke her mind. For the first time in my life, I feel like I finally truly belong somewhere. For taking me away from the hellhole that was my hometown, I'll always be grateful. But the Wandenreich and Silburn never truly felt like home. It was a massive improvement, but I never really felt like I had a family. I had Lil, Candy, Meanie and her. Oh, Baz B too. But that was it. It was a dog-eat-dog world in the Wandenreich. The only reason we didn't try to constantly snatch power for ourselves was because we held you too much in respect. You took us in and gave us a home. But Lil Tato told me about what happened after I died and you went to the Soul Palace. Not that it really mattered, given I was already dead by that point, but I know now my death was inevitable, one way or another. Bambietta then smiled. But Fairy Tale is different. People don't just like me for my strength or beauty, they like me for being me. Everyone here sees each other as a friend, and while I certainly don't really give 2 shits about the random schmucks who work there, I do have friends. People who would fight for me. Die for me, and I'd do the same in return. Fairy Tale isn't just a place where I can go to find work, it's a family. And because of that, I want to humbly make a request. Oh? A request you say? Wywak asked. Proceed. I know that you're making a new Sternritter army. I have no doubt that it'll be incredibly powerful. But I also know that you'd rather find people who are already plenty strong enough to join its ranks. So, if it allows my family to stay safe then. Bambietta bowed her head down. Then I'll gladly pledge myself into your servitude once more, Your Majesty. This was far from her ideal choice, but after everything she had just seen, what more could she do to keep her friends safe? Urza, Natsu, Rukia, Candice, Lil Tato, Levi, Lucy, Wendy, and so many more. She couldn't let anything happen to them after everything they had done for her. If serving in the Neo Sternritter would ensure their safety, then she would have no regrets. I refuse. Bambietta's heart sank. Panicking, she got to her hands and knees. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. She pleaded. I know that I failed you in the past, but there were special circumstances at play that prevented me from dash. You misunderstand, Bambietta Basterbine. Bambietta glanced up at the king, her eyes wide. I do. You and the others seem to be under a misunderstanding that I am here with nefarious intentions in mind with regards to your guild. Is that not true? Bambietta gulped. She wasn't exactly comfortable admitting this, not sure if this was one of Waiwaka's head games that he liked to play every once in a while, but lying to the king was a surefire way to make him upset, so she spoke honestly. It's true. We were deathly afraid of what you would do the moment you entered the guild. That our lives, and more importantly the lives of our friends and everyone's in the entire guild were forfeit. As I suspected. Well, to set your mind at ease for the duration of my stay, I shall inform you that I have no intention of either destroying, nor subjugating your guild. You don't? Bambietta asked. But, that's your whole thing. Realizing how she may have come across, the Quincy bowed. I mean, what I meant to say was dash. He chuckled, sending yet another chill down Bambietta's spine. I understand your concerns perfectly, Miss Basterbine. That was indeed how I was in the past. But, much like you, I have changed since I've come to this world. The hows and whys are a matter for another time. However, my stay in Magnolia is for one simple reason. The guild intrigues me. As do you, Miss Basterbine. Bambietta simply stared at the king as the weight of his words slowly settled in. She opened up her mouth, closed it, opened it up again as she raised her index finger, only to put it down and close her mouth again before she mulled over his words one last time before she spoke. Pardon me, your majesty, but I thought I heard you say that I intrigued you. So could you please repeat dash? You heard me correctly the first time, Miss Basterbine. Waiwak interrupted her. Bambietta was about to simply stare at him once again before she shook her head. But why? I'm nowhere near as strong as I was back at home. I'm not even close to what I used to be capable of, so there's got to be some kind of mistake here. You received a special power from the gods, did you not? And like that, everything began to make sense. It wasn't Bambietta herself that he was intrigued by, but rather the power she had received as the champion to her side of the War of the Gods. The temptation to lie quickly ran through her mind before she shot it down. Knowing the man before her, he'd see right through her. It was simply best if she spoke the truth. I did. She said, straight to the point. I thought as much. I sensed your power spike over a week ago when you went on vacation to Arcane Resort. The power you used then was the smallest of portions that you have yet to unlock. Should you master your newfound divine powers, your potential may rival that of Ichigo Kurosaka's. You're kidding me? Bambietta almost whispered. She already knew what kind of a ceiling that was. The substitute Shinigami's fight with Aizen towards the end of the fake Karakura Town conflict had shown her more than enough, and that was without the added potential that his Fullbring and Quincy powers could have given him. The mere notion she could have that level of power at her fingertips and then some was staggering. Miss Basterbine, you have the potential to destroy all of Earthland should you master this power. It is for this reason that you have caught my eye, and for this reason that you must remain within Fairy Tail. Bambietta tilted her head. Wouldn't it make more sense if I were to simply join you, your majesty? I thought you'd want a power like that on your side. The king shook his head. That power is one that you could only hope to cultivate here, miss you to work under me, you'd never reach your full potential. Bonds help one forge new strength, and the bonds that you have with this guild are as strong as they could possibly be. So it is for that reason, and that alone, that I ask that you remain here. One question answered, only for so many more to pop back into Bambietta's head. Seeing how the conversation had been going thus far, she decided to be direct. Why are you telling me this? What the hell kind of advantage does any of this give you anyways? She asked. She blinked then, realizing the error of her own words and instantly shrunk down. I mean, what I meant was dash. Waiwak smirked. My reasons are my own. Just know that you have nothing to fear from me nor my entourage during this stay. Bambietta clenched her fists. With all due respect, how can I know that you're telling the truth? Miss Basterbine, in all the years that we've known each other, have I ever once told you, or anyone in the Sternritter a lie? Bambietta raised up a hand in objection, only to slowly lower it. Her mind raced back towards every time had spoken to her and the Wandenreach as a whole. He had told them many things. That the vile Shinigami would pay for the suffering they had inflicted upon them. That he would create a paradise for all Quincy, where they would no longer have to live their lives in fear just for what they were. That he would lead them all towards victory. Large promises, larger than life in fact, as well as extravagant, but never a lie. But even so, you betrayed the stern Ritter down below. You killed Robert, you killed Lil Toto after you left them for dead. Bambietta accused him. Of that I won't deny. Whack admitted. It's true that at the time I had viewed the stern Ritter as nothing more than a means to an end. Even the Scoots Staffel and Hashwalth were eventually seen as expendable. However, I had come to realize that this was my greatest mistake of all. He glanced out towards the window. When I took in the Soul King's power, I had foolishly believed that I could handle the future all by myself. It was this arrogance that led to my inevitable downfall. Had I allowed them to remain, then Urayu Ishida would not have been able to provide Ichigo Kurosaka the means he needed to achieve victory. Wait a minute, that's what happened? Bambietta screamed internally. Fucking Ichigo and Urayu were the ones to finish him off? No doubt there was much more to the tale than her former king was telling her, but that was neither here nor there. Alright, so you admit that you lost because of that. That's not exactly enough to dash. I wasn't finished, Miss Basterbine. Whack interrupted, Bambietta ceasing her response instantly. I simply wished to impart onto you the knowledge as to why I no longer see my own subordinates as disposable. But I'm well aware that this alone would be far from sufficient to change your mind. For that I simply wish to ask you a question, do you believe that a person can change? Bambietta wasn't exactly sure what she had expected him to ask, but if she were to hazard a guess, it wouldn't have been that. But, despite her initial confusion, she nonetheless knew the answer almost instantly. How could she not? After Lil Toto, Candace, Ulquiorra, and even herself. They had all changed to varying degrees despite their relatively short time within Fairy Tail. No, it wasn't just them. Gajeel too had changed since she had last defeated him since the battle with Phantom Lord. Gone was the bastard who enjoyed inflicting pain on her friends, now seemingly replaced with a far more lax individual. Urza had learned to open up rather considerably since her time at the tower had ended, and Wendy, well, her confidence and power had gone leaps and bounds beyond compared to what she had back when she met her back in Clover. Finally, she answered. Yeah, I think people can change. Even so, however, she remained skeptical. Are you claiming that you've changed as well? Admittedly, the Quincy monarch had been acting considerably different from what she was used to, but even so. Do you love Miss Heartfilia, Bambietta? Bambietta's eyes widened as she heard his words, answering almost immediately. With all my heart, Your Majesty. I've found someone as well. The king admitted as he rose up from his seat. He walked over to a nearby bookshelf where he picked up a small picture frame resting at the top. I have remained in this world for a period far longer than the rest of you. Some have been here for a few years, others a few months, and even now, more warriors from our world are emerging. I, however, have resided in Earthland for about 20 years. Bambietta gasped as he revealed this newest revelation before he continued. When I had first arrived, my powers had been significantly weakened. Why, I was no more powerful than the average Quincy. Upon my unexpected arrival, I was attacked by a monster. As much as it shames me to admit this, I had almost died. My body was battered and bleeding all across that barren forest. Truth be told, I should have died that day. He then glanced back towards her. But it seemed that fate had other plans. I was found by a woman, who, in her infinite kindness, had taken me in and nursed me back to health. Initially, I had simply planned to use her to fully recover before I inevitably reclaimed my power. However, he then smiled. It wasn't a sneer or sinister smirk, like Bambietta had been so used to when it came to Whack, but a genuine smile filled with warmth. Bianca had managed to convince me that life has so much more to offer. Slowly, he made his way back towards Bambietta, though his smile never ceases before he handed her the picture frame, revealing a beautiful woman with long black hair and brown eyes. Is this her? Bambietta asked before she wanted to slap herself. Idiot, of course it is. Why else would he just hand this to you? Indeed it is. Our time together was truly special. I won't bother you with the details, but her kindness had brought me a newfound appreciation for the world, and eventually, we had a child of our own. Oh, that's right. He did mention that before. Bambietta recalled from earlier in the day before everything had gotten even more out of hand than it had. I assume she must be rather incredible, if she's your kid. Bambietta spoke. Wywak looked back at her with a slight grin. That she is. In fact, I do believe that the two of you have already met. Beg pardon? Bambietta asked. I met her? When? It was back at Hosunka village. Bambietta tried to recall her visit there as best she could, and quickly remembered the young woman who had invited and paid for their stay in full. Met. Oh, my God. It made too much sense upon retrospect. She had mentioned earlier on that she was from Bosco, and was a Quincy, with a shrift to boot. Why else would he have even considered giving someone so kind a shrift in the first place? Hell, she had even mentioned that she was already familiar with her father. How did I not see it sooner? She promptly bowed before she began to apologize. 1,000 apologies, Your Majesty. Had I any inclination that she was your daughter, I would have never allowed her to pay for a stay and addressed her in such a casual dash. Wywak simply raised up his hand, silencing her. Fret not, Miss Basterbine. I don't begrudge you for how you interacted with her. It would have been her preference regardless. However, I believe it's safe to presume that I have presented you with suitable enough evidence. Bambietta nodded her head. It was almost impossible to refute everything he had told her. Sure, a picture could always be forged, but a daughter? That seemed a bit much even for Wywak. Not an impossibility, mind you, but unlikely nonetheless. You'll understand if I'm still a little skeptical, Your Majesty. Bambietta admitted. I mean, it's a lot to just accept. The king nodded. I wouldn't have expected you to fully embrace my change of heart. However, I do believe I've made a sufficient enough case on my behalf. Whenever you choose to believe me or not is simply up to you. You may go now, Miss Basterbine. I believe I've said everything that I've needed to. Bambietta quickly bowed and promptly made her way out of the door, slamming it as she ran down. The Quincy monarch gazed out of the window as she began to make her way back home. Excellent. It seems that much of her fear has now been thrown into doubt. I'll simply have to hope that she can overcome this fear with Miss Hartfilia's help and relight that blaze of passion within her. You'll need it for the battle to come, Stern Rittery. After all, it would be such a waste if the number one war potential were to fall so soon. Well, that was certainly something. Bambietta pondered as she walked down the streets of Magnolia. Fuck me, I can't tell if he's telling the truth or just really good at playing the king game. This was, in some ways a blessing, yet in others a curse. In the hand this gave her an easy out to simply not let her fear overwhelm her and give a chance to finally relax. It was certainly something that she wasn't opposed to. If anything, she desperately needed it, yet she still couldn't remove that small bit of doubt within her. Damn it all, what do I do? Bambietta muttered as she kicked a rock. Right now she was caught between a crossroads. Simply accept the situation for what it was and inform her friends that there was nothing to fear, or remain a worried mess. She wanted to scream, destroy something, anything to vent, and was simply about to settle for screaming into her hands when she heard a voice call out to her. Oh, there you are, Bambi. Bambietta swiftly turned around as Lucy came running towards her. Lucy? How did you get here so fast? The distance between here and the forest wasn't exactly a morning jog away, so for her to have gotten here so quickly was... Oh, that... Momo finally finished patching up the others, so I thought I'd ask if she'd be willing to take me back home. I kinda wanted to see you as soon as I could. Lucy answered. Well, that answers that, I guess. Bambietta thought before she brought her attention back towards Lucy. So, what's up? Bambietta asked, albeit nervously. She was still somewhat on edge from the current situation, so any and all distractions her girlfriend could offer at the moment would have been preferable to the panic attack she was trying to calm down from. Well, I just thought I'd check up on you after all that. You just seemed so nervous before all of that went down, still kinda do if I'm to be honest. Lucy, you don't know the half of it. Bambietta admitted to herself before she spoke up. I mean, yeah. I told you how strong His Majesty was. How could I be anything but nervous when I found out you and Wendy were going to fight him? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. He really was every bit as powerful as you said he was. Lucy admitted. Honestly, I think I got off easy, all things considered. Again, you don't know the half of it. Bambietta said internally. Yeah. You did. His Majesty usually isn't so merciful when he fights. Most people, they end up way worse than that. I can believe that. Even so, I'm kinda glad I met him. Lucy admitted. You are? Bambietta asked, befuddled. I mean, did you find out something special about your mom? Lucy nodded. Yeah, kinda. I always knew she was a mage, but Dad didn't really talk about her days as a mage when I was home. I haven't exactly wanted to broach the topic whenever I see him either. He's not overly fond of it, for some reason. But now, I know that she was an incredibly strong mage. Lucy's eyes seemingly lit up with excitement as she continued. I always kinda wanted to be strong someday, you know? Really make a name for myself. After hearing about just how strong my mom was, it's given me all the more reason to keep on trying to get better. Bambietta couldn't help but smile at her excitement. Well, I'm glad you got something out of it at least. I know your mom means a lot to you. It was a subject in which Bambietta could truly relate towards, but that was neither here nor there. Oh, that's not all that I got either. Lucy said as she reached into her skirt pocket to pull out a crimson key and W scroll of some kind. He gave these too. Really? Bambietta asked, surprised. She couldn't ever recall a time Wywak had given anyone a gift that didn't involve serving his army. Curiosity took over as Lucy handed the scroll to Bambietta, who promptly took a look inside at the spell. Uranometria. Bambietta spoke the spell's name aloud as she slowly glanced at it. Whoa, this looks intense. Bambietta had to admit. Bambietta wasn't exactly an expert when it came to spells, even of the Quincy variety. She much preferred her Heilig Feel, sword, and shrift to get the job done, but even she could tell this spell was something special. And he even gave me a celestial spirit key. It's supposed to be one of the legendary god keys. He was certain that I'd find it useful. She then grinned at the key. Asterisk, I think I'm going to form a contract with him once the harvest festival is over. Bambietta couldn't help but tilt her head in confusion. What was the king of the Quincy getting at here exactly? It wasn't like accepting these gifts forced Lucy into some sort of contract with the king, at least as far as she could tell. Was he really just doing this out of the kindness of his own heart? Lucy then looked over towards Bambietta and smiled. So, Wendy said you wanted to get ice cream, right? I say we get her right away. I've honestly been dying for one for a while. As Lucy began to drag Bambietta away as she held her hand, the Quincy stumbling before she followed along, she looked inwardly on the entire situation. I still don't know if I can just take his word on everything he told me. I should probably stay on guard regardless of whenever he's telling the truth or not. But, even despite all that, Bambietta quickly noticed her girlfriend looking back towards her, the blonde shooting her a brief smile. Bambietta was unable to stop herself from doing the same before Lucy looked forward and let go of her hand as she went for a slight jog, no doubt to find Wendy before they went for ice cream. Despite all that, right here, right now, I just want to live my life to the fullest. Bambietta thought as she began to pick up the pace. Whatever comes is whatever comes. As I am right now, there's nothing I can do, but maybe with that new power of mine that can change. I'll have to work on that in the future, to do what I can. Right now, telling everyone else about His Majesty would just take away their happiness. So for now. Hey, Lucy, wait up. Bambietta said as she finally went into a full-on sprint before she finally caught up with her girlfriend and grabbed her hand. I'll just enjoy what I have while it lasts. Chapter 83, Friend or Foe, Who is Whom? One day. That's it. That was it. When she had left her home to gather new herbal material not found in East Forest, poor Lyusica had been positive that everything would have remained as it was when she returned. It was only going to take one day after all. At most, a tree or two may have been knocked down for some lumber, much to her irritation, but nothing all that considerable. People tended to leave the forest, her home, well enough alone. Yet, somehow, someway, over the course of just one day, she had returned to find her home to be filled with charred trees, craters that littered the landscape, and a much clearer horizon. If not for her decades' worth of experience dealing with fairy tales' destructive antics, she had no doubt that she wouldn't have been able to resist her overwhelming urge to scream. Jets of steam escaped the old woman's nostrils, flames burning in her pupils. I'm going to find Makarov, and I swear, if Fairy Tale is in any way responsible for this, I will kill him. However, before she could even begin to head down to Magnolia to shout in Makarov's ear about what had transpired in her absence, she heard feet softly tap against the ground behind her, on what had previously been a completely empty road. Poor Lyusica spun around, and to her surprise, she saw a young woman with collar-length black hair, and brown eyes. She wore a white blouse with a blue tie, a short black skirt, grey tights, and white heels. Her eyes widened as soon as she glanced at the destruction. Oh, goodness. I know Father said that the damage he had done to the forest was extensive, but I never imagined it would have been quite like this. I'll have to. What the hell are you doing in my home? Poor Lyusica demanded as she stomped towards the newcomer. Under normal circumstances she wouldn't have acted this brazen, especially with how this woman was able to sneak up on her so easily, but poor Lyusica's wrath over her destroyed forest was still going strong. That wasn't even addressing how the words she had used had made it abundantly clear that she at least knew the individual responsible for all of this. I don't need any more of you humans to further devastate what little home I have left. The woman frowned. Oh, this was your home? My most sincere apologies. My father told me that he had quite an intense spar here, and your home unfortunately paid the price for it as a result. I'll be sure to make proper compensation as soon as possible. Compensation? Poor Lyusica shouted as she glared at the woman. I'm not interested in money. No amount of money can bring back all of the life your father needlessly destroyed. The trees, the land, the wildlife. All irrevocably damaged or destroyed because of a spar. At the most, all you'll do is help fund the process of renewal that will take hundreds of years to properly. Ma'am, with all due respect, I'm going to need you to be quiet so I can properly fix this, the woman said as she closed her eyes, appearing deep in thought. I need to focus so I can make things right. Poor Lyusica stomped her foot down. Are you deaf, woman? She shrieked. I already told you, money can't. However, before the older woman could truly get going on her rant, an immense pressure left her momentarily breathless. It wasn't focusing on her, but rather the entirety of the forest. Even so, despite being on the periphery of this, whatever this was, the woman could feel her old bones beginning to shake and shudder. What? What is? Yet, before poor Lyusica could continue with this line of thought, Met opened her mouth, and a beautiful voice escaped her lips. For but a moment, poor Lyusica felt all of her anger and vitriol for the woman before her eyes vanish as she began to sing. Somehow, someway, the mere sound of this angelic voice brought a soothing embrace to her very being. But while her anger had been momentarily soothed by the song, her outrage from the destruction of the forest threatened to re-emerge. Only for her shock and awe to be magnified at the sight before her eyes. Little by little, piece by piece, the devastated landscape before her was slowly yet surely returning to its natural state. Ashen trees had their bark and leaves restored, flowers, once completely uprooted or utterly destroyed, returned in full bloom, and the empty riverbank that had once been filled with fish and flowing water was slowly refilled with water. No, it wasn't just the forest itself. Much to her further shock and awe, animals of all sorts were being created right before her eyes. The deer, vulcans, bears, and various other forms of wildlife. It was as if they had never vanished in the first place. Poor Lyusica looked back to the woman as her song began to wind down, her eyes widening more and more as one single realization came to her. This girl. She can't be human. This was not a feat that any mere wizard, nay, even a wizard saint could accomplish. Yes, Warodsikan, founding member of Fairy Tale and former member of the Four Gods of Ishgar, may have been able to restore the vegetation to what it once was, But to recreate the animals? To create life itself? It went well past the realm of magic, and trespassed into the realm of the divine. The song ceased, the woman opened up her eyes before she gave poor Lyusica a cheerful smile. There, all done. That's not possible. Poor Lyusica stuttered. Everything had been like it once had. No, not as it had been, better. The fall leaves that had permeated the forest before her departure had been replaced with bright green leaves despite it having been the fall season, and several trees she had recognized that had been cut down for lumber had been brought back, taller than they had been in their prime. Birds flew amongst the trees chirping their cherry tones, rabbits hopped about, even her cabin, which she had thought lost, had been returned. It was inconceivable. Slowly she turned around and faced this mysterious woman. I don't know what to say. The mysterious woman waved her right hand nonchalantly. You don't need to say anything. It's the least I could do after what happened. Poor Lyusica couldn't help but stare at her in utter confusion. Even after everything I said, you still dash. She then shook her head, the stubborn side of her quickly propping up once more. How did you do this? Oh, that? I just used my own special power. The brunette answered with a slight tilt of her head to the right. Sorry I couldn't fix it sooner. I'm still not truly used to this power of mine. It's a little complicated. And the song? Poor Lyuka inquired. Oh, that simply helps me concentrate on something as complex as this. The woman said before her lips curled upwards. Anyways, it looks like everything is back in order. I should probably head back to the capital. Father wouldn't want me to dilly-dally. She turned around and began to take a step, no doubt preparing to use whatever she had earlier to return home. But before she could, she felt a hand clasp her shoulder. The brunette turned around to see it was from none other than poor Lyusica. Oh, is something the matter? I can assure you that everything should be satisfactory. Poor Lyusica simply stared back at the woman before her glare lessened considerably. I just wish to know your name. That's all. Oh, that's all. The woman replied before she smiled. Just call me Met. The pink-haired woman glanced down before she finally mumbled something. Thank you. Met. Met slowly took poor Lyusica's hand off of her shoulder before she smiled. You don't need to thank me for anything. Simply think of this as setting things straight. She took a few steps back then as she glanced around. It is a beautiful forest. I'll be sure to come by and pay it a proper visit. But for now, I'm afraid I have other business to attend to. Take care. Then, before poor Lyusica could say anything else, she vanished right before her eyes. The pink-haired woman stared where she had been for a few seconds before she sighed. I'm getting too old for all of this. As the sun was beginning to rise over the hills that surrounded Magnolia's north, a lone man made his way through the streets of Magnolia. To be frank, Leelbaro could scarcely believe what had transpired thus far. The day prior had been much more eventful than the leader of the Scoutstaffel had anticipated with E.N.D's surprisingly early appearance, the demon proving to have been every bit the threat Wywak had believed him to be. After the beating he and Gerard had received and the diplomatic nature of their visit, the Quincy had fully expected to spend the rest of his time in Magnolia simply serving his lord as best he could. What he had not anticipated, however, was the bizarre request His Majesty had given him only 20 minutes ago. Please forgive my impertinence, Your Majesty. I must have misheard you. Leel had inquired towards his king as he and the rest of the Scoutstaffel kneeled down before their king early in the morning. It was supposed to be nothing more than a routine morning audience with their king, where he would simply lay out the plans for the day. Yet what he had sworn he had just heard had left him baffled. I said, Wywak began again, an eyebrow just barely raised. I wish for you and Gerard to go about Magnolia and make some friends from the Fairy Tale Guild. I would request the same of Jonathan and Rhea, but they currently have other tasks pertaining to diplomacy to which they need attend. Yes, but to what end, Your Majesty? Leel asked. I understand the need to restore diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Fiori, and to make contact for your eventual desire to forge an alliance with Fairy Tale, but surely that can be done without forming unnecessary attachments. Jonathan couldn't help but chuckle at his colleague's confusion. I would have thought it rather obvious, Lil. The more bonds forged between our forces, the easier we'll be able to function as an eventual cohesive unit when the time for our cooperation eventually arrives. Gerard grinned. I, for one, look forward to it. They seem like a lively bunch whose company I would be more than willing to enjoy. In fact, I believe I already know whom I shall visit first. Ria gave a small smile. I think making a friend or two could do you some good, Lil. You really do need to learn to lighten up and relax a little. Lil narrowed his eye at her. Nonsense. As long as I can properly serve as His Majesty's sword and shield, I don't need such. If you won't heed my words as a suggestion, then I shall make it an order, Wywak said with a slight smirk. Now, go forth, my elite guard. Your new comrades await. I suppose I may as well make the best out of the current situation, Lil muttered as he resisted the urge to sigh. Whom exactly was he supposed to interact with anyways? It wasn't even 7 o'clock in the morning. No doubt most individuals were either on their way to their occupation or were only just beginning to wake from their slumber. That wasn't even to mention the problem of holding a conversation with any he did find. What could he possibly talk about with any of these mere mages that he could hope to connect with? The weather? Some other inane form of idle chit-chat? How banal could one get? It wasn't that he was looking down on the members of Fairy Tale, per se. From the brief time he had spent in the guild hall, most of its members seemed adequate. Decent enough people, to be sure. But he wasn't some mere human like the rest of them. No, he was a holy messenger of His Majesty, a true god. It was his heilig bogan that smote any and all sinners that would blaspheme the father of the Quincy race. On what grounds could there possibly be for him to hope to relate with any of them? But before he could ponder any further, a gunshot rang out, disrupting Leo Barrow's line of thought. A gunshot? With a trace amount of spiritual pressure to boot. Interesting, I didn't think the people of this world used ballistic weaponry along with their magic. The takeover of Bosco had him kill plenty of mages that guarded the capital, but the lot of them either used some sort of magic that allowed them to fight with their own bodies, or the use of a magical sword or spear. A gun had never entered the equation. Another gunshot drew Leo out of his thoughts. This warranted further investigation. Tracing the sound of gunfire and the trace amount of magic unleashed with each shot, Leo was quickly able to find the gunmen in question. They were firing in the middle of a grassland near East Forest, the area restored by Princess Met, no doubt. One was a young man with lightly tanned skin and long black hair which covered his right eye. He wore a long brown poncho, a dark brown shirt, and tan pants. The other was a young woman of fair complexion with long green hair and dark purple eyes. She wore a cowboy hat, a polka-dotted scarf, reddish-brown boots, and a black, strapless, one-piece dress. The pair each had their own type of gun. The man wielded a pair of revolvers while the woman carried a large sniper rifle. Leo Barrow glanced over towards where their guns had been pointed, one of his eyebrows slightly raised. There were many targets littered throughout the grasslands, each of them filled with holes aimed at the desired target. Be it targets shaped like humans, or an oversized dartboard, all of them had a near-perfect shot. These two did this? Leo pondered. That's not half bad marksmanship. Most of his fellow Sternritter had long forsaken the bow once they had received their shrift, many of them simply preferring to utilize their shrifts over the basics of Quincy combat. While this certainly didn't apply to all Sternritter, it certainly had to most, and as a result, their marksmanship, while certainly above average, was nowhere near what it could have been. To see two aspiring gunmen already at this level, he could not help but smile ever so slightly. One target in particular caught his eye. There was a target about 8 feet tall and 4 feet wide that seemed to have nary a scratch on it. The material wasn't like the rest, either. Whereas the other targets seemed to have been made out of wood or a tin alloy of sorts, this one in particular was of a metal he was not familiar with. It didn't look like iron, steel, or even titanium, as it shone with a distinct brightness. Damn it all, the woman sighed in apparent frustration. Even with my new sniper rifle, it's still not punching through. The man shook his head. Well, I guess that's to be expected. It is made out of adamantine after all. That stuff isn't going to break easily. Last time Natsu tried breaking some, he had to have Wendy patch up his right hand. His partner groaned. Yeah, I know, but I was hoping with these new guns, we could have at least done some kind of damage. The next time our guild gets attacked, I want to be ready and really make a difference. Perhaps I could provide some insight. The two promptly turned around as Leobaro approached, their eyes going wide. You're one of the Emperor of Bosco's attendants, right? The man asked as he and the woman shared each other a quick worried glance. What on earth was he doing here? I am the head of His Majesty's Royal Guard, the Scoutstaffel, Leobaro, the Quincy informed them. He's the leader of the Royal Guard? The two panicked. Obviously the man before them had to have been of some importance, but the head of the Emperor's Royal Guard? That wasn't just a position of significant importance politically. It also must have meant he had considerable power, given the strength they had witnessed from the Emperor the day prior. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. The woman shouted before she recomposed herself. I'm Bisksa Mulan. My friend over here is Altsack Connell. Yeah. Is there anything we can do for you? Altsack asked with some minor concern. Not necessarily. I was simply intrigued by what I heard. It's not often that you see one using firearms being used in combat alongside magic. Bisksa smirked. Yeah, it's not really a commonly used magic in Ishgar, but where I came from, it was the quickest option to learn. I didn't exactly come from the most cozy of neighborhoods, so I had to adapt as fast as I could. As for myself, I've just kinda always found myself interested in guns, and I had a knack for magic, so I felt it was a good combo, Altsack mentioned. I see. In that case, would either of you care to inform me what you're doing with that particular target over there? Something tells me that there's more to this than mere target practice. Bisksa nodded. You got that right. Yeah, see, a while ago our guild was attacked by Phantom Lord, a rival guild. They wrecked our guild hall, and even worse, one of them really beat the tar out of our friends. The green-haired mage felt herself trying to hold back some rage, as she personally had yet to fully forgive Gajeel for the incident. But when we attacked Phantom Lord back, it all went south, Altsack continued. It seemed like we were winning at first, but then one of their S-class caught Master Makarov off guard and robbed him of all of his magic all at once. We had to head back after that. And that's when they fought back, in full force, Bisksa added. We did what we could, and for a while, we held our own pretty well. Hell, for a second or two, we thought that we had it in the bag, but once Jose got involved, we were taken out so quickly, we couldn't do anything. Bisksa gripped her gun, eyes flashing with anger. If it wasn't for Master returning, we would have all died. I felt so helpless, and I never want that to happen again, so I wanted to find a way to get stronger. She then glanced down towards her firearm. I was hoping that I could start making a difference with better weaponry, but it looks like it's not nearly enough. Leo felt a pang of sympathy run through him as Bisksa explained her situation. He understood how she felt all too well, surprisingly enough. After all, he too had failed in mission to properly protect His Majesty. He had been unable to kill Kiraku Shunsui and Nanao Ise, and that failure had prevented him from killing the traitorous Urayu Ishida and preventing the use of that accursed still silver arrow. Perhaps it was because of this same empathy that he spoke his next words. May I have a look at your weapon for a moment? The members of Fairy Tail raised their eyebrows, befuddled by his request, but Bisksa handed over her sniper rifle regardless. Sure. Here you go. Looking down, Leobaro carefully inspected the gun in his hands before he glanced back towards Bisksa. Tell me, how does this gun's magic of yours work? Leo asked. Oh, that? Well, that's easy. We just fire off a bullet from our gun of choice to damage our enemy created by our magic. Depending on the type of gun, we can fire off various different bullets with all kinds of special abilities, Bisksa answered. Is that right? Leo said before he handed back the rifle. In that case, I'd like to see an example of it firsthand. Bisksa blinked. Oh, sure. Do you have a preference for which target I use? The one you've had difficulty with will suffice, he answered. Bisksa nodded her head before she lined up her shit, her eyes narrowing at the target before she cried out stinger shot. and pulled the trigger, the attack hitting its mark, only for the magical bullet to bounce off of the metal surface, revealing not so much as even a scratch had been made. Bisksa sighed at her disappointing display. See what I mean? The gun's just not strong enough. She then gritted her teeth. Damn it, I'm going to have to save it more money for an even better gun. This one already cost me a whopping 100,000 jewel. You needn't necessarily acquire a new weapon for the results you desire. Leo calmly spoke, disrupting Bisksa's internal rant. All you need to do is simply increase the power of the shot you're firing. Bisksa promptly turned her head, her confusion evident. Excuse you? I know you're not exactly an expert in guns magic, so you should probably know that's a really bad idea. If you put too much power into the shot, then the barrel of the gun will burst and it'll be no longer usable. Not to mention I'll be losing about half of the shots I'd be able to take. It's true that quantity has a quality of itself in certain situations. Leo Barrow admitted. However, if your attacks can't even hurt your opponent, then the number you can fire is completely irrelevant. I believe that up until now, you've used the minimum amount necessary for your shots to maximize the sheer number you'd be able to utilize. Tell me, is there any truth to that? Bisksa nodded her head. Yeah, it is. It's kinda how the guns are designed. I see. That would explain why you hadn't considered this option until now, though I suspect you did have a lingering suspicion. To achieve the desired results, what you need to do is concentrate your shot into the perfect bullet. Neither too weak to hurt your foe, nor too strong to damage your weapon. The margin for error is likely considerably narrow, I'll admit, but it's not impossible. Should you find that balance, then I have no doubt you'll discover a significant improvement. Bisksa wasn't quite sure how to take what he was saying. It wasn't exactly an entirely new concept for her, but up until now, almost all of her attempts in the past had resulted in broken guns and misfires. That wasn't even taking into consideration the time it took to generate a stronger bullet from her weapons. To make one that would truly make a difference in power, it would take her approximately 10 to 15 seconds. To the uneducated, a difference of 10 to 15 seconds didn't seem like all that much. However, on the battlefield, even less than a second could be the difference between life and death. Furthermore, to ensure that the shot was perfectly molded into the barrel, that would probably add even more time into the equation. Before she had joined Fairy Tail, Bisksa had found her current method had worked just fine. Back then, she had to deal with being outnumbered on a regular basis, and her quantity of ammo had proven to be her key to victory many times. But how well has this really been helping me lately? Bisksa thought. Back when I was on the run, I couldn't afford to let my guns break. Money was tight, and I didn't have anyone to back me up if I lost a weapon back then. It was just me and Sunny. She then looked over towards Altsack, as a small smile creased her face. But I'm not exactly alone anymore now, am I? Heh, I guess I've just stubbornly kept on to this old habit of mine out of instinct. At the rate the guild's growing, I'm going to be facing stronger and stronger enemies. I can't let this dumb mentality hold me back anymore. Her resolve now returned in full. She got down to one knee and prepared to take her next shot, surprising Altsack. Bisksa, are you sure? You paid a lot of money for that. If it breaks now, then dash. If it breaks now, then it'll be my own damn fault, Bisksa interrupted. I didn't buy this thing just so it would make me look cool. I bought it so I could make a difference. Bisksa took a deep breath and closed her left eye, narrowing her right in focus on her target. It had been a while since she tried to fire a bullet of such quality, and she had little doubt that she would likely ruin her weapon in the process. But there was that stubborn part of her that refused to allow something like that to stop her. Not just because she wanted to get stronger, not just to prove a damn point, but because of her pride as a fairy tale wizard. She focused both her mind and her magic for over half a minute, trying to mold her next shot into the perfectly crafted bullet until she finally snapped her other eye open and pulled the trigger. Stinger shot. Bang. The bullet fired from the muzzle of the gun twice as fast as it had prior, Altsack having completely lost sight of it the moment the trigger had been pulled. The bullet crashed against the adamantine target before it fell to the ground. Like the shot before, the bullet hadn't fully pierced, but in its place was a sizable dent, the metal having been pushed inward by the force of the magical attack quite a fair bit. Outsack gasped before he looked back at his green-haired companion. "All right, Bisksa." Bisksa smiled as she got up to her feet before she looked down at the barrel. There was a small crack lining its surface, but the damage was ultimately superficial. Nothing that couldn't be easily repaired, at least. "Well, I might not have done quite as much damage as I hoped, but it's a hell of a lot better than what it was." "Not bad for a first attempt," Lily admitted as he observed. This is one of the beginning basics that all Quincy's learn once they manifest their Heilig Bogen. Usually, it takes them a week to month to perfect. For you to grasp it as well as you have on the first shot is rather impressive. Bisksa looked back towards Leal. "Wait, so you're a Quincy like Bambi and the others?" Lily had to resist the urge to scoff at the comparison to the lesser Sternritter, but he managed to rein himself in. Doing so would likely destroy any good faith he had, admittedly unintentionally, built up through their brief encounter. Besides, it wasn't the worst of comparisons to be made. "Yes. Broadly speaking. However, I am of a much higher caliber of Quincy than they are." "Really? Well, I guess you're not a member of your Emperor's Royal Guard for nothing," Outsack remarked. "Yeah, I guess it does stand to reason. Even if Bambi, Lil and Kendi are among some of the strongest non-S-class mages in the guild," Bisksa admitted. "Still, thanks for the advice. Although, with how long it took me to fire that shot, I don't know if I'll be able to really use a shot like that in a one-on-one fight." "The goal should be for you to fire with that level of concentration in as little time as possible," Lily answered. "At this point, time and practice will be key to helping you master this new skill. The quicker you are able to fire a shot such as that, the better. And then, one day, perhaps if you practice long and hard enough." He swiped a hand across the chain around his waist, and in his hand appeared a large, black sniper rifle with a green fur coat covering its forestock. At the end of its elongated barrel was a large, black, cross-shaped extension. Hefting it in both hands, he took a shooting position. "You'll be capable of firing a fraction of something like this." Leo pulled the trigger, a Heilig field blasting from his rifle and piercing straight through the adamantine target with no resistance before it continued onwards, shooting through tree after tree until it reached the far end of the forest and finally dissipated. Bisksa and Outsack could only stare in disbelief, their jaws dropped, eyes wide open, and their arms totally slack. They knew from his position that he must have been rather powerful, but this was well above and beyond any of their expectations. "Now then," Leal said as he looked back at them. "Seeing as how I've little else to do at the moment, let's resume practice, shall we?" The two gun mages nodded their heads and promptly recomposed themselves. "Why yes sir." Leal cracked a small smirk. Seems like his time in Magnolia would become a bit more fun in its own right. However, before he could begin his next lesson, a large eruption of familiar power came from the distance, not too far from where they were. He sighed. "Well, I see that Gerard found who he was looking for. I hope for her sake, she's every bit the warrior I've heard. Have at thee, Queen of the Fairies." Area. The winged blade of Titania and the Quincy blade Hoffnung clashed as the swordsmen clashed right in the middle of Fairy Tale's official training ground. Urza could not find it in herself to relax. After the, in her mind at least, disastrous display she had against the Quincy Kaiser, Urza couldn't help but feel an overwhelming desire to improve her strength once more. She had to get stronger, she had to improve. She knew full well that she wouldn't be reaching her desired level of strength anytime soon, but simply resting on her laurels wouldn't do her any good. She was very surprised then, when, during her early morning training session, one of Waiwaka's elite warriors, the Scootstiefel if she recalled Lil Tato correctly, had approached her and requested a sparring match. While initially somewhat hesitant, Urza had decided to accept his challenge. One could only truly improve if they were pushed hard enough, and from what Lil Tato had told her was correct, Gerard Valkyrie would be a fierce opponent indeed. The rules of the spar were as few as they were simple. A battle waged with their most basic of weapons. No special armors, no Heilig Bogen, no shrift. It was purely to be a test of skill with the blade, with Gerard claiming he would fight Urza on her level. While she had initially been somewhat insulted by his choice of words, the muscular swordsman had quickly proven to be every bit as formidable with the blade as Lil Tato had claimed. Urza moved her head to the right just in time to avoid a thrust from Gerard's blade, the edge slightly cutting her cheek before she swung her sword at his chest. The Quincy blocked it with his shield and batted it away before he kicked Urza in the stomach, sending her rolling across the ground. Urza tried to rise up to her feet, but just as her hands pushed her off the ground, Urza had taken notice of a looming shadow before she rolled her body to the right, Gerard's sword impaling itself into the ground where she had been moments ago. No mercy. I suppose I should have expected as much from such an experienced warrior, Urza thought as she leapt from the ground, her sword raised high above her head. I'll just have to give him no quarter in return. Her blade swung down, Gerard lifting up his shield above his head to block the strike, the ground beneath him forming into a small crater before he thrust his blade forward. Urza jumped back to avoid the attack before she came rushing in, her blade poised to strike once more. She aimed her blade at the left side of his neck, the Quincy grinning as he parried the blade with his sword before bashing Urza's face with his shield. Urza let out a cry before she dodged below another thrust of his blade before she kneed Gerard hard in the stomach, the large man losing his breath before Urza rolled out from under him and swung down with her sword. Gerard stopped the attack with Hoffnung, but Urza was relentless as she continued to wail on him, the Quincy going deeper and deeper into the ground with each strike. Ah, now this takes me back. Gerard said as he blocked her next strike with his shield. He thrust it forward, disrupting Urza's relentless barrage before he returned the favor, thrusting and swinging his sword in alternating fashion. This reminds me of my glory days before I was found by His Majesty over 1,000 years ago. A dodge to the left, a sword parry to the right, Urza found herself constantly on the back foot. With the exception of the one who taught her how to wield a sword, no one had ever pressed her this hard from sheer skill of the blade alone. No, it wasn't that he was more skilled than her. He was certainly far above the norm in terms of swordsmanship, but the deciding factor was the sheer ferocity and seemingly never-ending stamina he possessed that was truly pushing her. They had been sparring for well over an hour now, and while Urza was starting to slightly tire, Gerard seemed as fit as when they had first started. Her eyes kept focused on her opponent, waiting for an opportunity to make itself known. The moment Gerard went for another thrust, she saw it, forcing the blade down with her own before she punched Gerard hard in the face. The Quincy's head went back from the recoil before Urza punched him in the face over and over, taking whatever advantage she could while the opportunity presented itself. Yet, her barrage ceased once Gerard made an unexpected move and slammed his head into hers, Urza taking a few steps back before Gerard swung his sword down. Recomposing herself just in time, Urza was able to bring up her blade to block the strike, though her knees buckled from the attempt. Aha! Good reflexes, Gerard complimented her. But you'll have to do better if you want to go. Urza had taken a page out of Gerard's handbook, slamming her own forehead into his before the Quincy raised up his shield to block an oncoming strike just as Urza swung her blade at him. Wanting to prevent a potential stalemate, Gerard took off into a charge and proceeded to tackle Urza through several trees, his shield held in front of his body to properly protect himself. Urza could feel her feet continuing to skid against the forest ground, the queen of the fairies lacking the power needed to properly free herself. No matter how many times she pushed back with her sword, she could not move the shield currently pushing against her. However, power wasn't the only way one could free themselves from this current predicament. Thinking on her feet, Urza pushed back on the shield with one hand and sliced at the ground between her and Gerard, the large Quincy tripping over the small hole Urza made, allowing her to escape. Gerard got up to his hands and knees, the Quincy taking note of Urza's follow-up attempt to strike him down before he swung Hoffnung to properly counter. A powerful shockwave emanated from the pair, slicing down dozens of trees before the two swordsmen proceeded to clash blades once more, the ground beneath them shattering and sinking downwards with each blow. It seemed that the exchange would proceed without end, as the two continued to properly counter each other dozens of times over. However, Urza had decided to properly put an end to the battle, and concentrated her magic into her next blow, her sword clashing against Hoffnung's blade and forcing Gerard to his knees and chipping the blade in the process. Gerard panted for a moment before he grinned. An admirable display of strength, Titania, but it was a mistake to damage my blade. Before Urza could ponder the meaning of his words, she jerked backwards on instinct. Upon looking down, Her eyes went wide. Stretching across the width of her breastplate was a clean cut through the metal armor, no doubt shearing right through the cloth underneath as well if the intense stinging sensation over her chest was anything to go by. Urza winced and pressed a hand to the now compromised armor. "I've been cut." "How?" He didn't. Urza looked up upon hearing hearty laughter across from her. Even as he got up to his feet, Gerard continued to chuckle. "All right, I think that's enough. I did not mean for our battle to go so far. My apologies, Titania, but my blade, Hoffnung, has a special ability that wounds my foe once it's received any sort of damage. You were both skilled and unfortunate enough to have incurred its wrath." "I see," Urza remarked as she removed her hand from over her ruined breastplate. Pushing through the pain was no trouble, and fortunately, the cut did not feel too deep. At the very worst, she could get Wendy to get it properly treated. "That's quite the mean-spirited ability you have," she told him. Gerard smiled brightly. "Well, it can only be used on foes strong enough to even damage my blade in the first place. Even though I lowered my strength considerably, the fact you were able to damage it at all is quite impressive." He then reached into one of his pants pockets and tossed a small capsule towards Urza, which she caught effortlessly. "Here, it's a Jinto, full of condensed spiritual power provided by yours truly. You should be able to patch up your wound with that. It might not be able to do anything about the immediate pain, but it's the least I can do." "I appreciate it regardless," Urza said with a nod. She sat down on a nearby felled log and turned away for some slight privacy, sending away her ruined top in a flash of light in order to have easier access to the injured area. Now that she could see it, Urza frowned. Had the cut been much deeper, she might have been in danger of asphyxiating on her own blood. A mean-spirited ability, indeed. With that grim thought in mind, she slowly drained the contents of the capsule over her injury. Sure enough, the cut on her body healed itself within seconds, leaving not even a scar, though the pain still lingered. Oh, well. Pain was an old friend to her by now. Gerard smiled. That ought to do the trick. Although, I must admit, I personally have no need for them myself. I just keep them handy in case anyone amongst the Scout's staffel needs a miracle. Having properly finished with patching herself up, Urza requipped into another one of her favorite blouses and glanced over towards the large Quincy. "If you don't mind me asking, why was it that you sought me out as a sparring partner in the first place? Surely one of your fellow bodyguards would have given you more of a proper challenge." Gerard shook his head as he sat down next to her. "Were it so simple. Jonathan and Rhea are too occupied with their own personal obligations towards His Majesty to heed my request and are too inexperienced with their shrifts, while Leobaro specializes in ranged combat. But after I saw what you could do yesterday, I simply felt inclined to test your mantle as a warrior myself. After all, I wished to see if the rumors I heard of you were true." Urza raised an eye. "Rumors? You mean to tell me that word about me has managed to reach Bosco?" Given how secluded the country had been after its attempt to conquer Fiore backfired and its former emperor had erected the nigh impenetrable barrier to prevent retaliation, Urza hadn't expected any word of her successes to have reached deep into the kingdom. "But of course. I know not how the word managed to travel myself, but I had heard many tales of your exploits." Garrett answered. "They claimed that you were a swordswoman of immense skill and with magical power that would allow you to slay entire armies and beauty without equal. I'm pleased to see that there was truth to them after all." He smirked as he continued. "It has been far too long since I've found a worthy warrior to cross blades with. When we raided the capital of Bosco, I was unable to find a single swordsman capable of giving me even a modicum of difficulty. But you? Why, this has easily been one of the most enjoyable battles I've had since I have arrived in Earthland. Well, I suppose I should be proud to receive that sort of praise. Though, I don't believe it's entirely warranted." Urza responded. "You said it yourself, that you had to lower your power considerably to match up to my own." She clenched her fists then as she narrowed her eyes. "It's become quite clear that I'm nowhere near as strong as I need to be if I wish to continue to protect the guild. I'll have to grow much stronger than this. Ah, the desire to protect one's friends and allies. A noble goal as one can have," Gerard admitted as he looked at his blade, his mind recalling back to his youth. "I was much the same, A long time ago. Remember this well, my fellow warriors of light. Gerard proclaimed as he stood amongst his men, each of them adorned with a red cape, large round shields and golden helmets as a massive horde of hollows came rampaging towards them. Shield your brother as if he were your own body. Strike as one, as if you were all a single mighty god of war. Hold your ground, so that these beasts may not penetrate into our homes and devour our families. Let not a single one through. Fight till your last breath. What changed? Urza asked. The blonde warrior simply narrowed his eyes, the cries of men, women, and children ringing through his mind before he finally answered. I lost them. I lost everything. That is, until he found me. You mean your emperor, Urza said. Indeed, Gerard replied. To go in depth on it would take time better spent on more important things, but the long and short of it is that after I lost my home, my friends, and my family, he found me. He gave me a purpose, a reason to live, and it is for that reason that I shall continue to serve him as long as I live. Urza, however, was left confused. I don't understand how you could swear loyalty to one who would so callously use and abandon his own men. Is that not the antithesis for what you used to be? Gerard sighed. I see. So, that's what they told you about His Majesty, was it? Well, I suppose from their point of view, they are correct. His Majesty had viewed everyone in his army, even myself and the rest of the Scoutstaffel, as expendable. However, I found his goal noble enough to fight for regardless of that. How could you say such a thing? Urza demanded as she rose up to her feet. Does your own life mean nothing to you? Nothing at all? What about your friends and comrades? What goal could have possibly justified such pointless sacrifice? The goal to end such sacrifice in the first place. Urza's anger ceased, confusion taking over for a moment, allowing Gerard the chance to continue. Tell me, how much have my former comrades told you about our afterlife? Enough to know it was less than desirable, Urza admitted quietly. Then surely you already know that the Soul Society is nothing more than a public squalor, a hovel for most of its residents. Hollows rampage the world of the living, feasting on helpless souls unable to defend themselves. The Shinigami are far too few in number to truly protect them, and inevitably, innocent souls are devoured and become a part of the wretched Hollow, who themselves will live in the lifeless, chaotic land that is Los Noches. Urza narrowed her eyes. I don't doubt that you felt the need to enact change, nor do I necessarily disagree with the notion of waging war to achieve it, but that doesn't excuse how he... I was not finished, Titania, Gerard interrupted her. There is one fact, one single problem that not even most of the other Sternritter are aware of. One that only His Majesty, the Grand Master, and the rest of the Scoutstaffel knew. One that could no longer be allowed to stand. One that needed to be dealt with, no matter how great the cost. What on earth could possibly justify any of such a pointless loss of life? Urza demanded. Of your own comrades. Hell. Do you know of it? Hell. Urza asked, her mind racing through the conversations she had with Lil Tato and what Makarov had informed her of what Bambietta told him of her old world. Hell hadn't once been brought up. Still, the term was far from unfamiliar to Earthland. I'm vaguely aware of the concept, yes, at least in regards to how it is described in here. Gerard nodded. By and large, it is about the same. It is a horrid place where sinners are sent to spend the rest of their days, tormented by the denizens for the crimes they had committed when they were alive. Yes, if that's all that hell was, I wouldn't be as dedicated to my lord as I am, but there is one difference between your world's hell and my own that changes everything. In my world, possessing too much power is a sin. Urza's jaw dropped. She wasn't quite sure what she had expected, but that was certainly not among the many possibilities she had imagined in her head. What? It is as I said. In my world, once an individual reaches a certain level of power, their soul is no longer capable of breaking down into Reishi to be absorbed into the Soul Society and reincarnate. Thus, to ensure that the world won't be negatively affected, these individuals are instead not reincarnated, but cast to hell itself. Urza could hardly believe what she was hearing. She had known that the world that Bambietta and the others had come from was far from ideal, but to learn that simply having power would send one's soul to eternal damnation. I've had many friends, comrades in arms, who had such power, die on the field of battle and then inevitably die in the Rukanga thanks to the vile Shinigami. Their souls are already trapped in hell. For over 1,000 years, they have suffered needlessly simply for obtaining enough strength to protect their family and friends. He then looked over at Urza, his eyes narrowing. Does that seem just to you? Urza shook her head. Not at all. To gain power to protect, as far as I am concerned, is one of the most noble goals one could have. No one should suffer for that, most certainly not for an eternity. Garrod nodded. Indeed. It is for that reason that I serve my lord despite how he ran the Wandenreich. For he, and he alone, is the only one to possess the power, intellect, and will, necessary to do what needs to be done. Urza narrowed her eyes. Even so, does that justify sacrificing so many of your own comrades' lives? If it was to create a world without death, a world where hell would no longer need to imprison the mighty, a world where my friends could no longer needlessly suffer, then yes. Gerard answered with no hesitation before he gave Urza a question of his own. Tell me, Titania, would you not feel the same if everyone in your guild was to suffer the same fate as my friends? Urza paused for a moment. That was certainly a heavy question to answer, one that not even she could answer without a bit of thought put into it. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke up. Then I would go into the depths of hell myself to save them all. But only I and I alone would need to suffer. I wouldn't allow the rest of my comrades to die alongside me in my attempt. The ones who are dead would already be gone, there would be no need for my other friends to suffer needlessly. Gerard nodded. A brave and noble choice to be sure. Your dedication to your comrades truly is one to be admired, but unfortunately as well-intentioned as your plan would be, it ultimately does more harm than good. I beg your pardon. Urza asked, her eyes narrowing. How is it wrong to only sacrifice one's self for the sake of their friends? Admittedly, she had since learned that such thinking had been faulty. That one should strive to live for one's friends, rather than to die for them. However, she was more than aware sometimes such sacrifices were a necessity. It need not be her default decision as it once had been when facing such overwhelming odds, but if her friends were to be trapped in such a cycle. 'Tis not the meaning of what I said, Titania, Gerard answered. Your desire to not drag in your friends is noble, I don't think anyone could disagree with that, but it's also foolish. Should you attempt to go and save your friends, alone, what should happen if you fail? You would simply end up tortured among them. And while your friends that still live may be able to enjoy their lives in the future, should they become strong enough, then they would have inevitably ended up there regardless. Suppose then that they found out the truth and went to save you and your remaining comrades, then they too would head to hell itself, but this time it would be without your own power and skill to aid them. Urza's eyes widened, her breath leaving her body. That's. Before Urza could offer a proper rebuttal, Gerard planted Hoffnung's blade into the ground before he continued. It is a wonderful thing to be willing to sacrifice one's life for their comrades. But a single warrior, no matter how mighty, can only hope to do so much. You may have viewed the use of my comrades as callous, but I see it as allowing them the chance to fight for their own freedom. If damnation is inevitable for them, then we should fight as one, so that our chances of victory are as high as they can possibly be. Make no mistake, Titania, it was not cruelty that had me overlook the loss of life of my comrades. It was simply the best chance that we had to put an end to this madness once and for all. Urza stared at the ground as her mind raced. She wanted to rebuke him, to come up with some sort of rebuttal to his claim, but much to her horror, she simply couldn't find the words. Everything he just said, it was true. Had she not learned the lesson of solely relying on herself back in the Tower of Heaven? That desire to fight alone to protect the rest of her friends had gotten Lil Tato killed. Had it not been for the R system, she shuddered to think about it. I still can't say I approve of any of it. Urza answered as she looked back at the Quincy. However, I can at least understand why you felt it was necessary in the first place. If you truly believed that this was the only way to save your comrades, and to prevent further suffering, then I suppose in the end you only did what you felt was right. Gerard nodded. Indeed. It was not my objection to change your mind entirely, but simply to help you understand why things were the way they were. Even so, why do you work for him even now? Urza asked. I admit to knowing very little of the afterlife, but I highly doubt that ours would function in the same way, given how different our worlds seem to function, or are you suggesting that dash? Gerard laughed, interrupting Urza. Ahahaha. Oh, no. No, no, no. From what His Majesty has learned, your afterlife is the way that it should be. No, our goal is no longer based on that. What that objective is, I'm afraid that I'm unable to tell you. But I shall at least inform you this much. His Majesty is no longer the man he once was. He's changed. Urza raised an eyebrow. Changed? In what regard? Gerard leaned back as he looked into the sky. His compassion has grown more considerably, at least towards those under his command. I suspect his late wife and our princesses had something to do with that, but he no longer views any of us as disposable. Rather, he seems to highly value those under his command. The same goes for the citizens of Bosco. It's why he's even here in Fiori in the first place. I know that this may be a difficult pill to swallow after everything my former comrades have told you, but it's the truth. I see. Urza answered as she looked up to the sky as well. Admittedly, there was no real way to know if her sparring partner was speaking truthfully, but from what she had seen of him thus far, lying didn't seem to be a part of his character. Was she going to simply trust the king because of this? Of course not. She still planned on keeping a close eye on him despite all of this. But perhaps now, she could finally relax, even if just a little bit. That's certainly good to know. Excellent. Gerard spoke as he got to his feet and offered Urza his right hand. Now then, with that all settled, I wish to offer you my hand in a token of our new friendship. Urza looked at him, puzzled. She hadn't expected that. Far as she was aware, this had just been a bit of sparring that had gotten a bit more personal than planned. A way to improve herself and properly gauge her potential future foe. Yet, despite all that, despite it all, the man before her had been very kind throughout their time together. He seemed like an honest soul, one that loved to battle. In that regard, he would have fit perfectly in Fairy Tale. Perhaps it was because of that reason, even if she couldn't fully trust him just yet, she grasped his hand regardless and smiled. I'll gladly accept your offer, Gerard Valkyrie. Gerard beamed as his smile extended to both corners of his mouth. Excellent. Then, to properly commemorate our new friendship, allow me to give you a proper gift. The muscular warrior reached into his black pants then before he grabbed a small object and tossed it towards Urza, the S-class mage catching it with ease. Urza looked down and glanced at the object in her hand. It was a small silver pentacle, much like the ones she had seen Bambietta and Lil Tato use in the past. This is a Quincy weapon? I thought only Quincy could use these. Gerard chuckled. I can see why you would think that. The truth is much simpler than that. You see, us Quincy use the surrounding magic of your world to create weapons and to fire off our attacks. We simply use our own power to strengthen them. The cross simply acts as a conduit for us to create our weapons. Why, we used to have our Arankar vanguard use Quincy crosses to create their own weapons with their own power. I see no reason why it should be any different for a wizard such as yourself. Urza raised an eyebrow. While I certainly appreciate the thought, I already happen to possess hundreds of weapons. I'm not sure if this will be one I'll ever have the chance to wield. Oh, but I think you should, Gerard insisted. You wish to become more powerful, do you not? To protect your comrades. Urza nodded her head. More than anything else in the world. Then that cross will be your first leap forward. The weapons you possess now are made of steel and iron. While I am fully aware that you can empower them with your own magic, you may find better results with a weapon made purely out of your own magic. Urza glanced down at the cross, narrowing her eyes. The weapons that Bambietta, Lil Tato, and Candace used did seem to be more powerful than the norm. If she really wanted to take a step forward, well, what harm could it really do? So, I just need to focus my own power into the cross. Urza asked. Once Gerard nodded, she closed her eyes and began to focus her power into the cross. Wind began to slowly billow around her as the fallen leaves began to slowly swirl around her, and she took a deep breath. For a moment there was nothing but silence, but once Urza opened up her eyes, she threw up her right hand into the air, the Quincy cross emitting a bright light before it slowly faded, Urza lowering her arm to look at her weapon. In her right hand was a silver claymore with a winged crossguard in a star-shaped pommel and rain guard. Bizarrely, despite its large size, it felt lighter than almost any blade Urza had ever held. Ah! A fine blade if I do say so myself. Gerard bellowed as he walked over to inspect it. Despite its large size, it seems to not be excessively pouring out your magic. Urza continued to examine her blade before she promptly turned around and swung her blade, the weapon emitting a blue blast of light that disintegrated several nearby trees, leaving only ash in its wake. I see. So it's capable of ranged attacks as well. She smiled as she looked at the sword before glancing back towards her new friend. It's strong, just as you claimed. I'll be sure to make good use of this weapon. You have my thanks. The blonde Quincy chuckled. No need to thank me. I merely wish to see how far you can grow. I sense much potential in you, Miss Scarlet. He then placed a hand on Urza's shoulder before he pointed towards Magnolia. Now then, I believe that both of us could use a fine meal to help rejuvenate our strength. I've heard that Magnolia has some of the finest bakeries in the land. I wish to sample their cake firsthand. Urza couldn't help but smile slightly. I think you and I are going to get along just fine. After the tumultuous arrival of the Quincy All-Father the day prior and the ensuing battle that followed, the fairy tale members who originated from another world had decided to have a little get-together with one Natsu Dragneel. While the rest of the guild seemed to have attributed Natsu's massive increase in power to have simply been a result of his flames of emotion, the Quincy, Regai, and Arankar weren't so easily convinced. The increase in power was simply far too vast for that alone to have been the sole contributor. Not to mention how foul and terrifying the power emitted from the Dragon Slayer had felt, so much so that it didn't feel like magic at all. No, an investigation was absolutely necessary. It was for that reason that the six of them had gathered around the miraculously restored fairy tale training ground to meet with the Dragon Slayer. While there was no guarantee that the Quincy Kaiser hadn't brought along a newly created Sternritter with some sort of stealth capabilities to potentially listen in on their conversation, it was a small risk they were willing to take. At the very least, they would be very careful with their word choice to not give off the impression of potential treason towards Waiwak. It was just unfortunate that the conversation wasn't going anywhere. What do you mean you don't remember a damn thing? Bambietta shouted at Natsu, the former Sternritter feeling more than a little irate at his reply. I mean, after he blasted me away into the forest, I don't remember anything. Natsu repeated him. Did something happen? Yeah. Your power just exploded before you and His Majesty started having the showdown of the apocalypse. Bambietta shouted back at him. How do you not remember any of that? Natsu blinked in surprise at the latest information. Wait, I did. The last he had recalled was the Emperor of Bosco knocking him around for a bit till everything went dark. For him to have actually turned the tide was certainly unexpected, even for him. Rukia nodded. Indeed. To be entirely honest, for a while there you were easily the strongest member of the entire guild. That seemed to catch Natsu's attention. Really? You mean I was even stronger than Urza, Laxus, and Gramps? Yes, you were. Momo admitted, taken slightly aback by his excited attitude. Natsu threw up his right hand into the air, his body cladding itself in fire. All right. It's about time all that training finally paid off. His right fist then slammed into the palm of his left hand, a smirk creasing over his face. Look out, Urza, because I'm about to challenge you for a rematch. Candace let out an annoyed sigh. You're not that strong anymore, you dumbass. It was only when you fought His Majesty. Natsu almost immediately felt his enthusiasm deflate, his shoulders slumping. Seriously? Oh come on, that's not fair. Bambietta let out an irritated groan. Natsu, could you please focus on the task at hand, for 5 fucking minutes? Normally she wouldn't be so upset at her friend, but the entire scenario had left her a bit on edge and more than a little irritable. Bambi, please. Lil Otto insisted, calming her friend down before she looked Natsu in the eyes. "Natsu, do you have any idea what could have happened for you to have gotten that strong? Any at all?" Natsu closed his eyes then as he seemed deep in thought, the pink-haired mage letting out a low hum as he did so. After a few seconds of deliberating he opened his eyes and gave them a cheeky grin. "Nope, don't got a clue." Bambietta, Rukia, and Candice let out a collective groan, whereas Lil Tato and Momo only gave a short disappointed sigh, and Ulquiorra remained as deadpan as ever. Lil Tato, no doubt having realized the futility of the situation, decided to speak to Natsu one last time. "Okay, I think we've heard enough. You can go hang out with Happy and do whatever you guys have planned." Natsu frowned for a second. Clearly his friends were disappointed with the lack of a real answer he could give them. While he still didn't know exactly what was going on, he wasn't exactly fond of ending things on such a dour note. "Hey, if I figure out whatever it was that helped me get that strong, I'll let you guys know first thing. I promise." Lil Tato smiled, the Quincy pleased that the Dragon Slayer wasn't going to completely dismiss their question after their little get-together. "Thanks Natsu. It means a lot." He gave them all a cheeky grin. "Hey, no problem. You guys would do the same for me." He then promptly turned around as he began to make his way back towards the guild. "Anyways, I better get going before all of the good jobs are taken. I'll see ya later." And with that, the Dragon Slayer took off running, no doubt intent on taking in the most exciting job he could along with his feline friend. The gathered Quincy, Regai, and Aaron Carr, however, all remained in the open clearing. Well, that was a fucking waste of time. Candice spoke first, the Quincy more than a bit irritated at the whole scenario. "Tell me about it." Bambietta agreed. "I still can't believe he didn't remember any of that. I mean, how does that even work? Look, there's no use crying over spilled milk." Lil Tato told the two of them. "For now, we've just hit a dead end, and there's not much we can do about it." Lil Tato's right. Momo agreed. "We can pick this up later once we have more to go off on. For now it's best we prepare for the festival and act like everything's normal. We've got a lot of work to do after all. I suppose that's the best course of action." Rukia added in before she watched Natsu's retreating form. Trying to force any more answers out of them is more than likely just going to make him upset anyways. "I must also agree." Ulquiorra finally spoke up. "However, I believe we should try to keep a closer eye on Natsu Dragneel from this point onwards." He then glanced over towards Lil Tato. "I presume we can leave that task up to you." Lil Tato nodded. "Sure. Not like I hate his company or anything. I'll let you guys know if I notice anything out of the ordinary. More like you lie him." Bambietta and Candice cooed together, teasing Lil Tato in unison as they took a cue from a certain flying cat. The blonde's eyes twitched as she frowned, while a slight blush formed over her face as she brought her visor down to obscure her face. "Yeah, well. Fuck off." She vanished from sight, the Quincy no doubt heading towards her crush. Bambietta couldn't help but smile at her fellow Quincy, though it subsided into a frown. Whatever that strange power of Natsu's was, she highly doubted it would be the last they'd see of it. The last 5 days leading up towards the Harvest Festival had come and gone before the members of Fairy Tail had known it. While the Quincy within the guild were still understandably nervous with Wywak spending the week in Magnolia, the three of them had calmed down considerably after Bambietta had informed them of the private chat she had with the Quincy King. While Candice had the attitude of, "Fuck it, I'm just going to enjoy what time I have anyways," Lil Tato had used logic to quell her fears. If Wywak truly wanted to either subjugate or annihilate their guild, there was no reason, at least that she was aware of, that he wouldn't have just done it at the start. It's how he conquered Hueco Mundo after all, and how he created the Lictriac before that. Ultimately, while she was far from content with his current visit, she knew that spending the rest of her life in fear was hardly productive. Instead, she would follow Urza's example, and keep an eye on the Quincy monarch. Having finished their own individual parts to the parade that would finish off the Harvest Festival the day prior, the three Quincy's along with the two Regai had promptly gotten changed and eagerly awaited their turn around the corner of the guild hall's podium. As they began to prepare, however, the Quincy King and his entourage entered the guild. Your Majesty, with all due respect, I fail to see what purpose we could possibly have for attending a beauty pageant, Rhea asked Wywak. His Majesty was far above the desires of the flesh, after all. She could tell from the confused looks on Leal's and Gerard's faces that they shared her confusion. Only Jonathan remained as composed as he normally did, a confident smirk adorning his face. Wywak simply smiled as he took his seat, ushering the others to follow his example. You'll understand in time, my Scoot Staffel. For now, please. Enjoy the festivities. Before the Fairy Tale Guild's main stage, a throng of people, both civilians and guild members alike, had gathered. One might consider the scene relatively tame for what usually went on within that guild's walls, but only because the mages were on their best behaviors, sort of. It wouldn't do to get the citizens of Magnolia or visiting tourists caught up in any sort of guild brawl at that moment, especially with a certain royal entourage present. Besides, no one would dare mess up their chance to see Magnolia's finest mages perform in the main event of that day, the Miss Fairy Tale contest. Just behind the steps leading up to the guild's second floor, the capped head of one of those very contestants poked up. Its owner's eyes slid from side to side, gauging the fullness of the room, before she slid back down and out of sight, slinking back down to where the rest of the contestants were waiting in the impromptu waiting room established downstairs. Bambietta slowly made her way downstairs, a little overwhelmed. Sure, their Miss Wandenreich contests had amassed larger crowds. It's kind of hard to beat the largest remaining population of Quincy's, but that was then. This was now. She had a girlfriend. This kind of stuff was kind of embarrassing now. Eager to distract herself, she looked around the waiting room. She had been the first one out of the occupants from another world to finish dressing up. Kana had already gone on stage with a bikini, with Bisksa following soon after in her own bikini. Then there was Jovia, nervously fidgeting, in a bikini. Really? How the hell was I the one who put the most thought into this? Bambietta wondered before she glanced over towards Urza. Then again, maybe not. Urza, ever unpredictable, had opted for an eye-catching gothic Lolita outfit, complete with a white frilly, deep purple skirt and its deep blue stockings with the she seemed to be picking at her blouse for some reason, though. Urza certainly seemed to be mildly agitated by something, that was for certain. While Bambietta did her best to ignore whatever was going on over there, she found the perfect distraction in the form of her girlfriend. She called out a greeting. The blonde perked up and waved back with a smile, almost returning the greeting before the words died on her lips and her face adopted the awkward look of someone trying not to say something. Bambietta felt like she knew what was on Lucy's mind, but she also felt like it might be more fun to ride the situation out, so she ignored the strange reaction for now. Bambietta offered up a low whistle before smiling. I gotta say, Lucy, you look absolutely stunning in that cheerleader outfit. The blonde was currently dressed in a blue cheerleader outfit with white trim, a yellow version of the Fairy Tale Guild emblem atop her right breast, her midriff fully exposed. You're going to kill it out there, I just know it. Lucy couldn't help but blush. Thanks, Bambi, that means a lot. Truth be told, I'm kinda nervous about the whole thing. I mean, we're going up against Myra and Urza. Not to mention Kana, Candace, everyone else. She looked away then, her usual confidence somewhat subdued. Bambietta chuckled at her girlfriend's nervousness. I never thought I'd see you of all people start getting cold feet about your looks. Trust me, Lucy, when I say you're going to do way better than you think. Lucy smiled. Well, if you think so, then I guess I just have to try my best. That odd look returned to her face, and Bambietta felt now was the right time to address it. She had to fight to keep a smirk off her face, though. Something the matter, Lucy? Nothing, it's just. Really, Bambi? Lucy questioned, gesturing to Bambietta's cloaked form. Bambietta briefly looked down at herself before looking back up. What do you mean? Her girlfriend smacked her palm against her own face and sighed. I figured you, of all people, would have loved the opportunity to wear something silly, or to show off in some way, but instead, you look like you're trying to practically hide inside that cloak of yours. She then pointed a finger above Bambietta's head accusatorily. You're even still wearing your hat. Well, yeah. Duh. Lucy sighed again. Look, I get it, Quincy's care a lot about their fashion, but you have a lot to work with. You shouldn't just. Now, don't get Bambietta wrong, in terms of dreamy blonde, E.S. who have the capacity to talk her ear off, the one before her definitely takes the cake, pun somewhat intended. Certainly didn't hurt that this mini rant/lecture Lucy had just descended into was practically about telling Bambietta how pretty she was. However, while Bambietta could listen to and stare at the woman before her for what would likely be an unhealthy amount of time, she also really wanted to see her reaction to the Quincy's actual outfit. Without saying a word, Bambietta simply raised an eyebrow and lifted her arms, parting her cloak and allowing her girlfriend to see the clothing, or lack thereof, underneath. For the typically covered-up Quincy, it was a remarkably revealing yet sporty outfit. She wore a red and white sports bra that clung to her, despite surrounding comparisons, respectable bust, and her heart-shaped pin still rested over her left breast, as always. Complementing that were color-matching, almost skin-tight short shorts that truly left little to the imagination, and honestly, Bambietta was even at that moment resisting the urge to adjust them. Completing the outfit were matching white gloves and shoes with red trim, the gloves in particular reaching up to her elbows in order to cover up her Leiden hand. This time, Bambietta did let herself outwardly smirk as Lucy's voice trailed off, her eyes practically doing laps up and down Bambietta's body as she tried to take it all in. Within seconds, Bambietta would have been hard-pressed to tell someone the difference between her girlfriend's face and a ripe tomato. "Oh," Lucy said in a small voice. Truly, a single syllable had never been so satisfying. Her smirk merely grew with her girlfriend's lingering gaze. "Pretty good, huh? I figured I'd go as revealing as I could while still keeping some dignity, and judging by the steam coming out of your ears, I'd say I chose wisely. Even so, I'm kinda glad Wendy chose now to go to the post office. Show's about to start any minute now, and I'd rather she not be around when Candy has her turn." "Oh, screw you. I'm actually keeping things PG for once." Bambietta quickly turned her head as Candace strolled towards them. Much like them, she too had opted for a change of clothing, wearing a short leather jacket, a white tank top, a leather skirt, and black biker boots. Bambietta smirked. "Well damn, Candace. I didn't know that the Grease convention was in town. What, are you going to start singing Greased Lightning while you do a dance that should have died in the 70s? Candace scoffed. "Oh right, like I'm going to take that from the woman who's probably going to sing some song from the 80s. The two glared at one another as lightning seemed to erupt from their eyes, clashing in midair as they stomped towards each other, no doubt preparing for another friendly shouting match, the pair less than an arm's length away from one another. Miss Fairy Tale hasn't even started yet and the two of you are already making complete asses of yourselves. Why am I even surprised?" The two were suddenly pulled apart by two arms, the two Quincy glancing down towards the one responsible. It was Lil Tato, the Quincy wearing a white leotard with yellow lines going down its side. Bambietta raised an eyebrow. "Wait, Lil. You're actually participating? But I thought you said that beauty pageants were a complete waste of time." "Yeah, and that they were just an excuse for beautiful women to validate their beauty to compensate for their insecurities," Candace added, casting a suspicious glance Lil Tato's way. "And I still do, for most anyway," Lil Tato answered. "But Miss Fairy Tale isn't just about your own beauty, you know. It's also about your magic and how to use it. I got plenty of spells from that Quincy spell book that Robert gave us that I can put to really good use. That and..." The small woman blushed as Natsu's visage shot through her mind. "He'll be there watching." Candace chuckled. "PFT, yeah, good luck with that Lil. I doubt he has any interest in an ironing board like Ga." Candace screamed out in pain before she could finish her insult, Lil Tato slamming her foot down on Candace's own. "What the fuck, Lil? Candy, you know that's a sore spot for her. Frankly, you had it coming." Bambietta answered while Lil Tato huffed with anger. "You're lucky I didn't decide to take a bite out of your hair," Lil Tato muttered. "What?" Candace exclaimed as she glared at Lil Tato. "You want to go, Lil? Huh? Well, do you? Please, stop fighting. This is supposed to be for fun. There's no need to let things get so out of control." "Momo's absolutely right. You're making a disgrace out of this entire pageant. Show some restraint. The Quincy's turned their heads as Momo and Rukia made their way towards them. The reggae of Squad 5's lieutenant was wearing a turquoise string bikini, her hair still done up with her traditional light green hair bun, while Rukia was clad in a white bunny girl outfit with chocolate brown pantyhose. Whoa, never thought I'd see either of you wearing something like that, Bambietta admitted while Candace let out a whistle of approval. Momo blushed. I know it's a bit more revealing than what I'm used to, but I figure for something like this, it's about time I considered following some of Ranjiku's advice. I want to do the best I can after all. Rukia, however, blinked in confusion at their words. And why wouldn't I wear something like this? I'll have you know this is my way of showing off proper appreciation to Chappa the rabbit. I couldn't think of anything more splendid to showcase that love. Bambietta, Lil Tato, Candace, Lucy, and Momo couldn't help but stare at Rukia in utter bafflement, their heads tilted to the side. That's why she's wearing it? Oh my god, she doesn't have a fucking clue what that's actually for, does she? Bambietta shouted in the confines of her mind. I don't know whether I should be laughing, finding it incredibly sad, or just enjoy the view of her fine ass. Candace pondered, fuck it, I'm enjoying the view. Miss Cookaki, I know Renji said that you loved rabbits, but I never knew that it went this far. Momo realized somewhat nervously. Lil Tato simply face-palmed before she groaned. Seriously, Rukia? I thought you were smarter than that. Lucy looked like she had something to say as well, but before she had a chance, she noticed Max ushering her towards the stage. That's my cue, Lucy said before she kissed Bambietta on the cheek. Wish me luck, she called out as she ran towards the stage. You'll knock 'em dead, Lucy. I know you will, Bambietta shouted with pride before she looked towards the others. You four may as well just give up now. Lucy and I got this in the bag. You really think you can just brush me aside like that? I'm pretty sure I got a good chance here, Candace argued. Bambietta grinned. Candy, I beat you every year for Miss Wandenreach. I'm not exactly all that concerned. She then glanced over towards Lil Tato. And I really don't think I need to worry about you. Lil Tato simply flipped her friend the middle finger before Bambietta looked over towards Momo. As for you, Momo, while I'll admit you've gotten a substantial upgrade, I actually know how to flaunt it. You're too timid to put your new looks to use. Her head then looked towards Rukia. And as for you, just having a beautiful face and a nice ass isn't going to be anywhere near enough to beat me. Momo looked away bashfully while Rukia bit her tongue, before she smirked. Okay, then what about Urza? Bambietta opened up her mouth, closed it, opened it up again before she looked away. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. So you will? Rukia and Candace teased. Oh, shut up. Since when are you two ever on the same page anyway? Bambietta shouted before she stopped speaking, waiting for Max to call her to the stage, but she heard nothing. Huh. That's odd. Should have been my turn by now, Bambietta stated. Maybe Miss Heartfilia is still performing, Momo asked the Quincy. Bambietta shook her head. No, Lucy told me what she was going to do, it shouldn't be taking this long. Something's wrong. You're more right than you know, Lil Tato spoke up. I'm sensing that bitch Evergreen on stage. Her eyes narrowed then before she clenched her fists. No doubt she's holding up the show. Oh, to hell with that bullshit, Bambietta shouted as she stomped towards the curtain. I'm not letting that stupid bitch get in the way of me or Lucy's big moment. The Quincy angrily ran through the curtain, prepared to rant and rave towards the woman, only for her eyes to widen upon the stone statuesque forms of Kana, Bisksa, Levi, Juvia, Myra Jane, Urza, and Lucy, with Evergreen giving her an arrogant sneer. Bambietta's response was short as it was simple, filled with equal parts confusion and fury as her eyes bore into Evergreen's. What the fuck? Chapter 84, Rules of the Game. You seem quite excited, Wendy, Carla said as she gave up on keeping pace with Wendy, opting to take flight. I'm sorry, Carla, Wendy exclaimed, looking back over her shoulder. In her hands was a sealed letter she kept pressed firmly against her chest, the mage nearly bounding with each step. It's just, we haven't gotten a chance to write to Master Rubal in a while. Not since the whole thing at the Tower of Heaven. He's probably worried sick about us. Ever since the young dragon slayer had left Kate's shelter to become a part of Fairy Tale, Wendy had gone out of her way to make sure she wrote a letter to Master Rubal about once a week. In nearly every one, she had regaled an adventure, some big, some small, that she and her new friends had gone on. He almost always sent a letter back immediately, much to her joy. "I'm sure he knows we're both fine," Carla replied, catching up with Wendy and flying by her side. "Though I may find her a scoundrel at times, Bambietta was the right choice for him to select in keeping you safe." "You and I. You really think she's a scoundrel?" Wendy asked. "Carla, I know you two don't see eye to eye all the time, but she dotes on you," Carla interrupted with a small smile. "That, she and I have in common. I just hope you don't pick up on any of her bad habits before we return to Kate's shelter." Wendy came to an abrupt halt as soon as she heard that despite the fact that the post office was within sight. That's right. Carla and we're just here temporarily, aren't we? We've been here for so long, gone through so much. She almost couldn't believe that she had forgotten that fact. One day, eventually, they would have to say goodbye to Fairy Tale, and all of the new friends they had made. No more training from Rukia, no more goofing around with Natsu, no more Lucy reading her bedtime stories, and no more Bambietta. Carla seemed to have picked up on her friend's change of attitude as she placed a comforting paw on her friend's shoulder. "Wendy, there's no need to worry. I'm sure we have plenty of time before we have to go. But we'll still have to go eventually, won't we?" Wendy asked as she looked over at Carla, her face and tone of voice equally melancholy. I don't know if I'll ever be ready to say goodbye." Carla sighed. "I'll admit, even I've become quite accustomed to Fairy Tale and its antics, but Kate's shelter is our home. I'm sure Master Rubul and everyone else would miss us just as much." "Right," Wendy admitted, though her tone was still somewhat somber. She had people that cared about her back in Kate's shelter, and vice versa. Master Rubal had practically been the father she never had, and there were so many others who had helped her in her time with the guild. As much as she had enjoyed her time with her friends in Fairy Tale, she couldn't deny that she still missed her family in Kate's shelter. Wendy opened her mouth, but before she had a chance to speak, a dark-skinned man in white suddenly appeared right before them with a loud static boom. Wendy flinched as she took several steps back, alarm bells going off in her head. This man, something about him feels very familiar. What exactly that was, she couldn't quite place, but she decided to be polite. Hello there, mister." The tall man simply glanced downwards. There was none of the usual warmth that Wendy was accustomed to from the people of Magnolia. All she could feel right now was a strange coldness. "Miss Marvel, I'll be needing you to come with me." For the occupants of Magnolia, October 15th was supposed to be a special day which all of its citizens looked forward to. To them, and to anyone lucky enough to visit, this was a day that was akin to a special holiday. How could they not, when the ones hosting it were none other than the country's most famous guild, Fairy Tale? Even the mages of the guild would typically be excited. Floats, performers, and magic galore would be on full display during the Fantasia parade. A once-per-year spectacular, it's considered by many to be a must-see event. But all of that would-be excitement and joy were now replaced with two intense emotions for one Bambietta-based turbine: horror and fury. "What did you do?" Bambietta almost whispered as she clenched her fists before her emotions exploded outward in a blaring outcry. "What the fuck did you do to them?" Her first friend she had made in this world, and one of her closest, Levine Carden. The woman who Bambietta respected above any other and helped bring her to Fairy Tale, Urza Scarlet. And Lucy Hartfilia, her beloved girlfriend. All of them turned to stone. Immediately after her roar of anger she prepared an orb of the explode in her right hand, Lil Toto and Candace following suit with their bows and arrows. Rukia and Momo were more restrained, though they were prepared to cast a Kido if needed. "I'm going to give you this one chance. Change them back now or I'll make the next hour of your life an absolute hell," Bambietta growled. Evergreen didn't seem worried in the slightest, however, as she gave them all a sly grin. "Now, I wouldn't be so hasty if I were you. After all, the real fun hasn't even begun yet. Before Bambietta could offer a retort by blasting Evergreen to Kingdom Come, the 5 women were assaulted by a bolt of lightning, each of them sent off of the stage as the lot of them were sent rolling across the ground. Bambietta had been the only one to land on her feet, though she was slightly singed. She glared up towards the stage, where Laxus, as well as Stella Upland, now stood alongside Evergreen. The other members of the Thunder Legion were also present, Freed and Bixlow sitting atop the guild's rafters. The citizens of Magnolia, who had initially come for the show, ran off in droves as Max urged all of them to run away. Candace, however, was focusing on something else entirely. What? You mean that bitch Stella is with them now? Candace bemoaned internally. The two hadn't interacted often, hardly at all in fact, but Candace had always gotten an air of superiority around the woman that she didn't like. For some reason, Jade would go spend time with the blonde from time to time, but the Quincy could never fathom why. Ugh, if only Jade was here. We could really use her magic right now. Candace complained. But what was really bothering her now was that Laxus was standing center stage with them. She couldn't have cared less about the Thunder Triad given their earlier interaction, but for Laxus to go this far. Her eyes widened, recalling the get-together the two had just the night prior. The Battle of Fairy Tale. Candace remarked as she finished taking a swig of her beer. Laxus, I thought we talked about this. Strength is. Oh relax, it's just gonna be a fun glorified guild brawl. Nothing big. Laxus told her. Think of it like a tournament to find out who's really the strongest. Come on, it'll be fun. Well, I guess it could be fun. Sure, why not? The green-haired Quincy shook then as she gritted her teeth. She expected him to start it after Miss Fairy Tale had concluded. That wasn't even mentioning the first that he never brought up the idea that he'd turn them into statues. Laxus, you said it wasn't going to be anything serious. Candace worried. Was this all just part of the plan? To get them to just start taking this more seriously? Yeah, that had to be it. There's no way he would seriously go through with something like this, right? Well now, looks like all the riffraff that were just here for Miss Fairy Tale decided to head home, Laxus said with a sneer. Pity, because the party's just about to start. I see. So, this is why His Majesty insisted on participating, Lily Barrow thought before he glanced his gaze towards Jonathan. I suppose you knew this would happen from the start, didn't you, Grand Master? I should have known, Makarov muttered. What was he up to now? Whatever it was, the wise old man doubted it was anything he'd approve of. Man, what the hell are you thinking? Gray demanded. Did you forget that the Emperor of Bosco's here too? Do you know what kind of trouble we could get into if word of this gets to the Magic Council? Laxus didn't seem the least bit perturbed. Oh, calm down, loser. I think what I have in mind is something he'll enjoy far more than some stupid beauty pageant. He then sneered over at the Quincy monarch. So, how's about you sit back and enjoy the show, Your Majesty? I can promise you that you're in for a wild ride. For just a moment, the blood of every Quincy in the Guildhall ran cold. Pulling this brazen stunt in front of Wywak was bad enough, but to actually acknowledge him while he did it? That was straight up suicide. Welp, he's dead, Bambietta and Lil Tato thought simultaneously, while Candace's eyes fervently traveled between Laxus and Wywak with considerable concern. Wywak looked like he was about to reply, but before the monarch had a chance to even say anything, Makarov spoke up. I've had about enough of your nonsense. Change them back or else. Makarov warned. Laxus just continued to sneer with confidence. Oh? You'd better play nice if you want these ladies to join the other words, I'm taking all of them hostage. Break the rules and I'll shatter these chicks one by one. Or I could just smash 'em all right now. The only thing that was keeping Bambietta restrained in that moment was Lucy's own safety. In his grasp as she was, there was absolutely nothing Bambietta could do that didn't carry some risk of destroying her statue. That was one mistake Bambietta didn't dare take, even if her glare of contempt didn't lessen in the slightest. Instead, her body shook with fury. Get your filthy hands off of her, you son of a bitch. Bambietta swore internally. I swear, I'm going to make you pay for this. By the time I'm done with you, you'll wish I fucking killed you. Lil Tato wasn't faring any better. As her eyes glanced around the statues of her friends, her mind raced through several possible ways that she could attempt to move them away. However, with Laxus's immense speed and power, along with the aid of the Thunder Legion, each plan she could think of was met with a probable loss. All she could do for now was simply stare at Urza's petrified face. Admittedly, Urza was the only one among the statues that still had some trace of spiritual pressure that Lil Tato could sense, but given how little she knew about the magic, she didn't want to get her hopes up. Urza, hang in there. Lil Tato thought as she clenched at her own arm. I'm not amused, Laxus. Stop fooling around. Makarov demanded, his tolerance running thin. Oh, I'm serious, old man, Laxus insisted. This ain't no joke. From this moment on we're playing my game now. The goal is simple, to see who's really the strongest. I've always wondered who was the strongest in the guild now that guild arts is gone, Fried stated as he landed right next to Laxus. Now it's time to find out. Yeah, let's have some fun. Bixlo added, with his floating dolls echoing his last word. Fun. Fun. Those dolls. Momo muttered as she stared at the floating objects. They're not just being controlled by magic, they're possessed by souls. There's only one rule. Laxus declared. Whoever's left standing in the end is the winner. It's a fairy tale battle royal. A flaming fist slammed down on the table as Natsu grinned with anticipation. Nice and simple. That's just how I like it. I'm fired up now. Laxus, meanwhile, turned his head slightly towards the Dragon Slayer. Glad you could see it my way. If nothing else, you have the right attitude. Natsu. Makarov spoke in a warning tone, but Natsu didn't seem to pay it any mind as he made his way towards Laxus. This is a festival, right? Natsu asked Makarov as he continued his approach. Then I say we party hard. Have you already forgotten how badly he beat you the last time you guys went at it? Warren warned Natsu. I was just a kid back then. Natsu called back. What do you mean, that was last year? Warren reminded him, exasperated at Natsu's nonchalant attitude. Yeah, but since then I've become a man. Natsu insisted before he went charging in. Natsu, don't. Lil Tato tried to warn him as the Dragon Slayer jumped midair as he made his attempt to attack Laxus on the stage. However, Laxus grinned as the Dragon Slayer came hurtling right at him. On the other hand, I think that attitude of yours is going to get you into a world of hurt. Why don't you sit back down? Another bolt of lightning erupted from Laxus, prompting striking Natsu down to the ground as he shouted out in pain. Natsu! Lil Tato and Gray cried out. Momo rushed over towards him to heal him with Kido immediately, with Lil Tato quickly joining her side. I told you so. Warren said dejectedly. He's no man, Elfman added in disappointment. Happy flew over to the hurt Natsu, looking down at the stunned Dragon Slayer. You alright, Natsu? However, it was no use, the fire mage was completely knocked out. Lil Tato looked over Natsu's body before she looked over to Urza's statue, the Quincy trying her best to restrain herself, her entire body shuddering with rage. Damn you, Laxus! Candace couldn't remain silent any longer. Laxus! What the fuck? You said you were going to have a glorified guild brawl, you didn't tell me 1 centimeter about this hostage shit. Oh, what's wrong? I thought we agreed to do this. Laxus asked with a sneer. You seemed pretty convinced about it when I told you last night. You never said you would turn my friends into fucking stone. Candace shouted back at him. Did you really think I was going to be okay with this? Because I'm not. Laxus scoffed at her anger. Oh, come on, you're telling me that you care more about those losers than what we got. Candace clenched her fists before she snarled. I've made the mistake of betraying a friend once. My life was full of nothing but fucking mistakes, but that's one of the very few that I still regret. Laxus frowned, the S-class mage almost looking hurt at her words. So, you're saying you're choosing them over me? You're goddamn right I am. Candace shouted. I told myself that I would sooner die than sell them out. You told me this was going to be nothing more than a glorified guild brawl. This. The hell I'd ever go along with this. She then turned around to face the Thunder Legion. And you three. How are you okay with this? Fairy tale butts heads like frat boys on a drunk Friday, but we never try to kill each other. Nobody here would ever stoop this low. Before any of them could offer a retort, she glared back at Laxus. Also, Battle Royale my ass. Why the fuck are you excluding the girls? Fried said you guys wanted to see who the strongest was, right? You've got Urza turned to stone, so real swell idea there, moron. Cause now, not only are you not going to really get that answer, but also when this is shit over, I guarantee you not only are you probably not going to be the last one standing, but Twizzler's going to beat you so badly with her new armor you'll be comatose. I guarantee it. Laxus scoffed. I made sure Evergreen didn't turn the rest of you to stone, didn't I? I need to know where you lot stand in all of this. As for Urza, I ain't scared of her, no matter what armor she wears. Besides, I think I might just keep her like this by the time things are over. I think she'd make for a great garden decoration, don't you think? You son of a bitch. Candace shouted at him. You and I are so done, do you hear me? She attempted to lunge forward, her swords at the ready, but Rukia grabbed Candace by the waist to prevent her from ending up like Natsu. Let me go. I'm going to tear him limb by limb for this. Candace, don't be stupid, Rukia insisted. He's too strong for you to just barge in there without a plan. You need to be smart about this. Fuck that. I need to kick him in the dick now for all this shit. Candace screamed as Rukia tried her best to hold Candace back. We're officially broken up, you hear me? When I get through with you, you're gonna wish you were never born. Laxus turned away from her, having had enough of their little spat. Sensing her leader was rather bothered by the recent exchange, Evergreen decided to speak up. Naturally, if you want to turn the girls back to normal, you're going to have to defeat us first. But those odds aren't bad. It's just 4 of us against 100 of you guys. Bixlow added. Ahem, Stella spoke up. Have you already forgotten about me and my reinforcements? It's much more akin to 12 against 100. Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot you decided to give us a hand for a second there. That's my bad. Bixlow added. It's nothing to stress about. Stella replied. Her eyes narrowed then as her mind focused on her daughter. It would have been 13 if you had managed to show up on time, Jade. Oh well, I suppose I'll have to scold her for her tardiness later. Though with the minor dark guilds in my pocket, it's honestly more like 200 vs 100. Her eyes glanced over the entire guild as she smirked. And soon, by the time Laxus's game is done, you'll all be too weak to ever resist my full command spell. She then snapped her fingers, her guise as Stella Upland vanishing, revealing her true form. I suppose I won't be needing this any longer, Emberella spoke with a grin. Makarov gasped. He recognized her well from the reports about the attempted coup of Chicken Fangs several months ago. He balled his fists. Have you lost your mind, Laxus? You're working with a dark mage. Laxus sneered at his grandfather. Oh please, you're making such a big deal out of nothing. The only thing she's guilty of is wanting the same thing as me. Making our guilds the best that it can be. As for the time limit, you have about 3 hours and not a second more, Evergreen added as she held up 3 fingers. After that, these pretty statues of yours will be reduced to dust. You're kidding me, Macau spoke worryingly under his breath. To hell with this. Change Jovia back, right now. Gray demanded as an icy chill surrounded him. I don't care what kind of stupid games you want to play, but leave her out of this. I agree. If a battle is what you want, then I'm more than willing to fight you on principle, Totomaru added as he surrounded himself with flames. But if you have any semblance of honor towards being a fairy tale mage, you'll release them right now. We're the ones in charge of the rules of this game, not you, Fried told them. If you take umbrage with the rules, then you can simply forfeit. Unless you wish to see Laxus's threat through. Laxus then smirked as he looked at Urza's statue. Yeah, and I think I know exactly where I want to start. Lil Tato's heartbeat increased dramatically at his words, the former stern Ritter feeling her anxiety skyrocket from the implied threat. No. I can't lose her. Not after everything we've been through. Gray and Totomaru glanced at one another before they eased off their magic. With the situation resolved, Laxus did away with his prepared bolt of lightning and continued on with his plan, Lil Tato letting out a sigh of relief as he did. From this moment on, all of Magnolia will serve as the battlefield, Laxus said as he finally took a few steps away from the stone statue of the blonde. The fight will officially begin when and if you can find us. Momo glanced over towards Bambietta, having just finished treating Natsu's injuries and wanting to make sure her guildmate wasn't about to do anything rash. However, what she hadn't expected was Bambietta's shaking form. Bambi? She asked out of concern. Bambietta didn't answer. The Quincy's pounding heartbeat had long since drowned out the voices around her, eyes flickering between the forms of the three petrified bodies in front of her. This wasn't something she could just fight through like when Urza needed her at the Tower of Heaven. This was a reality she just had to accept, like when Levi had been hurt during the Phantom Lord incident, the damage already done. Only, this time, she might not wake up. None of them might. Levi. Urza. Lucy. Her defeated gaze came to a rest on her girlfriend's formerly vibrant form, now rendered gray and lifeless. Just when she had promised to never let anyone hurt her ever again, just when she had promised to rush to her side the moment she needed help, she couldn't. Just as the pounding in the back of her head grew to a crescendo, an obnoxious laugh pierced through the haze. Honestly though. To think, even Urza let herself get caught off guard like this. Just proves how weak she still is, getting caught up with the blonde newbie. In fact, it's downright disgraceful. Laxus grew thoughtful for a moment before a manic grin slowly spread across his face. Oh, now there's an idea. Maybe I shouldn't even bother with Ever's time limit. Maybe I should just turn them to dust. The sound of wood splintering cut him off. Laxus turned to see Bambietta's previously deadened eyes now boring into his with unwavering intensity. The floor around her had cracked beneath an invisible pressure, and she even seemed to be exerting that same pressure on him if the weight around his shoulders was anything to go by. It was almost enough to impress him. Almost. They're a problem. Turn them back. Bambietta demanded once more. Now. Laxus rolled his eyes at her threat. Pfft, or what? You'll dash. A loud crash of broken wood and stone sounded from the left, dust emanating from a newly formed hole while Laxus stood there with his right arm outstretched as though it had just slammed something to the side, his eyes focused in the same direction, relaxed veneer gone. The exact reason why became obvious as Bambietta stepped out from the hole, sword in hand. Her cloak was somewhat worse for wear, but she was otherwise fine. Laxus, on the other hand, was a little shaken. Well, didn't think she could go that fast, he thought. Should at least make the game a little more interesting. Collecting himself, Laxus was about to comment on her attitude when he felt a stinging sensation on his neck. He ran his hand along the skin in confusion that only magnified when his hand came away slightly red. Even one of the wires of his headphones was ruined, sliced clean through. The answer came to him when he saw blood run down the edge of the enraged brunette's blade, little red droplets collecting in a tiny puddle next to her boots. His gaze returned to hers only to discover that her eyes had never once shifted in their focus. He scowled. TCH. You have 3 hours. Let the Battle of Fairy Tale begin. Laxus shone with a bright light, blinding everyone within the guild hall and forcing them all to shield their eyes. By the time the light had finally faded away, Laxus, and all his compatriots had vanished, leaving only the stunned members of the guild behind. He disappeared, Outsack growled. Damn it. Bisksa didn't do anything to deserve this. So, it's high stakes hide and go seek her. Macau said before he let out a sigh. Man, what a pain. Elfman, however, had a much louder response to all of this. Let's go. We gotta man up and save our girls. The muscular mage cried out in anger. The entire guild seemed to almost move in unison then as almost everyone stormed their way out of the guild, more than prepared to put an end to this madness as soon as possible. Hold on Bisksa, Outsack said as he looked at her statue before he took off running out with the rest of them. I'll save you, no matter what it takes. The guild master of Fairy Tale stood alone then, his eyes closed as he gathered his thoughts before he spoke up and took off running alongside them. You insolent brat. Just you wait. I'll stop you with my own 2 hands. The tiny old man went running as fast as he could, preparing to assist the rest of his guild as best as he could. Only for him to seemingly slam against the air itself. Gah! Master! Bambietta, Gray, Totomaru, Lil Tato, Candice, Rukia, and Momo cried out as they turned around to look at their guild master. Master, what's wrong? Rukia asked Makarov as he remained in place, seemingly by an unseen force. It's an invisible wall. Makarov grunted out. Gray scoffed as he walked over to Makarov. Don't be silly, Gramps, there's nothing here. Gray grabbed Makarov and attempted to pull him out, only for the old man to stay in place despite Gray's best efforts. Man, what's the deal? The hell? Candice replied, the lime-haired beauty completely baffled before she ran back and tried to assist Gray in his attempt to free their guild master. Try as they might, however, their efforts amounted to nothing. He won't fucking budge. Okay, what the fuck? Bambietta swore, her right eye twitching. The brunette turned over to Lil Tato before she belted her question. Lil. You got any idea what the hell is going on here? This some kind of invisible force field or something? Lil Tato glanced at the guild hall. At first, nothing seemed amiss, but as her eyes neared the top of the entrance, she saw something that caught her eye. There's some kind of writing at the top. Everyone promptly glanced upwards, and just as Lil Tato said, there were indeed some strange letters floating above them. It must be one of Fried's enchantments. Makarov stated. Enchantments? You mean like what Wendy can do? Bambietta asked. Momo shook her head. It's not the same. Wendy's are meant to work on people. But this kind of enchantment, Jutsushiki, if I recall what I studied back at the academy correctly, is a type of letter magic that creates barriers that enforce specific rules onto those inside it. It's used on spaces, not people. It doesn't matter how strong you are either, once you're inside, you are subjugated to the rules regardless. The only way to escape is to either follow the rules completely or defeat the caster. Man, with an ability like that, whoever writes the rules practically wins the fight, Totomaru said. Perhaps. However, techniques such as these take time to write. As such, they are almost useless in the middle of a one-on-one battle, Makarov told them. Still, as you can see, they're quite effective if set up as traps. Candice rolled her eyes. Well, that's fantastic. There appears to be 2 rules. The first is that stone statues and anyone over the age of 80 years old shall not pass. If that's the case, then it would appear that I would be affected as well, Ulquiera stated as he walked over towards the entrance, hands in pocket. How unfortunate. Lil Tato then glanced back at the writing and upon reading the second rule, frowned. The second one says no Quincy shall be able to manipulate the ether nano of this barrier. What? How does he even know about that? Bambietta shouted before she noticed Candice glancing away. Candy. It was me. She muttered. But why? Bambietta demanded as she grabbed Candice by her shoulder. We could have easily made a hole out of this without that stupid rule, so why did you dash? I didn't know that he was going to do any of this, okay? Candice screamed back, tears welling around her eyes. We had a bit of a thing going on, you know that. He wanted to know more about me, and I wanted to know more about him. That included our magic, so I told him all about the Quincy basics. Why the fuck did you do that? Didn't that feel just the least bit suspicious? Huh. Bambietta yelled at her. Maybe because I thought I could trust him and have something like you and Lucy do. Candice shouted before she looked away then, and she clenched her fists. She couldn't bring herself to look at Bambi, or anyone else for that matter. I'm sorry, okay? I never wanted any of this to happen. At least I didn't tell him about our shrifts. I never got around to it. Bambietta looked over at Candice, her anger faltering slightly. While she wasn't exactly happy that Candace had told Laxus how their powers worked, she knew deep down that her fellow Quincy never meant any harm. It was clear she was beating herself up over this as it was. It's fine," Bambietta muttered. She knew who was truly to blame after all. "Is it possible to find a workaround? Perhaps a loophole?" Rukia suggested to Makarov. "I'm afraid not," Makarov told her. "Once they are set up, the rules of the enchantment are absolute." "Well, that's fantastic. Battle hasn't even started yet and we're already down several of our best fighters," Lil Tato said before she gritted her teeth. Bastard really thought this through, even if Ulquiorra wasn't probably intended to be affected. "Then we'll just have to double our efforts," Rukia remarked. "No use crying over spilled milk. There does exist one possible way for me to escape," Ulquiorra brought up as he stretched his hand for a black void appearing before him. "Oh, right. The Garganta," Bambietta shouted with excitement, her hope of ending things quickly having been reignited from this revelation. With both Makarov and Ulquiorra at the helm, this battle royale would be over in no time. "Hey, I'm a little lost. Mind filling me in on what this Garganta thing is?" Totomaru asked as Ulquiorra walked into the dark portal before it closed. Momo was quick to answer, having figured out a way to phrase it without revealing their otherworldly origin. "It's a type of magic that only people of Ulquiorra's race can perform, at least naturally. Think of it like a form of gateway that lets you travel from one location to another without the risk of dealing with any obstacles." Candace smirked as they awaited Ulquiorra's return. "Oh hell yeah. Once we get Ulquiorra back on the field, it's game over for my jackass of an ex. I can't wait to see the stupid look on his face once he uses his rest dash." Before Candace could finish her rant, once more did the black void of the Garganta open up, the members of Fairy Tail shooting their eyes towards Ulquiorra as he stepped out of the void, and into the guild hall. The Arrancar glanced around then, carefully eyeing his surroundings before he faced his comrades. "It didn't work." "No shit, Sherlock," Bambietta and Candace yelled at him in unison. "God, you might look a bit like him, but you sure as hell ain't Noel," Bambietta screamed. "It seems that the Jutsushiki can prevent even special distortion techniques from completely working," Lil Tato muttered. "Damn it. So much for that. We really are down two of our best fighters already." "Oh, to hell with this," Bambietta cried as she prepared an explode orb in her hand. "If we can't just bypass the damn thing, then I'll just blow it up. It might not be able to be broken by just brute forcing it, but my attacks can destroy anything as long as it's not organic. So I say we give this thing a shot." "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Miss Basterbine." Everyone from the other world felt a chill run down their spine as Waiwaka's voice reached their ears as he made his way towards them. "While your shrift, the explode, does indeed have the ability to destroy the barrier, the power it would generate in order to do so would create an explosion that would wind up destroying the entire guild hall and a good portion of Magnolia." Bambietta's eye went wide with shock and quickly dissipated the orb in her hand. Furious as she was, even she knew that would have been a disastrous outcome. The last thing they needed was collateral damage, especially if her stone-turned friends were among them. "My sincere thanks for preventing me from doing something foolish, Your Majesty." Waiwak simply waved his hand. "Think nothing of it. We are attempting to forge an alliance between our nations after all." Makarov looked over towards Waiwak before he spoke words he never would have imagined uttering less than 20 minutes ago. "Then as a show of good faith, can I ask you to personally stop the madness caused by my grandson?" He wanted to hurl after uttering those words, but the power Waiwak had displayed against himself and his children had made it abundantly clear that he could resolve the situation quite handily if he agreed. Normally, he wouldn't have even considered it, but with 6 of his children on borrowed time. "Unfortunately, I, too, am unable to leave this guild hall," Waiwak informed them. "I know that it may not appear to be the case, but my age exceeds your own." "What?" Makarov exclaimed before he briefly recalled that Kurayashiki was supposedly over 300 years old, yet he looked to still be in his 30s. "I can't believe that I had forgotten that people from their world can live for such long periods of time. I can't allow my anxiety to affect my judgment any further. The same unfortunately applies to 2 of my elite guards." However, to hopefully bring things to a rapid conclusion, I'll be lending my remaining members to assist you. We'll do whatever we can to assist you, Rhea said with a smile as the pair walked outside of the guild hall. Yes, it shouldn't be too hard to put an end to this little game your grandson concocted, Jonathan added. Well, it might not be Gerard or Leal, but at this point, I'll take any help we can get, Lil Tato thought before she looked over towards Momo. Are you sure there's no way for you to find a way to dispel this damn thing? Momo looked at the barrier, her eyes slowly looking over its lettering before she shook her head. No. Unfortunately, I'm too unfamiliar with Jutsushiki. Maybe if I had more time, I could figure something out. But with just 3 hours I don't want to risk wasting my time here when I could do more good elsewhere. Well, I guess we'll just have to settle this without ya, Gramps, Gray said as he turned around. I'll be sure to give Laxus hell for you in your place though. I'm sorry. Makarov remarked, his disappointment over his own inaction evident. Gray took off in a sprint, with Totomaru following in his example. You don't need to apologize, it's not your fault, Bambietta told Makarov as before she knelt to his level. You've done more than enough for the rest of us. Now it's our turn to fight for you for once. However, Bambietta's demeanor changed, her smile turning into a frown as her eyes narrowed. But let me be perfectly clear. I don't give a damn if Laxus is your grandson or not. I'm not going to give him any fucking mercy if I run into him. She then growled, her teeth gnashing together as she turned around. Mark my words, I'm going to put that fucker, Freedy and Everline into comas for what they've done to Lucy, Urza, and Levy. Bambietta glanced towards Rukia. Rukia, I'm going to need you to go and find Wendy. I think there's a chance that she might be able to fix everyone inside. Rukia nodded her head. I understand. I take it you're going to fight Laxus then. Bambietta smirked. You're damn right I am. Finally, I made it back to the guild. Something terrible has happened. Bambietta glanced towards the direction of the voice, only for her eyes to roll her eyes as Carla flew towards her. If you're referring to Laxus's little stunt, you're a little late to the party on that one. Now where's Wendy? We could really use her help right about dash. Wendy's been kidnapped. That got everyone's attention, the pupils of Bambietta's eyes shrinking as she responded with an incredibly small, what? Carla gathered herself as best she could given the circumstances. Some man struck me, and before I could even get back up, he'd already grabbed Wendy and disappeared in a manner not unlike the pale fellow over there. He used Sonido? Ulquiera asked. What did this man look like? He was tall, perhaps taller than Laxus, had dark skin, no hair, and... I'm sorry, it all happened too fast for me to see anything else besides those details. Lil Tato hummed to herself. Tall, dark skin, bald, wore all white, add in the fact that he used Sonido and was incredibly fast. She turned to Ulquiera. Do you think it's him? He nodded. Indeed. The description sounds like it might describe Zomari Riros, the former Septima Espada. Silent since her initial question, Bambietta stared at Carla in a manner that deeply unnerved her. Some errand car took Wendy, and you didn't do anything? You just came back to the guild? You didn't even fly after her? I was knocked away, So. Do you even care? Bambi, stop it. Rukia had placed herself between the Quincy and Cat, the floating feline looking beside herself at Bambietta's words. Rukia sternly spoke. If this really was the 7th Espada, there's no way she could have kept up with him. You know that. Bambietta briefly held her gaze before walking a short distance away. Damn it. Bambietta did know that. She knew that it wasn't Carla's fault, she knew that the cat didn't have a snowball's chance in hell of stopping Zomari, but that didn't change the current situation. Not only had Laxus started some sort of fucked up death game within the guild, not only were 3 of the people closest to her since coming to this world being held hostage as statues on a timer by that bitch Evergreen, not only was Bambietta stuck here because of some bullshit rule put in place by that bastard Freed, but now Wendy had been taken hostage by the former 7th Espada for who knows what reason on top of everything else. Just what the hell kind of game was Laxus playing? Lil Tato walked up beside the distraught Quincy and placed a hand on her arm. Hey, she whispered. Fighting amongst ourselves isn't going to help anything. You need to calm down. Calm down. Bambietta asked Lil Tato as her spiritual pressure began to increase, the nearby benches at the guild hall beginning to slowly suffer from its effects. Crack. How could I calm down? Bambietta repeated as she clenched her fists. CR crack. How could I possibly calm down? Creak. My new family is practically being held at gunpoint, and I can't do a damn thing about it. The tables and chairs closest to the two Quincy's collapsed under Bambietta's mounting spiritual pressure, Lil Tato herself feeling a little wobbly. And you expect me to just calm down? Okay. All of the assembled tables and benches in front of the guild seemingly exploded into nothing as Bambietta's spiritual pressure flared out, forcing the others to shield their eyes. Bambietta paid none of that a second thought, however, as the Quincy began to make her way down the street, the ground beneath starting to crack with each step. Concerned over Bambietta's anger, Lil Tato rushed towards her, Rukia following along as well. Bambi, wait. We need to think of a plan so we can save the others. You can't just go rushing in on your own without a plan. The Quincy shouted. Oh, I have a plan, Lil. Bambietta muttered. Then what is it? Lil Tato demanded. Because we can't afford to lose you to Earl Dash. I'm going to kill that cunt Evergreen. Silence filled the air then, Lil Tato and Rukia's eyes going wide upon hearing Bambietta's words. Bambi, you can't be serious Dash. Oh, I'm dead serious, Bambietta told Rukia. These motherfuckers want to play their little game with the lives of my friends on the line? Then I see no reason as to why they need to be exempt from the rule. She then sneered. Besides, if we kill Evergreen, then they should all return to normal. If it happened with that Book of the End bullshit that Fullbringer did to Kurosaka's friends, then I fail to see why it shouldn't work here Dash. However, just as Bambietta tried to take another step forward, her guild mark began to glow a bright light. Bambietta's march came to an immediate half as the Quincy felt her entire body seemingly frozen in place. What? Bambietta yelled internally as she tried to move forward. Grunting effort, Bambietta was able to slowly take a single step forward, then another before she found herself panting for breath. Okay, what the fuck is it this time? Bambietta demanded as she glanced back at the guild mark. Sylphia, I swear to God if this is you again. No, this felt different from the time the goddess had prevented her from killing Jade. When that had happened, she hadn't been able to move at all along with a soothing feeling that eroded her ill intent. This time, her anger was still as intense as ever, and while movement was significantly more difficult than it had once been, at least now it was possible. Furthermore, she was able to recognize the magic flowing out from her guild mark that made moving so difficult. There was no doubt about it, this was Makarov's magic. But how? Bambietta demanded internally as she looked over towards the guild master, who had thankfully been out of earshot when she made her declaration of death. He didn't seem to be using some sort of spell to keep her immobile, though Makarov seemed to look at her with concern. As Momo had rushed over to join them and sensed Makarov's magic comic from her guild mark, the former lieutenant quickly put two and two together. I see. It looks like Makarov put in a little safety precaution on your guild mark. From what I can vaguely tell from its makeup, it looks like it's set to activate whenever you have any malicious desires to kill a member of the guild. He what? Bambietta barley spat out. Why on earth would he? Her eyes shot wide open as she briefly recalled her first meeting with the guild master. Bambietta lowered her head then. I suppose that's what we were by this world's definitions. I killed for the Vandenrijk, for His Majesty. Soul Reapers and Hollows, I made no exceptions. And I dash. Makarov was quick to finish her sentence, having seen the joy that Bambietta had possessed when he had first seen her, the decapitated head of a cyclops within her hands. You enjoyed it. The light in Bambietta's eyes grew faint then, the optics dulling for a moment as her expression became void of any real feeling. Yes. Makarov took a deep breath, running a hand across his face as he continued to look at the potential fairy tale member before him. If you join fairy tale, I will make this abundantly clear here and now. That can never happen again. Oh. Bambietta said as the realization hit her. As much as she wanted to be infuriated at Makarov's decision to have placed this on her at all, she knew she couldn't truly fault him for it. After all, her sins had been laid bare to both him and Porylusika, and it made complete sense that he would install some sort of safety protocol to protect his children. Unfortunately, this understanding was overwhelmed by her unyielding rage at what Laxus and his own goons had done to her friends before she snarled. If they think something like this is going to stop me, then they got another thing coming. The Quincy promptly began to walk forward with as her Ryotsu increased, but she was only able to make small steps forward, as if she was weighed down by gravity. Bambi, this is a terrible idea. Lil Tato told her. Bambietta scoffed at her friend's words. Why? Because I'd be kicked out and thrown into jail if I did? I don't give a damn. Everyone and everything I've come to truly care about has been taken from me, and I'm not going to let these motherfuckers get away with it. Well, yes, that, but it's also a terrible idea because there is no way in hell you're going to be able to beat any of them if you can barely move. Especially if you run into Freed or Laxus. Lil Tato yelled at her. I know that you're angry, but you don't know the half of it. Bambietta screamed at her. My best friend. The one who saved my life. My girlfriend. Wendy. Those bastards have put them all in greater danger than ever, and You're not the only one who's lost someone from all this. Lil Tato screamed at Bambietta, silencing her. You think I'm happy about any of this? Lucy, Levy, even Juvia, and Kana and Myra, they're all my friends. And then there's Urza. She's practically a big sister to me. So don't you get on a high horse and tell me that I don't understand, because I do. I want nothing more than to make these bastards pay for what they've done. Lil Tato panted for a moment, catching her breath as she attempted to calm down. But I know right now that if I go in rushing without a plan, then we've probably already lost. We don't have Urza or Makarov to bail us out. Not this time. It's just us. We need to be smart about this. She then looked over towards the guild hall. Besides, did you ever think how they'd feel about this? Bambietta rolled her eyes. What are you talking about? I'll have saved their lives. And a member of the guild died because of it, Rukia interrupted her as she walked in front of her. I understand how you feel, but to everyone else, these are still members of the guild. The minute that you kill them is the minute that the guild will never look at you the same. It's for their own good. Bambietta insisted. Rukia sighed. I understand that you're doing this to help them, and that as far as you're concerned, you're doing the right. Tell me, are you saying you want to kill Evergreen because it's the only way, or are you just saying it because you want to kill Evergreen? I'm doing it to end the battle faster. Bambietta insisted. And as long as it's for their sake they'll understand. If there truly was no other choice, I'm sure that they would, Rukia answered. But with how much stronger you are than her, then it should be more than possible for you to defeat her without taking her life, and you and I both know that. Do you really think that they'll be happy that you killed someone on their behalf when it was entirely avoidable? Do you think that any of them want that on their conscience? Bambietta paused for a moment before she answered. They'd understand, I'm sure. However, the words hadn't come out of her mouth as she had hoped. Rather than filled with the confidence she had desired, her voice was laced with doubt. You and I both know that Urza would blame herself for any of their deaths if you went through with that, Lil Tato told Bambietta. That if she hadn't been turned to stone, she'd still be alive. Tell me I'm wrong. Bambietta stared at Lil Tato, her mouth opening and closing, before she finally looked away. Her silence was more than enough to answer. Rukia spoke up. Listen, it's not wrong for you to be angry about all this. If anything, it's perfectly natural. But if you let yourself be controlled by this anger, then we've already lost. Right now, you're the strongest fighter we have, and we can't afford to lose you because you're being weighed down by this spell. So please, for everyone's sake, calm down and recompose yourself. Bambietta simply stood there, beside herself with her rage. A part of her wanted to tell them that they were wrong, that she could end things much more quickly and efficiently if she just went for a killing blow at the start of the fight, that it was all to end this as soon as possible, but she couldn't. Killing someone to protect a member of the guild was certainly one thing that she recalled Makarov saying was acceptable, but the guild master had been clear that it was to be done as a last resort, and with how much stronger she was than Evergreen, she'd be lying if she said it was a necessity. No, this was just her letting her emotions almost drag her back into her old habits. Old habits that she knew the guild frowned upon. Not like she could kill Evergreen in her current condition. Hell, as she was right now, Elfman, Kana, and plenty others could have defeated her with how hard it was for her to move. Fighting some of the toughest members of the guild as she was now. It was foolhardy, and she knew it. The Quincy took several deep breaths then before she finally managed to fully calm down. That wasn't to say that her anger had vanished, far from it, but the desire to kill those responsible had died down considerably. She let out a sigh of frustration before she looked over towards Rukia and Lilt Otto, the rigidness of her body having left her body, the guild mark's light dimming before it vanished completely. You're right. I was about to do something really stupid just then. Rukia smiled as Lilt Otto took her right hand, giving her friend a smirk. Glad you could listen to reason. Now let's head back. Jonathan's got a plan. Bambietta scoffed. Oh please, we don't need help from His Majesty's toadies. All I need to do is sense Wendy's spiritual pressure and then we can save Dash. However, as soon as she tried, Bambietta's eyes shot wide open. Why can't I sense her? Bambietta asked before she looked aghast at her friends. Why can't I sense anybody? She demanded. Finally noticed her. Lilt Otto remarked. That's the other reason why we need to think things out. I haven't been able to sense a damn thing since we walked out of the guild hall. Fried probably set up a large Jutsushiki around the entire town to prevent us from just sensing them out. Momo finally spoke up as she and Candace approached. It's the only explanation that I can think of. Bambietta glared over towards Candace, the green-haired woman finding it impossible to look her back in the eye. Candy, don't tell me you dash. You already know the fucking answer, Candace replied bitterly. Let's just go back and plan this out. As the four women made their way back to discuss plans for what they would do next, Makarov left out a sigh of relief. Despite what Bambietta thought, he had heard every word she had uttered about wanting to kill Evergreen and anyone else who had gotten in her way through the seal he had placed onto her. While Makarov certainly didn't approve of her desire to kill, he nevertheless couldn't find it in himself to scold her. The spell he had planted on her was originally placed to protect his children, should Bambietta ever revert to her wicked ways. But while Bambietta certainly had stumbled on her valuing life, he knew full well this wasn't done purely out of malice, but rather a desire to protect the ones she loved. Yes, he may not have approved of her outburst, but he fully understood why she felt the way she had. But at least now it seemed as if her friends had managed to rein her in. The spell would only deactivate once the intent to kill a fellow guildmate had left her, so at least for now, that was one less concern he'd have to worry about. With the situation now fully resolved, Makarov gazed over to a heavy-set man who was hiding behind one of the guild's many support pillars. I can see you. What's wrong, Riedus? Makarov asked. I'm sorry, he muttered as he poked out from behind the pillar. I was just afraid that Laxus was going to hurt me. It's all right. I know it's been a rather precarious couple of minutes, Makarov told him. However, I need you to do me a favor. Go and visit poor Lyusica in the East Forest. She may have a potion to cure petrification. Don't even bother, Master Makarov, Jonathan told the guild master of Fairy Tale as he just finished taking a sip of red wine. If your Sun or Thunder Legion has even half a brain, they'll have already thought of that and placed up a barrier around the town to prevent anyone from getting help. Right now, it's best to simply have him stay here. The most you'll do is have him run into a trap. I suppose you're right. Makarov thought as he glanced out at the guild. With himself bound inside of this guild, and guild arts still absent, he wasn't sure if there was anyone left who could defeat Laxus. Urza was certainly a possibility, but she was currently turned to stone. Myra Jane also could have had a shot, but not only was she also turned to stone, but it had been 2 whole years since she had been in action. Not to mention how unlikely it would be for her to battle ever again in the first place. Mistoggan too was a possible choice, but he seldom chose to show up. The odds of him interfering right now were unlikely. Ulquiorra had already proven capable of dealing with his son, but much like himself, he remained trapped inside of the guild. The master of fairy tale glanced over towards the approaching group, Bambietta and Lil Tato in particular. Now, those two were the best shot they had at defeating Laxus. Lil Tato had already proven her worth by stalemating Jose briefly, and Urza herself had vouched for Bambietta's strength. Neither of which was a small feat. While he had no doubt that Candace, Momo, and Rukia were strong in their own right, they had yet to show they had what it took to be on par with their own S-class level. These two, however. It looks like it'll be up to you two to defeat my son. Makarov thought as Bambietta and the others had entered the guild hall's entrance. However, just as they did, Natsu finally bolted wide awake with a mighty shout. "Ah, you're awake!" Happy shouted with joy. Lil Tato smiled as the Dragon Slayer shot up. "I should have known that wouldn't keep you down for long." Natsu turned his head to and fro as he looked around the guild hall. "Hold on, where'd Laxus go? Actually, where'd everyone go? That's what we'd all like to know." "Well, the Laxus part at least. Everyone else went to find the jackass," Bambietta answered him, though she couldn't help but smirk. "Good, with Natsu awake things should start to go a bit more in our favor." After that power he had used against Wywak, Bambietta had no shame in admitting he could be considerably stronger than her should the right circumstances present themselves. Makarov had a similar line of thought. Natsu. If he got serious, he might just be able to pull it off. I'll have to place my faith in his raw talent along with Bambietta and the Lil Tato. "Listen up you three," Makarov told Bambietta, Lil Tato, and Natsu, the three looking down at their guild master. "Right now, you are the best chance we have at putting a stop to this. As your guild master, I hereby order you to knock some sense into my grandson. As soon as you all put a plan together, find and defeat him immediately." Bambietta smirked. "You don't have to tell us twice. Man, screw the plan. I'm going to beat him black and blue right now." Natsu yelled as he took off running. "I'm all fired up." "Natsu, wait." Lil Tato yelled. "I just finished telling Bambietta this, we need to think this through." Natsu however didn't seem to pay his friend's words any mind and continued running. "All right, just you wait Lax dash." Bam. To the shock of everyone present, much like Makarov before him, Natsu seemed to slam against an invisible wall. "What?" Candace screamed as everyone else stared at Natsu's prone form. "Are you, like, way older than you look or something? I mean, I've heard of dragons having scales that were akin to stone, so maybe." Rukia began to ponder before Momo shook her head. "Wouldn't matter in this case. Even if the Dragon Slayer magic worked like that, it would have to be actual stone scales, not just stone-like." "Are you fucking kidding me?" Bambietta demanded before she threw her hat to the ground as her anger built up once more. "Can't we get just one break today? Just one." Meanwhile, across town, as the rest of Fairy Tale had spread itself thin in its attempt to locate Laxus and his allies, Jet and Droy had just caught up with Outsack in the middle of a street. "You find anyone, Outsack?" Jet asked Droy as they jogged over to him. Outsack shook his head. "Nope, no luck here. What about you?" "Sorry, we got nothing," Droy answered. "Damn it," Outsack cursed as he held up his revolver and gritted his teeth. "How dare they do that to Bisksa?" "Whoa, just try and take it easy, man," Droy replied, trying to calm his friend down. "Take it easy? We only have 3 hours." Outsack snapped back at him. However, before the trio could debate this any further, a bunch of letters formed on the ground on both sides of the street before they then scattered upwards and surrounded the pair. "What the? Is this a trap?" Droy demanded. "It's Freed's Jutsushiki," Outsack angrily answered, the gunman beyond infuriated that he had allowed himself to fall for such a simple trick. "Are you telling me that they put these things up all over town?" Jet asked. However, before they could ponder what their next move would be, a small paragraph appeared in the middle of it. Jet and Droy got a closet look, the latter reading the message out loud. It says that only the wizard who proved himself the strongest may be allowed to leave." "What does that mean?" Jet gritted his teeth. I think he's trying to make us fight each other. Droy's face went from one of slight confusion to anger. That's a dirty trick, Freed. But as the two members of Shadow Gear began to shout their displeasure at Freed's trickery, Altsac simply narrowed his eyes as he stared at the back of his fellow guildmates. As much as it sickened him, he knew what he had to do. The gunman frowned before he slowly aimed his revolver and spoke softly under his breath. I'm sorry. The two turned around, before Altsac growled at the pair, his face filled with a steely determination. But I've gotta save her. Why can't you get through? Obviously, you're not a stone statue. Don't tell me you're like the others and you're actually over 80. Makarov demanded. Man, I don't know. Natsu answered as he continued to try to push through. Well, there's clearly something keeping you in here, so what the hell is it? Bambietta demanded as she grabbed Natsu by the shoulders, turned him around before she proceeded to shake him. Come on, think, dammit. I don't know, I really don't. Natsu answered as his head shook back and forth. Well, think harder, dammit, we can't. What the hell is that? The reason for Bambietta's confusion became clear as a large section of words appeared over the guild hall's entrance, Momo quickly inspecting what it inscribed. Battle of Fairy Tale Status Report. It says. Jet vs Droy vs Altsac. Is this some kind of joke? Makarov demanded. I don't understand why those guys would be fighting each other, Natsu asked with confusion. Lil Tato frowned, the Quincy putting two and two together. That bastard. When he said it was a fairy tale battle royale, he really meant it. Ria caught on to what Lil Tato was implying before she narrowed her eyes. He's probably set up a bunch of Jutsushiki around town to have anyone caught in his traps fight each other. Soon another set of letters showed themselves, Makarov reading it almost instantly. The winner is Altsac. Jet and Droy. Candace shook with rage and clenched her fists as she noticed more and more names appear on the screen. Laxus, you're really willing to go this far? More and more battles began to appear on the guild hall entrance. Vigetter vs Nab, Max vs Warren, and so on. Makarov's hand slammed against the barrier, surprising everyone as he began to shout. Foolish children, what the hell do they think they're doing? It's not like they have much of a choice at this point. If they want to get to Laxus, they have to win their fights, Momo answered sadly. But the more they continue the fight, the more worn out they'll be. If things continue at this rate. Bambietta slammed her fist against a nearby walk, punching a hole through it. Damn it. We're going to end up hurting ourselves before we get any real work done. Natsu growled as he saw more and more of his friends being forced to fight, the Dragon Slayer surrounding himself in flames as he began to punch at the invisible barrier in fury. Damn it, none of this makes any sense. Before he could continue, however, Rukia grabbed him by the waist and dragged him back. Natsu, I understand that you're angry, but attacking that barrier isn't going to do you any good aside from wasting your magic. Natsu growled as he faced the exit. But I can't just sit here and do nothing. I. The Dragon Slayer slammed himself against the guild hall before he yelled. I wanna fight too. Is that all? Bambietta, Candace, Rukia, Makarov and Happy shouted, exasperated at his reasoning. Lil Tato and Momo could only just stare at the Dragon Slayer in disbelief. Ulquiorra simply rolled his eyes. Oh man, you suck. Go away, invisible wall. Natsu shouted as he pressed his face against the barrier. Makarov promptly smacked Natsu upside his head with an enlarged hand. Why do you want to fight your friends? Makarov demanded. 'Cause it's a tournament to see who's the strongest. Natsu argued. This is not a tournament. Makarov shouted back. Candace sighed before she glanced over to Lil Tato, raising an eyebrow. So, this is the one you want, huh? He's a real Einstein, that one. Lil Tato looked away, beyond embarrassed by her crush's actions. No comment. Ahahaha. I sympathize with you, young Dragon Slayer, I truly do, Gerard bellowed. Why, I wish nothing more than to join in the festivities myself, but alas, I remain trapped in here with you. Leo Barrow simply pinched the bridge of his nose out of annoyance. Idiots, both of them. Natsu, this is serious. Rukia scolded him. Right now, we're fighting to make sure that nothing will happen to Urza, Lucy Levy and the others. If we don't beat him in 3 hours dash. Oh, that's what's got you guys all wound up. Natsu replied with some surprise before he shrugged his shoulders. I'm not worried about it. Not worried, not worried? Natsu, what the fuck? Bambietta swore at him. I thought out of everyone here, you'd understand why we're so pissed off. You always go on about how much you care about your guildmates when things get serious, so how the fuck are you nonchalant about all this? Because Laxus ain't gonna do it, Natsu answered back. Ain't no way. This is just his way of getting people ready to fight at their best. I know he can be a real pain at times, but he's still one of us. This is obviously a bluff. They kidnapped Wendy. Natsu's eyes widened the moment he heard that. What? They kidnapped Wendy, Natsu? Bambietta yelled at him. By an errand car, no less. I know you don't know why that's so bad because of Ulquiorra, but I'll have you know most errand car are bloodthirsty killers. Even if you wanted to tell me that this was his way to make us fight seriously, there's no excuse for him to kidnap Wendy. So, tell me that it's not worth worrying about, I fucking dare you. He probably just wants to keep Wendy out of all the fighting. Natsu argued, remaining stubborn in his belief. There's no way Laxus would do anything to hurt the guild, no way. Makarov glanced towards Natsu, surprised at his words. You still think of Laxus as part of this guild? Even after all this, you still don't believe he'd harm his fellow members? How I wish I could share the same belief as you, Natsu. Makarov thought as he watched more and more battles appear on the screen before he glanced back at the stone statues. But this time he's gone too far. Natsu proceeded to ignore Bambietta before he slammed back against the wall as he pounded at it once more. There's a fighting festival going on out there. Why do I gotta be stuck in here? Beats me. I can get through just fine. Happy said as he flew around in a circle that went in and out of the barrier. Natsu then grasped at the side of his head, his eyes white with shock. Does this mean I'm over 80 and no one ever told me? 'Cause I'd know if I was a stone statue, right? And here I thought we knew each other, Natsu. Happy replied, his tone full of sadness. Lil Tato groaned into her hands at her crushes and his best friend's stupidity while Bambietta scoffed. Fine, be stupidly ignorant about Laxus for all I care. Right now, we need to think of a plan to deal with all this Jutsushiki shit, and fast. The simple question was, how? Well great, now we really have to be careful. Mikao told Wakaba as the two continued their trek, the two having seen others getting caught up in fights from far away mere moments ago. Yeah, no kidding. One false step and we could end up fighting each other, the smoke mage agreed. Think we should split up? At least that way we probably won't end up fighting each other. Mikao nodded. Sounds like a great idea to Dash. Oh no, you two weaklings are just what I need for my warm-up, so stay right where you are. Before the two knew what happened, a long polearm with two crescent moon-shaped blades fused at the backs burst out of one of the buildings on the street through a bizarre ring-shaped chain, and in between the two mages, the both of them only just barely dodging the attack thanks to the mysterious assailant calling out to them. However, while Mikao had managed to dodge the attack outright, Wakaba wasn't so lucky, a portion of his shoulder had been grazed and was bleeding profusely. Wakaba. Are you alright? Mikao demanded. The smoke mage nodded. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm lucky that it just grazed me. If that had been any closer. How pathetic. Even with a warning you were still too slow. The two experienced mages of Fairy Tail looked towards where the weapon had come from as the smoke and dust began to clear. The attacker looked just as odd and bizarre as his weapon, with a tall yet lean build, shoulder-length black hair and black eyes. His attire was mostly white with a few bits of black trim, with a spoon-shaped hood, curved boots, and 3 rings on each of his arms. Finally, there was a massive white eye patch which obscured his left eye. The strange man snorted as he looked at the two of them. At this rate, I'm probably not even going to get a good warm-up out of this. You dumbasses are really lucky that Emberella Lady wants you back alive and that Baragan gives enough of a shit to go along with her plan. Makako and Wakaba looked at each other, the two nodding in unison before they looked towards their new enemy. Hey now, I know we're getting old, but that doesn't mean you can just treat us like a bunch of pushovers, Macau said as purple flames sprouted from his hands. Yeah, you might just find us old geezers can teach you a trick or two. Wakaba added as smoke came out from his pipe before the pair leapt up into the air. Smoke crush. Purple rain. A barrage of fist-shaped smoke and flaming bullets smashed into their foe, creating a small explosion that shook the entire street as the two landed on their feet. Here's a tip. The minute you start a fight thinking you've already won, you're destined to lose, Makako said with a grin. Yeah, maybe next time you shouldn't be so cocky, Wakaba added before he looked back at Macau as the pair made their way forward. Now let's go find Dash. Really? That was it? What a complete waste of my time. The two fairy tale mages froze before slowly turning around, the dust clearing to reveal their opponent who was completely unharmed from their combined attacks. What? That's impossible. Makako cried out. We hit that guy with everything we had. Wakaba added as he surrounded himself with smoke. The strange man smirked as he pointed his blade at the two of them. Now then, how's about I show you weaklings what real power is? Macau vs Wakaba vs Neutra Gilga. Bambietta screamed out as she read the latest battle report, before promptly displaying the espada as the winner. First Zomari, now fucking Neutra? What is this, an espada class reunion or something? She then glanced over towards Ulquiera before she pointed her index finger and shouted at him. Do you have any idea what this is about? Any at all? The Arrancar shook his head. I do not. In my entire time on Earthland, I had not encountered a single Arrancar, let alone any of the espada. I'm just as surprised as you are. Wait, there's more, Lil Tato said as more and more names appeared on the screen. Lil Tato narrowed her eyes as she glanced down at the list of battles going on before they shot wide open. Hold on a second, I recognize some of these names from wanted posters, they've got dark mages involved. Terrific, Rukia growled as she clenched onto her Zanpakuto's hilt. The odds just continue to stack against us more and more. Makarov grit his teeth. I should have suspected as much once I saw Emberella on stage. You know the bitch? Candice asked Makarov. He nodded his head. She was once considered one of the strongest mages in the Chicken Fangs Guild. Word had it that she has strength that was akin to our own S-class. But she attempted to take control of her guild when she took over Master Danvers' mind. He then glanced over towards Bambietta and Lil Tato. But those two put a stop to it, along with Lucy, Levy, and Kana. Wait, Chicken Fangs. Jade mentioned being a part of that guild once. Candice murmured before she felt her heart stop. Wait a minute, given how much she was hanging around Stella. Her eyes shot wide open then as her mind flashed back then to several days ago. I know. Jade finally spoke up. But maybe you'd be better off without me. Bullshit. Without you, I'd have spent all of the jewel in my wallet in the first month I found myself in Fiore. Candice said before she smiled. You keep me focused. That's something that the others have always had a hard time doing back in the Wandenreich. Sure, I know I tend to groan and roll my eyes every time you're a buzzkill, but that's usually because I know you're right. She then slowly lifted Jade's head up with one finger as her train slowly began to pull up behind her. So, don't doubt yourself, alright? Because no matter what anyone else says about you, you'll always matter to me. Candy, I. Jade stammered as soon as the train finally stopped behind the railing. The former Sternritter found herself completely taken off guard by her best friend's current course of action, simply standing there dumbfounded. Jade stepped back then, as she slowly made her way past the train's doors, the former thief frowning as she looked down at her feet. She whispered something, and just as Candice reached out to her, the doors closed, and the train promptly began to leave the station. The former Sternritter stood there confused. For just a moment, she could have sworn she heard Jade utter two simple words. I'm sorry. She knew, Candice whispered to herself. Pardon? Lil Tato asked. Jade knew about this. Candice shouted as she looked at her friends. She was acting really weird for the last few days before I saw her off at the train station. She even said she was sorry before she left. All this time I thought I was just imagining it, but now. Candace clenched her fist before she tossed a bolt of lightning at a nearby chair, disintegrating it. How could I have been so stupid? All this time, all those months she had hung out with her best friend, and she hadn't picked up on this? You think she was a double agent this whole time? Rukia asked. It's certainly possible. Bambietta grumbled before she felt her heart skip a beat as to what that could mean. Oh, fuck me. I do not want to deal with Eisen along with all this other bullshit. Nope, 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 so much nope. Candace shook her head. No way. I've known Jade way better than the rest of you, so I'm willing to bet every jewel I have that she's not a part of this. You say that, yet you didn't pick up on any of this. Lil Tato rebutted. This is different. Candace yelled at her. I know, I've fucked up a lot during this whole fiasco. I'm the reason we can't free Master Makarov or Ulquiorra to get their help right now. I know. But if there's one thing I can say for absolute certainty, it's that there's no way in hell she'd betray us. Not after everything she did in the Tower of Heaven. It could have been an act. Lil Tato brought up. Something to buy our trust. If that's the case, then why did she tell me to run when she was captured by that asshole Dispute? Candace argued, tears forming in her eyes as she remembered the battle. She was scared. She was really scared of what that asshole was going to do to her. But despite it all, she still told me to run. To take whoever I could and leave her behind. I refused to believe that she'd say any of that as part of some ploy. She's not Eisen, I know she's not. I'm willing to bet my life on it. The former Sternritter panted as she tried to catch her breath, quickly composing herself as she stood up straight, her visage now filled with determination. She hasn't betrayed us. I know she hasn't. Bambietta and Lil Tato glanced at one another before Lil Tato sighed. Well, debating this isn't going to solve anything. Right now, we need to think of a plan of action and fast. If we aren't careful, we'll just end up fighting each other, and that's the last thing we need to do. Without our ability to sense riots, we're going up shit creek without a paddle. Then perhaps it's time I finally chipped in. The group looked towards Jonathan, the Sternritter Grandmaster, walking over to the pair of them before he sat down. Tell me, does anyone in the guild possess a flare gun? I recall Biskza telling me she had a few, in case of an emergency. Makarov answered. Jonathan nodded his head. Excellent. I need one of you to bring 2 of them. I've got a simple solution that should invalidate Laxus's plan for friendly fire. Having already lived there alongside Urza, Lil Tato had left with Hiran Kyaku before she returned, dropping 7 flare guns. Let me guess, we'll use these to mark our location to prevent running into each other. Lil Tato asked. Jonathan nodded. Yes, but there's more to it than that. He said as he glanced down at the flare guns. When you fire your shot, not only will it inform everyone else about your location, but it may also draw in some of Laxus's men. It's not entirely ideal, given how many enemies that may come your way, but the sooner you defeat Evergreen and Freed the better. He handed out a flare gun to each of the gathered warriors before he took one for himself. Bambietta, since you're the strongest one left in your guild, you should be the one to go after Freed. The sooner you beat him, the sooner we can dispel the Jutsushiki. Lil Tato, Rukia, and Momo should try and find Evergreen to save the rest of your friends. Ria and I will handle the small fry. Wait, couldn't we just use Arkido or arrows to get a similar result? Momo asked. You certainly could. Jonathan answered. But with how many enemies there are out there to face, you'd be wasting your Ryotsu, and we can't afford that. The Quincy can still fire their arrows given they're using the surrounding ether nano, but you Regei are better off using these to keep you from wasting any of your power. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Still, any reason why you guys aren't going after the Thunder Legion? Bambietta asked. Ria promptly spoke up. My power isn't exactly one you want me to use on any of your guild mates, and despite his rank, Jonathan isn't much of a fighter. So, for now it's best if he and I focus on dealing with the underlings. If we run into the Thunder Legion, we'll do what we can, certainly, but it would be better for all parties involved if we focused on crowd control. Well, the less power we have to waste on cannon fodder the better, I suppose. Bambietta said with a shrug. Hey. What about me? Candace asked. What am I, chopped liver? Jonathan shook his head. Hardly. You have a special role to play. Should Bambietta and Lil Tato fall, we'll need to use you as backup. At the moment, you're the guild's third strongest fighter, so if they fall, it'll be up to you. Because of that, we can't afford to risk you using up too much power on any run-of-the-mill dark mages you'd run into, so for right now it's best if you remain in the guild with Makarov and Natsu. Bambietta knew that look on Candace's face. She looked like she wanted to absolutely say something about this choice, but to her surprise, she seemed to quickly calm herself and simply nodded. Huh, that's very unlike her. Bambietta thought. Jonathan then glanced over towards Makarov. Given how many dark mages and Arankar are prowling the streets, it's best we get the word out about them as soon as possible to the citizens of Magnolia. Do you have anyone in the guild who knows telepathy magic? The sooner we get them out of harm's way, the better. Makarov nodded. I do. His name is Warren Rocco. I can easily give you a picture so you can find him before he gets defeated. Jonathan nodded in agreement before Bambietta spoke up. Yeah, that's all well and good. But as soon as one of us beats Freed, I want someone to find Wendy ASAP. I'll be more than willing to handle that. The pair turned around as Gajeel Red Fox slowly made his way over to them. Gajeel? Wait, how long have you been here? Bambietta demanded. Since this whole fiasco started, Gajeel replied. Figured I'd lay back and get a feel on the situation before I did anything. Good thing I did, or else I'd be rushing into traps like the rest of those losers. Anyways, it shouldn't be too hard to find her with my nose. Bambietta couldn't help but give the Iron Dragon Slayer a confused look. Not that I don't appreciate the offer to save Wendy, because trust me, I do, but why the hell do you care? Gajeel scoffed at her question. Look, the little squirt fixed me up real nice after what that prick Laxus did to me. Least I can do to return the favor. Besides, he then gave her a confident smirk, revealing his sharp teeth. I'd like nothing more than to take that bastard down a peg or two, gee. Bambietta stared at him for only a few more seconds before she smirked back. Heh, you pull this off and I'll make it worth your while. Guaranteed. Candace snickered. Whoa, hold on there, Bambi, I thought you and Lucy were in a proper relationship. Not like that. Bambietta yelled at Candace before she looked back at Gajeel, before giving him an embarrassed glance. I meant money. Or food, or something, I don't really know yet. Don't worry about it. Seeing that asshole lose his mind will be payment enough, Gajeel said as he walked past Bambietta. Besides, we're both dragon slayers. We gotta stick together. Frankly, I'd like you to stay as far away from me as possible, Natsu muttered. I wasn't talking about you. You can go to hell for all I care. Gajeel yelled at Natsu as he made his way towards the entrance. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta shit. Much to everyone's shock, just like Natsu and Makarov, Gajeel had slammed right into the invisible barrier surrounding the guild hall. Don't tell me you're over 82. Natsu yelled at Gajeel. Do I look 80 to you? Gajeel snapped back, rubbing his nose. Seriously, what the hell is with you dragon slayers and not being able to pass this damn barrier? Bambietta yelled at the pair of them before she came to a revelation of her own. Oh no. Don't tell me Wendy would have the same problem. Ugh, Candy would absolutely use her, being all grown up, as a way to mess with me for weeks on end if she did. Bambietta proceeded to shake her head as she recomposed herself. You know what? Fine. Whatever. We can do this on our own, I say. I'll beat the shit out of Freed so you two can get into the thick of it. She quickly made her way out of the guild hall, Lil Tato, Momo, and Rukia following after her. Just promise me you won't try to blow everything up to drag Freed out of hiding, alright? Lil Tato asked Bambietta as they excited the guild. This isn't like the second invasion of the Soul Society, big explosive moves like that could kill a lot of innocent people. And whose fault is it that I did such a thing in the first place? Bambietta retorted. Fair enough, but the point still stands, Lil Tato remarked after some hesitation. Bambietta sighed. Yeah, I know. If the guy's really as strong as Urza says he is, I'm going to probably have to take our fight into the air to avoid collateral damage, assuming he can fly, I mean. Just try to show some restraint if he can't, Rukia said as she looked about the streets, trying to decide on where she would head towards next. It's money out of your wallet if you can't after all. Bambietta rolled her eyes. Ugh, don't remind me. Anyways, I say we get this mess over with. Wait, before we go, there's something I want to do, Momo said to the other three as she ran up to them. A charm. A charm? Bambietta asked. You mean like those pre-battle chants? Momo nodded. Yes, that's exactly it. It's an old tradition that's not used much anymore, but the 13 court guard squads would use them whenever they thought they were about to go on a perilous mission. I know that you're Quincy, but I think we can put that aside for something like this. She then smiled as she put her hand out. Because I can't think of a better way of putting aside our differences properly than something like this. Rukia smiled at the suggestion. I think I know the one. Renji recommended we do the same thing before we split off to rescue Orium. She then covered her hand over Momo's before she looked over at the Quincy. Bambietta and Lil Tato glanced at each other before Bambietta smiled and extended her hand. Oh, what the hell, why not? I've already made nice with an Aaron car, what's doing a Shinigami tradition going to hurt? Lil Tato sighed and rolled her eyes with annoyance. Not like it's really going to make much of a difference, but fuck it, why not? She smiled slightly despite herself then as she too placed her hand atop the others. Momo smiled before she looked down at the gathered hands and began her chant. As we approach the crucial battleground, believe that our blades will not shatter. Believe that our resolve will not weaken. Though our paths may diverge, our iron hearts will remain together. Swear that though the land itself should break asunder, we will all come back here alive. The group threw their hands down in unison then before they all took off, each going down their own separate paths, with the same determination and goal as the others. To put an end to this madness and save their friends as soon as possible. Though they did not know what the future had in store for them all, they all knew one thing for certain. They would all fight till their last breath. As the group departed and went their separate ways, the Emperor of Bosco glanced out from his chair as he took another sip of wine, watching as each of them went their separate ways. It would appear that everything is proceeding exactly as expected. His lips curled upwards into a sinister smirk then before he muttered under his breath. Your Majesty. Chapter 85, Imposter's Claim to the Throne. Let's see how you like this game of fairy eat fairy, old geezer. The grandson of Fairy Tail's third guild master, Laxistriar, couldn't help but cackle to himself as he observed the situation from Cardia Cathedral. His fellow guildmates were practically running around town like a bunch of chicken with their heads cut off. Almost every single one of them had managed to stumble into one of Freed's traps, forcing them into a battle with another wizard. It had only been about 30 minutes, yet already the vast majority of Fairy Tail's members had fallen, whenever it was due to infighting, the members of the Thunder Legion putting in work, or the various Dark Mages and Aaron Carr defeating them in their place. He had to admit, he wasn't entirely sure about using them at first, these new mysterious wizards, but after seeing what that silly half-helmet-wearing freak could do, he was more than convinced that their assistance would be a boon to his little plan. Admittedly, a small part of him felt as if it was screaming at him that using them, or the Dark Mages, was a terrible mistake, but he paid it no mind. All that mattered now was putting an end to things. Then, once it was all over, and the old man finally made him guild master, he'd make Fairy Tail the greatest guild in all of Fiori, no, Ishgar. Well, it seems as if your plan is proceeding quite smoothly, wouldn't you agree, Laxus? Emberella asked him as she sauntered over to him. The self-proclaimed strongest member of Fairy Tail grinned as he turned around. Well, of course it is. I don't do things half-assed like the old man does. Still, I gotta hand it to ya, your new friends are certainly making things go much faster. Oh, I wouldn't say the members of Las Noches are friends per se. Think of them more as acquaintances. She answered as she finally stood next to him. The Dark Mage would be lying if she said that she was surprised when the one known as Zomari had approached her with the idea of an alliance several months ago. Supposedly its leader wished Las Noches to reach the same level of rank as the other members of the Balam Alliance, and was eager to take in new dark guilds. Ever eager to further her cause, she had informed one of its espada, the guild's equivalent to S-Class, about her plan to conquer Fairy Tail and take control of the mind of each of its members once the battle had finished. Apparently, the guild master had approved of her plan and thus had sent several of its members to aid her. Still, she had her own members in reserve just in case they decided to pull a fast one. Sure, they weren't anywhere near as strong as the Arrancar were individually, but quantity had a quality all to its own. After all, she had several dark guilds of her own under her sway. Laxus shrugged. Well, whatever the case, they're really putting in the work. Why, I bet in the next 20 minutes the old man will be begging for me to take over. Ha ha ha. He then gave his new ally a smirk before he placed his hand on her shoulder. I think I'll gloat to the old man and set up his terms of surrender. I can't wait to see the look on his face, it'll be great. Emberella grimaced slightly. She prayed that Makarov would do no such thing. The only way she could hope to successfully control so many wizards simultaneously with her mental manipulation magic would be if they were significantly weakened from the battles to come. For most of the cannon fodder, it would be no issue, but for those of the upper echelon of Fairy Tail, such as Natsu, Cray, and Bambietta, nothing short of extreme exhaustion would have been enough. She almost wanted to tell Laxus to give it more time, but she decided against it. The only reason he was under her sway was because she had spent months slowly working her magic into his mind till at least she had been forced to go all in for more direct control. However, it had become clear that even now, while she was able to help him push certain boundaries he otherwise wouldn't, pushing too far still had resulted in him snapping at her. He was simply too strong for full manipulation, at least as things stood. She simply would have to use one of the Arrancar to whittle his magic down for complete mental dominance once this was all over. Thus, for now, she decided to play along. Then let's hope he'll see reason and hand over the guild to its rightful heir. She spoke to soothe Laxus's ego. Meanwhile, as Laxus prepared to create his thought projection, Fried found himself watching from afar. Something about this entire scenario felt wrong. It wasn't the fact that they were forcing the members of Fairy Tail to fight amongst themselves, or even the act of turning most of its female members into stone. That had been a ploy he had known about from the very beginning, and was supposed to be nothing more than a ruse to force Master Makarov to hand over the guild to Laxus. They were never in any real danger as far as he was concerned, and he had little doubt that Evergreen would undo the petrification before the time limit arrived. Desperate for title of Titania as she had been, she was no murderer. No, what truly perturbed him was just how nonchalant Laxus had been about using dark mages in the first place. From the very beginning, Fried had found it a step too far, but Laxus had assured him that he would defeat the rogue mages and send them to jail himself once their use had come to an end. At first, it had been enough to convince him that the dark mages would do no real harm, but after he had seen how badly the ones known as Neutra and Yami had injured their foes, he found himself doubting the decision once more. But something that disturbed him even further was the decision to kidnap Wendy Marvel. While Fried understood the risk that she could potentially undo Evergreen's petrification, capturing the young mage had seemed excessive. Despite being a member of the guild, Wendy really had nothing to do with any of this, so to drag her into this just because she could potentially reverse Evergreen's spell, it felt like a step too far. He looked over to Emberella, glaring at the female mage's back. Ever since he had met this woman, he couldn't shake the feeling that something felt off about her. Supposedly, her actions in her prior guild had been just like theirs, but he couldn't help but ponder if she had something more nefarious in store. Ever since she's shown up, Laxus hasn't been the same. He's more irritable and rash than I've ever seen him. It's almost as if I don't know him anymore. His hand over the hilt of his blade, he slowly began to withdraw it from its sheath. Perhaps if I removed her from the equation. But before he could take any meaningful action, he released his grip on his sword before he shook his head in an attempt to dispel those lingering thoughts. No, if we start fighting amongst ourselves now, things will fall apart. We may currently have the advantage, but the minute I pull such a thing, I'll probably have to deal with her allies. Fried knew that he, Laxus, Bixlow and Evergreen were some of the best mages in all of Fiori, but the odds of them emerging victorious over both Fairy Tail and these dark mages was nigh impossible. I can't afford to get cold feet now, We've already gone this far. I have a responsibility to continue, to see things through to the end. Laxus, Bixlow, Evergreen, they need you now more than ever. Perhaps it was just the stress of the situation that was getting to him. Yes, that had to be it. He slowly turned around as he made his way out of the cathedral. For now, he had battles that he had to win. He could only hope that things wouldn't go too far. Meanwhile, back at the Guildhall of the illustrious Fairy Tale Guild, 6 of its members, Natsu, Gajeel, Candace, Ulquiorra, Happy and Makarov stared at the continuing battles going on across Magnolia. "Oh, come on man, let me out of here," Natsu demanded as he pounded his hands against the invisible wall. "Let me fight. Can you stop yammering on like an idiot?" Gajeel told his fellow dragon slayer with a roll of his eyes. "Your constant screaming is like nails on a chalkboard." "Hey, you shut up," Natsu retorted as he looked back at Gajeel, his right hand raised up to his face. "You want to go right now? I've always wanted to kick your butt anyways." Gajeel sneered. "TCH, you really think you can beat me? Please. I ain't scared of you, unlike that crazy Quincy. I'll gladly beat you to a pulp if it'll shut you up." The two waltzed over to one another, but before they could get close, Makarov's enlarged hands pushed the two of them away. "Absolutely not. We already have enough infighting as it is. So start behaving like good children, or I'll be forced to put you down myself." That shut the two dragon slayers up, the pair giving each other a distasteful glare before turning around, not wanting to give the other so much as a glance. Makarov let out a sigh of relief then as his arms returned to normal. "Honestly, I'm getting too old for this. Perhaps Miphone and Goldmine were right. Perhaps it's time I found a new successor. If only Mistogan and Gildarts were around more often, if the latter was even still alive." While neither were exactly the ideal candidate, they were by far and away the best choices. Myra had retired from fighting altogether and lacked the traits needed to be a leader. Urza, while certainly a capable fighter and leader, lacked the more subtle touch that the guild truly needed. Miphone would have also been a superb choice, but she had left the guild for her own pursuits. Still, one thing was certain, he would need to consider a new successor, and soon. Candace, meanwhile, had been constantly tapping her right foot as she stared at the barrier displaying the Battle of Fairy Tale. To say things weren't looking good was an understatement. Several of her close friends had been turned into stone, her former lover had started this insane plot for God knows whatever reason, and now her remaining friends had just run out there to put an end to this madness as best they could. She clenched at her fists and gnashed her teeth together the more she thought about it. Fucking hell, I shouldn't be fucking around here, I should be out there helping them kick some ass. Granted, she knew why she was being kept back here, to act as a form of backup in case something nefarious happened to them, but that did little to quell her rage. Her mind drifted to the one responsible before she sighed. Damn it Laxus, what the hell do you even hope to get out of this? None of it made a lick of sense. Sure, he'd finally have his answer for who was the strongest in Fairy Tale, but little else. Taking things this far would no doubt result in a rather severe punishment, even with Makarov being his grandfather. Ulquiorra hadn't moved from his spot from where he had used Garganta. Nor did he gaze over towards the ongoing results for the Battle of Fairy Tale. There was no need, thanks to his Pesquisa. He could sense every battle and predict the winner accordingly with little effort. Why this hadn't affected him like the others was currently unknown. Perhaps it was because of how Arankar sensed riot so differently than others? Or perhaps this Jutsushiki rule only applied outside of the guild hall. It was at this point irrelevant. Rather than spending his time to focus on the winners of the various battles, he had instead focused his attention solely on Levy's prone statue. No, it wasn't just Levy. While she was without a doubt the one he was the most attached to, she wasn't the only friend among them. Urza Scarlet, a superb sparring partner with a strict attitude when it came to the guild's chaotic nature, was someone he had also forged a bond with, however small it may have been. He could still recall even now how she had offered him some cake when he had first joined the guild. It was a small but not unwelcome gesture that he found himself appreciating. Yet, for one reason or another that confused him, was his concern for Myra Jane Strauss. The Arrancar had very little in the way of conversation with her, yet he felt a similar attachment nonetheless. Had their one conversation almost a week ago been the cause? He simply couldn't say. Up until now, the only time he had felt any sort of anger had been towards the former stern ritter he faced at the Tower of Heaven for hurting Levi. It was for but a brief moment, and once he had activated his resurrection the battle had come to a sudden conclusion. Now, he stood here, for almost an hour, and had nothing to show for it. He supposed that if he could leave the Guildhall, he would at least have the comfort of some sort of distraction, focusing his attention primarily on ending the conflict as soon as possible. As things stood, however, there was nothing that he could do, and it was aggravating. This was not a problem that he could solve, not on his own. It was ironic, actually. There was only one thing he could do now, and that was simply wait and hope that his comrades could succeed in their goal. Just like Oriamanu had been forced to do within her confines in Las Noches. But Ulquiorra wasn't the only one having a similar train of thought, as Gajeel Red Fox glanced over towards Juvia, the Iron Dragon Slayer, growling at his friend's predicament. He was never the closest of friends with anybody the Element 4. In fact, among their members he had only really seen Totomaru as anything remotely close as a friend. But Juvia had gone out of her way to help him get into the guild, despite the rather likely chance that other members of the guild would despise her for it. She was more than a little odd in her own way, certainly, but Gajeel appreciated her taking that risk, even if he'd never admit it aloud. He then glanced over towards Levi, the one who had gone out of her way to save his life despite everything he had done to her while he was in Phantom Lord. Even now, he still couldn't shake some of the guilt he felt towards what he had done. Not to mention, the few times they had chatted at the book club, they actually had some fairly engaging conversations. He liked her, he guessed, despite not having that much strength. And now, both of their lives were in the line. Gajeel grit his teeth before he snarled. That bastard has a lot of nerve putting their lives in the line for a stupid game. Natsu scoffed. How many times do I have to keep telling you guys, it's all a bluff? I'm just bluffing, am I? You sure about that? The 6 members of Fairy Tail turned around as Laxus seemingly appeared out of thin air, his ever-present cocky grin plastered all over his face. What the? Where the hell did you come from? Natsu demanded. I think it's a thought projection, Natsu. Happy answered. Candace glared at Laxus before she spoke. The flying furball's right. This little hologram doesn't have anywhere near as much power as the real deal. Laxus sneered at Candace's little remark. Oh? You could tell that easily, huh? Looks like I was right to have Freed cancel out that ability outside of the guild hall. Thanks for the information, by the way, it was really handy. Candace shook with rage before she took a furious step forward. Go to hell, Laxus. She all but screamed. I trusted you. I didn't tell you so you could use it against my friends, I told you because I wanted to get to know more about you. I thought we could actually have something. Laxus shrugged at Candace's outburst. Still can be if you decide to stop helping these losers and work with me. It's not too late. So come on babe, what do you dash? Duh. Laxus saw something small and wet go through his projection, before he glared at the Quincy. You just try to spit on me? He asked nonplussed. Damn straight. Candace retorted. What, did you think I'd just come crawling back to you just because things aren't looking so good for us? As if. If there's one thing I learned about war from back home, it's that the tide of battle can change in an instant. You know what I care about, Laxus? I mean really care about? It's not strength, it's not money, and it's not sex. Images from time gone by ran through her head, from the time she had joined the Bambis in the Wandan Reach, to when she had first run into Jade, and plenty of times she and her friends had fought together, side by side. She hit her right hand against her chest as her voice reached a crescendo. The one thing I care about, above anything else, is my friends. So you can go take your offer and shove it firmly up your ass. If this had been happening at any other moment, Laxus was positive he would have been impressed by how boldly Candace was standing her ground. But now, he couldn't help but scoff from disappointment. Fine, be that way. You'll end up regretting it sooner than you think. He then strode over towards Natsu. Well, well, well. I'm surprised you're still hanging out at this dump, Natsu. I thought for sure you'd be out there knocking heads already. Don't tell me you and the newbie over there are scared. Laxus said as he tilted his head towards Gajeel. What? I'm not scared, I'm stuck, just like he is. Natsu yelled as he pointed at Gajeel. Gajeel for his part simply gave Laxus the middle finger. What do you want? Makarov demanded. He was absolutely in no mood to humor his grandson after all this. Laxus gave his grandfather a condescending smile. How's it feel, huh? You think of the guild members as your children, right? Must be tough watching your little kitties tear each other apart. It's too bad Natsu and Urza can't join the game. Same for that pale weirdo over there. 'Cause now you don't have anyone left who can challenge the Thunder Legion. Candace clenched her hands as Laxus attempted to provoke Makarov further. Think again, asshole. Bambi and Lil have more than what it takes to beat the shit out of your group of flunkies. Not to mention Rukia and Momo are no slouches either. I'll admit Bambi's got spunk. Laxus said with a shrug. Probably might have even give Evergreen and Bixlo a hard time. But she can't possibly hold a candle to Freed. Says you. Candace retorted. She's going to kick his ass, and then you're next. You're also forgetting about several of our other members. Elfman, Gray, and Totomaru are more than capable of dealing with the task at hand. I'm positive of it. Makarov stated. Laxus raised an eye at Makarov's choices. Oh really? Well then, why do you take a look at the screen? Looks like Evergreen's just about ready to finish that musclehead off. Oh, and look at that. Freed's taking on that skunk-haired punk from Phantom Lord. They over towards the screen, as the words Elfman vs Evergreen and Freed vs Totomaru came on display. Candace couldn't help but gulp as she looked at the scoreboard with uncharacteristic worry. Come on guys, pull through. As the Battle of Fairy Tail continued to unfold throughout Magnolia, Elfman Strauss ran like a madman. Right now, there was but one goal in his mind, to find the members of the Thunder Legion and save Myra Jane. He had already failed his family once, back when he had accidentally taken the life of his younger sister, Lysina. He swore since that tragic day that he would never allow any harm to befall Myra Jane, even at the cost of his own life. Now she was nothing more than a stone statue, and if he didn't put an end to this in 3 hours. He shook his head as doubt had slowly crept into his mind. No, don't start thinking like that. You will save Myra, you will. He couldn't, no he wouldn't fail again. However, just as he took a corner around the next street, he finally found one of his targets. There stood Evergreen, the haughty woman giving him a self-assured smirk. Evergreen! Elfman shouted as he began to charge towards her. A real man would never need to take hostages. If you have any pride, you'll turn my sister back. Well, I'm not a man you know. Evergreen responded just as she lifted up her glasses, preparing to use her petrification spell. However, despite his outwardly appearance and reckless personality, Elfman knew better than to try to deal with her attack with sheer brute force and instead closed his eyes. However, this gave her the opening she needed, as she swung her left arm, her small fan knocking him into a nearby flower shop, causing countless flower petals to fill the air. Evergreen couldn't help but smirk at the display. Oh, are these beautiful flowers for me? How kind of you. She told him pompously. They suit me so well. A monstrous growl emanated flower shop, as several loud footsteps could be heard. Elfman emerged from the devastated shop, the takeover mage having chosen to use his full takeover to put an end to things quickly. It was this very form that had allowed him to defeat Soul of the Element 4 with ease, and if he needed to viciously beat down Evergreen with it, then so beat it. However, this time there was something different about him. A piece of cloth had been tied around his eyes, no doubt to prevent Evergreen from turning him to stone. Most mages would have been downright terrified to face such a ferocious beast, especially if their spells would be of no avail. However, Evergreen didn't seem the least bit intimidated, the woman smirking as she held her fan in front of her face. It's a shame that the only thing that's cute about you is your name, Elfman. You'd better turn my sister back, or else I'm going to beat you into a pulp. Elfman warned her as he took a heavy step forward. Do you really think you can defeat me while blindfolded? Evergreen retorted. Grey-ah. Elfman had taken off into a charge, the beast raising up his right arm before he struck at Evergreen. However, the sole female member of the Thunder Legion dodged the strike by somersaulting over his head and gracefully landed on her feet. Elfman took a moment to sniff at the air before he turned around and threw another punch. There you are. Elfman shouted before he slammed down his left fist. However, like before, Evergreen has managed to evade the attack, leaping into the air. How resourceful. So you can tell where I am by following my scent. Not a half-bad strategy there. Unfortunately, it's too late. You're already covered in my fairy dust. Fairy bomb, gremlin. Before Elfman could take any heed to her words, the dust that had covered his body began to glow before they erupted, covering his body in a series of small yet powerful explosions as he roared in pain. The fairy tale mage gasped in pain as he fell to his knees, his blindfold destroyed and his face planting itself into the concrete below as Evergreen performed yet another graceful landing. Slowly, Elfman tried to get up. No, he couldn't lose here. Myra needed him. All of the women did. What kind of man could he be if he couldn't win when it mattered most? With great effort, the fairy tale mage rose up to his feet, but it was too late, his eyes looking right into Evergreen's. She smirked. Statues are wonderful, aren't they? No matter how ugly a beast may be, once he is captured in stone he becomes a beautiful work of art. Now gaze into my eyes and submit into the eternal beauty of stone. Stunned into place by the power of Evergreen's previous attack, Elfman could do nothing but watch on helplessly as Evergreen removed her glasses, turning the once mighty mage of fairy tale into a stone statue, just like his older sister he had tried so desperately to save. Outsack panted as he prompted himself up against a small building around Magnolia's outskirts. He was exhausted from all of the fighting he had done up until now. How many battles had it been until now? 20? It hardly mattered now. He had finally found one of the members of the Thunder Legion, Freed, said by many to have been the favorite to become S-Class in the upcoming S-Class trials. But to Outsack, he was simply an enemy that had to be defeated. Come on body, hold on for just a little longer. Outsack thought as Freed glanced at him with cold indifference as a small dust storm blew between them. Slowly, the leader of the Thunder Legion began to prepare to draw his sword, but Outsack was beyond determined to give him a chance to use his blade. Guns magic, tornado shot. Outsack yelled at the top of his lungs as he leapt into the air and fired 2 tornadoes from his revolvers. The spell shot forth, quickly closing in on Freed, but it wasn't fast enough. The green-haired mage finished drawing his weapon and swung his weapon, the shockwave of the attack creating a cross-shaped blast that cut straight through Outsack's tornado shot with absolutely no resistance. What? He sliced through my wind magic. Outsack gasped before he began to grunt and grasped onto his throat. What's going on? I can't breathe. He took a few steps forward towards Freed, the mage not bothering to so much as give him a second glance. What kind of strange magic is this? He demanded. No answer. No, Bisksa, I'm sorry. Outsack muttered before he slowly closed his eyes, consciousness leaving his body. Noting that his opponent was finished, Freed began to sheath his blade. Those who use any magic within this barrier will be robbed of oxygen. Of course, if you had bothered to have read the enchantment you would have known that. He said with exasperation. Well, that's good to know. Glad I hung back to see if you had any other surprises you'd try to pull on me. Freed turned around as Totomaru landed behind him, the mage having watched the entire battle from a nearby tree. Ah yes, I was wondering where you were hiding. But why reveal yourself now? You would have been better off if you had combined forces to defeat me instead of simply spectating. What do you take me for, an idiot? If I hadn't then I wouldn't have known if you had any other tricks lying around. Besides, without his magic he'd just hold me back anyways. Totomaru said as he began to approach Freed. Oh? And do you think that you can defeat me without your magic? Freed asked. Totomaru smirked as he placed his hand on his katana. You're not the only one who can fight just using a sword, you know. I think it's about time I showed you why I was considered the best swordsman back in Phantom Lord. However, while both mages were displaying their own form of arrogance, the two of them knew that this was far from an ideal situation for either of them. A battle with the blade was not like a battle with magic. Magical battles often had spells which were used to simply incapacitate their foes and various other types of counters. A few mistakes here or there, while costly, wouldn't always determine the winner. But with the sword, the winner was more often than not decided on two factors: the skill of the wielders and whoever struck first. The two placed their hands on their respective blades, their eyes narrowing. The wind continued to blow a steady breeze between the two of them, and then, as the breeze finally settled, they each drew their respective weapon. Todomaru rushed forward, his katana raised above his head before he swung it down at Fried. The green-haired mage blocked the attack, his feet skidding back a bit from the force of Todomaru's blow. Not wanting to give Fried any opportunities to counter-attack, Todomaru went on a wild offensive, swinging his blade again and again, each of his attacks forcing Fried on the defensive, several of his strikes cutting slightly into Fried's coat, but never drawing blood. Going for a horizontal slash, Fried dodged underneath Todomaru's blow by bending his knees before attempting to thrust his sword at Todomaru's chest. Realizing his error just in the nick of time, Todomaru moved to the right, Fried's sword managing to cut into Todomaru's kimono, yet much like Todomaru before him, drew no blood. Getting to his feet, Fried rushed forward and launched a series of thrusts at Todomaru, the ex-Phantom Lord Mage's katana parrying each blow as they came within mere inches of piercing his body. Todomaru took several steps back before he decided to leap into the air and attempted a swirling strike. The attack was too powerful to block, and Fried knew it, with the leader of the Thunder Legion simply opting to jump onto one of the abandoned barns in Magnolia's outskirts as Todomaru crashed into the ground, leaving a massive slash across the ground. Impressive. I can see that you're not entirely just all talk, Fried admitted. Todomaru couldn't help but smirk as he rose up to his feet. The same goes for you. I always heard you were one of fairy tale's best. Even though we're not going at it with magic, I can see the rumors have at least done merit. That said, Todomaru then jumped into the air, his blade poised to strike. I intend to win. Fried brought his blade to bear, the leader of the Thunder Legion managing to block the strike, only for his eyes to widen as the pair crashed through the roof of the barn and outside of its west wall. Todomaru went in for a thrust, which Fried dodged by moving to the right, only for him to gasp as Todomaru had swept up at the green-haired mage with his left foot, knocking him off of his balance. Fried crashed to the ground and quickly brought his sword to block a downward slash from Todomaru. Finally having Fried right where he wanted him, the black and white-haired mage continued to swing at his opponent over and over. Knowing that he couldn't hope to defend forever, Fried grasped at the ground with his left hand before tossing a clump of dirt at Todomaru's face. Not expecting Fried to resort to such a dirty trick, Todomaru was taken completely off guard as the element hit his face. He took a step back or two, desperately trying to clear his face of the debris so he could continue to fight. After furiously rubbing his eyes, Todomaru found Fried's blade mere inches from his chest. Bending his back out of pure instinct, Todomaru managed to barely avoid the strike before he performed a backflip to get some proper distance. However, Fried had already closed the distance, and katana clashed with rapier once more. The two blades continued to clash against one another, each of their strikes emitting a loud clang that echoed through the air. Sweat began to drop from their bodies as they exchanged blows, before after several minutes, the pair was left gasping for breath. You're really something, you know that. Todomaru panted. I haven't ever had anyone push me this hard in a sword fight before. Not except my master. You've managed to impress me as well, Fried replied. So far you've been the only one to give me even a remote challenge. Todomaru smirked as he composed himself, the mage slowly sheathing his blade, his stance reminiscent of that of Ayajutsu. Well, fun as this has been, I've got friends to save. His mind flashed back towards Juvia, Kana, Bisksa, Myra Jane, Urza, Lucy, and Levi as he bent his front knee as his hand rested on his katana hilt. So, I'm going to put an end to this, right here, right now. What a coincidence, Fried said as he took up a stance as well, the leader of the Thunder Legion spreading out his legs and bending his both knees as he held his rapier back with his left hand, while his right seemed to aim his blade towards Totomaru. I was thinking the same thing as well. The two started at one another, the swordsman ready to strike. 10 seconds. 20 seconds, 30, every single one of them almost felt like an eternity. This was it, this was to be the blow that decided everything. Then, without warning, Fried had dashed forward. In almost an instant, he had reached Totomaru and attempted to pierce him with his rapier. In almost an instant, Totomaru had drawn his blade and attempted to slice Fried from shoulder to hip. For the briefest of moments the winner of the clash was unknown. Fried had appeared behind Totomaru, yet Totomaru had managed to fully draw his sword. However, after a few seconds, the winner was finally revealed, as Totomaru collapsed to the ground. No. Totomaru cursed as he felt himself losing consciousness. His eyes struggled to stay open, to do anything to delay the inevitable, but it was futile. All he could do was utter 3 final words. "Juvia, I'm sorry." And then, like Altsac before him, Totomaru of the conflagration, was rendered unconscious. With the winner having finally been decided, the barrier faded, as Fried promptly made his way back towards Magnolia. That leaves only 8 members of Fairy Tail remaining. Such a pitiful display. Laxus howled with laughter as the results presented themselves on the screen. And those chumps were gonna save ya? What a joke. Candace, Natsu, and Gajeel all glared at Laxus for his choice of words. Ulquiorra stood nearby impassively, though if one paid close enough attention they would have seen that his eyes had narrowed ever so slightly. There was nothing to say. Well, at least nothing productive, and they all knew it. Even so, the situation was getting more and more dire by the second. Laxus slowly walked over to his grandfather, before he sneered at him. "All right, who's going to beat the Thunder Legion now, old man?" "Oh, wait, that's right, you've got more than that on your plate thanks to those Arrancar and Dark Mages. So even if by some miracle that they manage to beat those 3, you'd still have to get through all of them before they finally get to me. Enough. It isn't worth it." Everyone present, even the members of the Scout's staffel who had been silent up until now, glanced over towards Makarov. The wizard saint looked tired, almost as if he hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long while. Slowly he turned around as he faced Laxus. The odds were simply far too stacked in Laxus' favor, and Makarov knew it. His children had tried, given it their all, but now most of them lay out on the streets of Magnolia battered and bruised. He couldn't let them suffer anymore. Not if he could put an end to this and save those who had been turned to stone. "I surrender, all right." "Wait a sec." Natsu blurted out. "Gramps, there's no need for you to do that." "Yeah, old man, you can't let him just push you around like this." Candace shouted in agreement. Makarov paid no heed to their words, however, his attention solely fixed on Laxus. "You've had your fun. Now please, stop this." Even Makarov's voice seemed tired, the stress of the situation having taken its toll on the old wizard. Laxus didn't seem all too bothered by it though. "What's gotten into you? I thought you were the master of the almighty Fairy Tail Guild? You can't just give up at the drop of a hat," he told Makarov condescendingly. "But if you insist on quitting, then by all means, hand the guild over to me and take an early retirement." Makarov's eyes shot open as Natsu took a furious step closer towards Laxus. "Damn it, Laxus, why do you gotta play dirty?" Natsu demanded. "Why don't you just come here and face us, huh?" "TCH, I don't have to explain anything to someone who can't even get past the barrier," Laxus replied. "As far as I'm concerned, you're absolutely worthless right now." "I should have known," Makarov growled before he shouted at his grandson. "This was your goal all along, wasn't it? Come on now, old man, you only got an hour and a half left till the statues crumble," Laxus remarked. "If you really want to put an end to this, then announce your retirement to the whole town over the guild's loudspeaker. I want you to tell everyone you're relinquishing Fairy Tail over to me." As Makarov shook with anger, Laxus continued. "So, what means more to you? Your children or your title? Choose carefully." "That's it." Laxus glanced over towards Candace, the green-haired woman's head hung low as she clenched at her fists before she glared at Laxus and shouted. "That's what this was all about? You're ruining the harvest festival, making our friends beat the shit out of each other, taking the rest as hostages, all just so you could become guild master. That's it. She walked over towards Laxus before she attempted to slap him. Though her hand phased through his body due to its holographic nature, her fury did not dwindle in the slightest. All of this has been nothing more than a fucking power grab. Oh come on, I think the guild's in desperate need for a bit of a makeover in terms of leadership, don't you think? Laxus told her. Honestly, the old fart should have retired years ago. You bastard. Candace screamed at him, tears welling up in her eyes. You're throwing me away, hurting our friends, just because you want to make Fairy Tail great again? You dumbass, Fairy Tail does not need to be made great again, because it already is. I've had a lot of homes, and Fairy Tail has easily been the best one I've ever had. Laxus rolled his eyes. How good could it be if it's full of weaklings? You're going off on that again? How many times do I have to tell you, strength is relative? You could be the strongest member of the guild yet be considered weak as shit somewhere else in the world. You don't have a fucking clue about what you're talking about. Candace shouted. She then turned on a dime, refusing so much as to give him another glance. Don't even think about letting this asshole get his way, Master Makarov. I promise you, Bambi and the others are gonna beat him black and blue by the time this is all over. Laxus couldn't help but chuckle at Candace's bravado. You really think you're in a position to be talking shit like that? It's only the 8 of you against over 100 of us. Oh, wait, that's right, 3 of you can't even get past the barrier, so really it's only 5. 5's all we're going to need, Candace said as she glanced up at the scoreboard, the Quincy smirking as she saw the latest matchup. Because things are about to turn in our favor in a big way. Look. The others glanced over towards the screen, and for the first time since this ordeal started, Natsu couldn't help but grin at what he saw on the barrier. It had been there for a few minutes, but it was only now that their eyes had glanced upon it. Lil Tata Lampard vs Evergreen. Laxus couldn't help but cackle at the sight. That's what's gotten your hopes up? You really think that Midget has a chance against Evergreen? You're not nearly as smart as I gave you credit for, Kendi. You shut your fucking mouth. Lil's gonna beat the snot out of her, I promise. Candace shouted back at him. Just you wait and see, asshole. Laxus shook his head. I don't need to waste my time around here anymore. I'll check back in on you once you finally understand you're out of options. With that, his thought projection faded, leaving the rest of the guild to themselves. Natsu couldn't help but smirk. Man, is Laxus in for a surprise? She may not look it, but Lil's really tough. Gajeel raised an eye at that. Really? I would have thought she'd be one of the guild's weaker ones with how scrawny she is. Of course not. It's not all about looks, you know. Natsu shouted back. Gajeel smirked. I guess you're right, because then you'd be weak as shit. The hell did you just say to me? You want to go at it? Huh. As Makarov tried to keep the peace with the 2 Dragon Slayers yet again, Candace couldn't help but look back at the screen, her face displaying a rare look of concern. Come on Lil, show that prick what we former Sternritter can really do. A few minutes ago. Evergreen smirked as she slowly strutted across the streets of Magnolia. So far everything was going according to plan. The entire guild was practically on its knees, with less than 10 wizards remaining. It was only a matter of time before Master Makarov saw reason and handed over the guild to its proper leader. Still, it was almost a shame that she had to turn Urza into stone so early into the game. Oh, what she wouldn't have given to put the redhead in her place personally. Then there could be no doubt who was truly deserving of the title of Fairy Queen. The brunette couldn't help but smirk as images of Urza lying unconscious before her ran through her imagination. She could never understand why Urza had been given the title over her in the first place. Not after everything she had done to earn the title for herself. You'll see soon enough that it was a mistake to hand the title of Titania down to her, Myth. However, just as the self-proclaimed queen of the fairies took another step, her ears picked up a distinct sound, and she leapt up into the air, just narrowly avoiding an arrow of light that had impaled itself into the concrete below. Damn it! Here I was hoping to end this as quickly as possible. I guess you are not considered one of fairy tale's best for nothing. Evergreen glanced over her shoulder as she landed on her feet, pinpointing the one who had called out to her. There standing atop one of Magnolia's rooftops was Lil Tata Lampard, the Quincy's jaw-shaped bow glowing in her right hand as the barrier of Jutsushiki began to surround them. Evergreen couldn't help but sneer at her latest opponent. Oh, look who we have here. If it isn't Urza's little pet. I was wondering where you were crawling around. Unlike the first time they had met, however, Lil Tato had remained calm, her facial expression not changing in the slightest as she simply dissipated the bow in her hand. She couldn't afford to let her emotions get the better of her, not with what was at stake. Yeah, well, unlike the rest of those knuckleheads, I figured it would be best to formulate some sort of strategy before we went in guns blazing. Good thing we did, or else Bambi and Candy would have wound up taking out our own side even faster than we already did. Evergreen waved her fan in front of her face as her gaze never left the Quincy. Well, aren't you the clever one? I suppose that would explain how you lasted as long as you have. She placed her left index finger on her glasses as she slowly adjusted them. In any case, I'll be sure to deal with you as swiftly and beautifully as possible. You really think it'll be that easy, huh? Lil Tato asked. Hate to burst your bubble, but I already know about those special eyes of yours. Lil Tato remarked before she reached into one of her leotard's pockets and took out a pair of shades. Evergreen narrowed her eyes as Lil Tato put the sunglasses on. Oh? I take it Master Makarov informed you about my beautiful eyes? She asked. Lil Tato shook her head. Urza actually. She figured it was best I was in the know in case you and I ever got into a scuffle after that argument we had a few days ago. Ah, I see. Even now as a stone statue, that imitator to the throne is still causing me trouble, Evergreen remarked with a shake of her head. Oh, what's a woman to do? Listen, I'm only going to give this one chance, Lil Tato warned Evergreen. Turn everyone back right now, or I'll have no choice but to beat the shit out of you. The blonde slowly cracked her knuckles as she glared down at the brunette. Trust me, it's more mercy than you and the rest of those assholes deserve. So what's it gonna be? Evergreen couldn't help but chuckle at Lil Tato's bravado. Oh my. Well, unfortunately for you, I still have plenty of tricks besides my eyes. So I suppose I'll have to rough you up a bit before I turn you into stone like your precious Urza. At least then you'll become something truly beautiful. Well, alright then. Have it your way, Lil Tato said as she continued to look at her impassively. Then, before Evergreen knew it, Lil Tato had vanished from her sight, only to reappear right in front of her, her right hand cocked back before she threw her punch and belted Evergreen across the face. The first attack had caught Evergreen completely off guard, her head snapping back as she was sent her flying across the street before Lil Tato used Hiren Kyaku to skate past Evergreen and to end up on the other side of the street before she delivered a kick to the wizard's back, shooting her high into the sky. Using Hiren Kyaku one last time, the Quincy appeared right above Evergreen before she attempted to punch her hard in the stomach. However, much to Lil Tato's surprise, Evergreen managed to lift up her left arm in time to block the attack. The mage was sent hurtling towards the ground before she landed on her feet. She grit her teeth in pain as she glanced at her arm, the limb feeling as though it had been hit by a metal bat. Nevertheless, she smirked. Nice try, but Laxus told us all about how your high-speed movement spells. Hiren Kyaku, right? The woman grinned as she slowly floated above the air then, her haughty nature not ceasing in the slightest. I'll admit, it took me a second or two to get used to its speed, but you won't catch me off guard with that spell again. Lil Tato resisted the urge to sigh after Evergreen's proclamation. Right, Candy told him all about the basics on how Quincy fight. Terrific. Oh well, even if she had completely lost the element of surprise, victory was still within her grasp. Forming her bow once more, Lil Tato fired off a high leg feel, the arrow of light hurtling towards Evergreen. However, rather than simply dodge, the mage held up her right with only her index and middle fingers pointing outwards. Fairy shot, sprite. A golden beam of light fired off from her twin fingers, with the attack stopping the arrow right in its track, and exploding in the middle of the street, shattering the windows in the street. However, before the dust could fully settle, 3 more arrows shot out from the debris. Leaping into the air, Evergreen floated above the arrows, only for her to take note of a shadow of sorts looming over her. Glancing upwards, she saw Lil Tato floating above her as she fired off another arrow. Fairy shot, sprite. As the beam of light clashed with the arrow, more arrows shot forth. However, Evergreen managed to soar through each of the attacks before she took out her fan, the small item glowing with light before she swung her right arm. Fairy Gale, Elf. A golden vortex erupted from the fan, but Lil Tato promptly dodged away from the attack, reappearing behind Evergreen with Hiran Kyaka once more. She attempted to throw another punch, but Evergreen had actually managed to fully grasp Lil Tato's attack with her left hand. I told you, didn't I? I'm already used to your ga. Lil Tato had slammed her right knee into Evergreen's stomach mid-taunt, the member of the Thunder Legion groaning from the attack. Hardly matters if you're used to my speed if I can still hit you, dumbass. The petite blonde commented. Evergreen, however, simply chuckled before her hand lashed out and grabbed hold of Lil Tato's sunglasses with her left hand before she removed and tossed them to the ground. You've made a big mistake, getting up close like this. Evergreen told Lil Tato smugly before she lifted up her glasses with her folded-up paper fan. Realizing what Evergreen was about to do, Lil Tato closed her eyes before Evergreen sneered as her nails began to shine. /piss. Evergreen swiped her glowing hand against Lil Tato's stomach, the blonde crying out as her nails cut through her leotard and her skin, blood slowly dripping out from the slash. Before Lil Tato could attempt to counter, however, Evergreen's left hand glowed. Fairy net, troll. 5 ribbons of light erupted from Evergreen's hand, each of them coming from one of her fingers before they wrapped around Lil Tato, her arms and legs snapping together. Evergreen floated about the bound woman, dust emanating from her body which began to cover the Quincy before she smirked. Fairy bomb, gremlin. Each of the dust particles began to ignite, covering the Quincy in a series of small explosions, the Quincy grunting out with pain before Evergreen's wings glowed gold as magic began to build up in her 4 wings. Fairy ray, goblin. Each of her wings fired off 3 blasts of light striking the Quincy to the ground, a smoke cloud obscuring the newly formed hole in the street. Evergreen smirked as she slowly floated to the ground as she looked down into the crater, crossing her arms. Oh, what's wrong? Don't tell me that Urza's little pet is done already? I thought you'd be able to go at least a few more rounds given how you've been chosen to participate in the S-Class trials. Oh, but I suppose I shouldn't have expected any better from the mere rabble of the guild. Urza may have seen some sort of value in you, but in my eyes you're the perfect example why this guild needs to change. I'll dash. God, do you ever shut up? The smoke cloud suddenly dissipated as an invisible pressure forced Evergreen's knees to buckle. The brunette's eyes widened, her breath shaky as Lil Tato made her way out of the crater unharmed. That's not possible. I hit you head on, I'm sure of it. Evergreen shouted at Lil Tato. There's no way you should be able to stand after all that. Lil Tato simply shrugged. It might have if I hadn't activated Blood Vein after you tied me up. Strange, I'm pretty sure Candace would have told that prick about that technique if she really told him the basics about the Quincy. Or maybe dash dot. She stood only a few feet away from Evergreen then, her eyes still looking at her as impassively as they had before. You just assumed I was already using it. Her eyes widening, Evergreen drifted back halfway across the street before she promptly pointed her index and middle fingers at Lil Tato as she began to panic. Fairy shot, sprite. The attack hurtled towards Lil Tato, but just as it came into contact, the small woman simply smacked the attack away with her right hand, the light exploding harmlessly in the air as she continued her approach. Don't get cocky. Evergreen shouted as she threw both of her hands in front of her. Fairy net troll. 10 ribbons of light shot from her hands, the cloth of light wrapping around Lil Tato once more, as her arms and legs were bound together once more. However, with a simple flex of her muscles, the spell shattered, and Lil Tato continued her slow trek. Evergreen felt a chill travel down her spine as she flew up into the air, her brow sweating with fear. I don't understand. I was able to overpower her so easily earlier, so what the hell changed? I should be winning, I should be the victor, I should be the one pounding her into the dirt. It's not fair, it's not fair. How are you doing this? Evergreen demanded. You were helpless before my power before. You really don't get it, do you? The Quincy asked as she glanced up at Evergreen. That little exchange from earlier? It meant nothing because I was holding back. Evergreen grit her teeth as she glared at Lil Tato. What did you just say? Are you hard of hearing or something? I said I was holding back, Lil Tato replied. What, did you actually think I was going to waste all of my power on you? Please. I've got plenty of bigger fish that I need to deal with once we're done, so I didn't want to needlessly use more than I needed. But now you've shown me that half-assing it isn't going to cut it. Lil Tato cracked her knuckles once more before she began her little trick. Now, where were we? Fairy ray, goblin. 24 rays of light fired forth from Evergreen's wings, the beams firing off towards Lil Tato. Yet, the Quincy didn't seem the least bit worried, dodging and weaving through the light beams with little difficulty, her body bending and turning to avoid each of the beams of light as they impacted on the ground behind her. Evergreen took a step back then as Lil Tato glanced at her. Well? Are you done? Lil Tato asked. Because I got bigger fish to fry. So, I'm going to ask you this one last time. Lil Tato's eyes narrowed considerably, her lips forming into a frown. Change them back now, or I'll make the next few minutes of your life a living hell. I'd rather not waste more time on you than I already have. Evergreen felt a shiver crawl down her spine as the small woman continued her approach. She had thrown almost everything she had at this little upstart, yet none of it was working. At this rate. The brunette shook her head before she reached for her glasses. No, don't panic. It doesn't matter if my attacks can't hurt her. All I have to do is just have to turn her into stone and then we'll. Before Evergreen could finish her train of thought, the Quincy had vanished from Evergreen's sight and began to employ Hiran Kyaka the Quincy, using the technique so rapidly that she seemed to appear in 10 places at once. Evergreen tried to track the real one, but before she could, Lil Tato grabbed onto Evergreen's face and slammed her head onto the concrete before she slowly ground the back of her head against the ground as she took off in a sprint, dashing down to the end of the street before she tossed Evergreen into the air. Evergreen let out a sharp cry from Lil Tato's recent attack, the member of the Thunder Legion trying to place Lil Tato once more, only for her to see the small Quincy had managed to locate the sunglasses she had dropped moments ago. No, no, no. I can't lose like this. Swinging her right arm back, her fan glowed with a brilliant light as she narrowed her eyes at the Quincy. Fairy Gale, Elf. A large vortex of golden wind, easily twice the size of the one she had used earlier, had fired down towards Lil Tato. However, as the brilliant gale approached, Lil Tato merely bent her knees before she leapt into the gale, the Quincy soaring through it harmlessly before she emerged from the wind and lifted up her left leg before she slammed it down hard on Evergreen's head, sending her to the ground below. Gah! Evergreen cried out as she hit the ground below, her body bouncing against the pavement before her body came to an abrupt halt. Coughing and wheezing, Evergreen slowly used her hands to attempt to prop herself up, only to take notice of a shadow looming over her. She glanced up, as Lil Tato Lampard gazed down towards her, the Quincy looking at her with an icy glare. No, I'm not done. Evergreen shouted as she flew up into the air before she crossed her arms in front of her as hundreds of tiny lights began to sparkle in front of her. Fairy machine gun, leprechaun. Hundreds of needles made of light fired from Evergreen's body, each of them heading right towards Lil Tato. The Quincy formed her bow and began to fire arrows to counter, but Evergreen couldn't help but laugh at the attempt. You honestly think you can deflect all of my thorns with just your arrows? Ha! What a ridiculous notion. My fairy machine gun can fire 435 bullets at once. You couldn't possibly hope to shoot them all down with your mere arrows. You're finished, you worthless peon. 435 shots, huh? Yeah, that's not half bad, Lil Tato said as she continued to fire arrows at the needles of light. Evergreen's barrage continued to make its way towards Lil Tato. But despite knowing just how many light bullets Evergreen was firing at her, Lil Tato didn't seem the least bit concerned. Unfortunately for you though, us Quincy have a way to fire about 1,200. Lickdragon. Just as it looked like Evergreen's arrows were about to hit Lil Tato did the blonde's jaw-like bow expand to twice itself before it began to discharge 1200 high leg feels, the blue arrows swiftly overcoming Evergreen's barrage before the rain of blue light hurtled towards her. Evergreen gasped, before she began to double the amount she had been firing before, but it was no use, Lil Tato's barrage still eclipsed her own. Knowing that there was nothing more she could do, Evergreen closed her eyes bracing herself for an attack that would no doubt kill her outright. However, rather than the painful sensation of being pierced by thousands of arrows, what Evergreen felt instead was the force of the attack fire just above her head. Tepidly, she opened up her eyes and looked down at her body. She was still alive. How? Well, what do you know? I missed. Snapping her head down below, Evergreen fearfully looked down at the Quincy, the former stern Ritter glancing at her with almost a care in the world. Next time, I'll be sure to turn your entire body into a pincushion. Evergreen gulped as the reality of the situation finally began to kick in. I can't win this. I need to find the others, fast. Glowing with gold, Evergreen took off in a hurry. I just need to find Bixlow or Freed. With their help, we should be able to take off those glasses easily before one of us. And just where the hell do you think you're going, huh? Evergreen felt a strong, powerful vice grip on her right shoulder, forcing her to turn around and gasp as Lil Tato held her in place, her eyes narrowing. I'm not finished with you. Evergreen let out a horrified gasp, but before she could do anything, Lil Tato had already punched her across the face, sending her soaring to the ground below. However, just before she hit the ground, Lil Tato had appeared just below her before she kicked her high into the sky, and proceeded to appear before her again before kicking Evergreen on her stomach before Lil Tato repeated the process yet again. The brunette was beaten around like an aerial pinball, each blow feeling like her bones could shatter at any moment. Finally, after a solid minute of what could be described as nothing less than an absolute pummeling did Lil Tato finally relent on her assault, with the Quincy landing one last, axe kick to the top of Evergreen's head before she was sent hurtling down to the ground, the street shattering from the attack. Lil Tato glared down at the hole as she slowly floated down to the ground. Her eyes managed to place Evergreen through the smoke screen thanks in part to her ability to sense her foe's power. The wizard was on her hands and knees, letting out a series of pained gasps and wheezes as she tried to get up to her feet. However, before she even had the chance, Lil Tato had already grabbed Evergreen by her hair before she glared at her. Did you like that? Well, I hate to break it to you, but it's only going to get a hell of a lot worse unless you decide to change them back right now. So, what's it going to be? Letting out a terrified scream, Evergreen fired a nameless fairy shot point blank at Lil Tato's face. Taken by surprise by the attack, the Quincy let go of the wizard, with the bespectacled woman falling on her bottom before she crawled away before she got up to her feet and took to the air once more. However, as soon as she turned around, she could see that Lil Tato only had a few scratches on her face. She glared down at Lil Tato then, the Quincy still looking at her with that same nonchalant expression as Evergreen grit her teeth. I can't lose here. I refuse it. I am destined to become one of the most beloved mages in all the land. A true fairy. The woman that everyone will love and adore. I'll be a true fairy queen. Just like her. X778, November 13th. Terror of the common neighbor was one of the last things any teenager should experience. Unfortunately for Evergreen, that was exactly what she was experiencing now. An entire village after her, all those she had known since she was a little girl still determined to drive her away from her home, or worse. All because she had awakened to her magic through trauma. To see her parents killed before her eyes, to find their own killer turning to stone before her eyes. Unfortunately, people feared what they did not understand, and her innate power was something no one understood at that moment. Not even Evergreen, the young woman covering her already closed eyes with her hands and running blind so as not to hurt those who were intent on hurting her. All there was sound, the sound of the roaring crowd, the sound of her feet splashing against the muddy and rain-soaked ground. Then there was impact, Evergreen bumping into something. Someone. Evergreen went into a panic then, feeling the person's arms wrapping around her, the teenager expecting nothing but to die. But the touch was gentle, the embrace one of comfort and nothing else. Are you okay? Evergreen shook her head, the villagers in the distance, their voices unwavering in their hatred. No. Then let me change your world for the better, the voice continued. Uncover your eyes, you poor thing. All will be fine. Evergreen slowly did so, though she kept her hands up, only peeking between her fingers briefly at a time. I saw your power, the dark-haired woman only a few years older than her said, sunglasses over her eyes. And I understand your fear. But those of Fairy Tale, of my family, can remove that fear by teaching you to control your power. Who are you? I'm the Titania of Fairy Tale, the woman continued, but you can call me Miphone. X779, March 7th. Fairy shot, sprite. A golden beam of light shot through several wooden targets that had been laid about throughout Fairy Tale's training ground. There was Evergreen, wearing a green dress and glasses, gasped at her latest accomplishment before she turned around and smiled. Did you see that? I did it, Miphone. See? I told you that you could do it if you just put your mind to it, Evergreen. Miphone responded with a small smile of her own as she sat down on a nearby tree stump. Evergreen nodded her head. You were right. And someday, I'm going to be the strongest female wizard in all of Fairy Tale. Just like Miphone had told her, Evergreen's potential had skyrocketed once she had arrived in the guild, many of its senior members doing whatever they could to help her out. One person in particular, Laxus, seemed to think she had some pretty interesting magic, and came to see how she was doing from time to time. Every time he came by, she always felt as if she had the sort of big brother she had always wanted since she was little. Why, he even offered a position in his team once she was strong enough. To say she was honored was an understatement. He was so strong. More so than anyone else in the guild except for Master Makarov and Old Man Gildarts. But Miphone was the one she had adored the most. She wasn't much weaker than the grandson of Makarov. In fact, the two had a friendly rivalry of sorts. Far as Evergreen could tell, the Photon Mage and Laxus were almost neck and neck in terms of overall power. But more importantly than that, Miphone had been the one to have helped her learn and develop her fairy magic and become the mage that she was today. In fact, she was certain that in a few more years she'd be able to go on A-class missions. Well, I'm glad that you were able to figure out how to fire that spell as efficiently as you were. Now it'll be all about simply reducing the amount of time it'll take for you to charge it, Miphone told Evergreen. But I'm afraid that's all the time I can afford to spare. I promised Urza I'd help her fine-tune her telekinetic hold on her heavier weapons. However, just as she was about to leave, she felt a hand grasp onto her own. Oh, come on, you're always busy trying to help out Urza. Evergreen whined as she looked up at her idol. I can be strong too, you know. Miphone smiled as she slowly placed her hands on Evergreen's shoulders. That's not the issue here, Evergreen. I know that you have what it takes to become a very powerful mage. But if we want the guild to be the best it can be, then it's important that we help out as many as we can. Urza's just like you. She has an almost unlimited amount of potential that she has yet to tap into, but she needs the right guidance to help get there. I was the same, as is every great wizard. But I wanted to spend more time with you. Evergreen bemoaned. I don't want to be alone anymore. Miphone looked Evergreen right in the eyes. Now that you're a part of Fairy Tale, you'll never be alone. I know that you've already begun to hang out a little with Laxus and his team. If you start hanging out with them a bit more, I'm positive that you'll make some new friends. Not to mention the others around your age. I mean, yeah, I will, but... Evergreen mumbled. As far as she was concerned, the strongest female mage in Fairy Tale was starting to spend more and more time with Urza by the month. I just don't want Urza to take you away. Miphone then offered Evergreen her right hand. Listen, as long as I'm a member of this guild, I promise that I'll always make time for you. I can't be there for you every day, I have S-class missions after all. But any time I can come into the guild hall, I'll try to find you. And I'll make you as strong as you can possibly be. Who knows? Perhaps maybe one day you'll be the one to inherit my title. Really? You mean that? Evergreen asked. Miphone nodded. Promise. Evergreen asked as she slowly extended her hand and grasped the photon mage's hand. Miphone promptly shook it. I promise. X780, December 20th. What do you mean she left the guild? To say Evergreen was distraught would have been a massive understatement. The now 16-year-old brunette had just returned from a long-term job request that had kept her away from the guild for almost a week. She had thought that taking up such a mission wouldn't have been a problem. After all, she wasn't even recommended for the S-class trial, so why not go out to make some extra cash? But upon her return, she had been informed that Miphone Long, her idol, her hero, had just gone on to form her own guild. There was no goodbye ceremony, nothing to commemorate her. The wizard simply said her goodbyes and then she just left. Not wanting to believe a word of it, Evergreen promptly made her way towards Fairy Hills. She'd be there. She was certain of it. The brunette slammed the door to Miphone's door wide open, not paying attention to the obvious fact that it had been unlocked, and, to her horror, the entire room was completely empty. Evergreen fell to her knees then as tears began to trickle down her face. No, she's actually gone. How could this be? Why would she have ever desired to have left the guild? Miphone had always told her about how amazing this place had been and now she had just abandoned them? She didn't even bother to say goodbye to her? How could she? Evergreen bemoaned. After everything they had been through together, she had just left her, without even a chance to say goodbye properly? Evergreen. She turned around as Makarov slowly made his way inside of the room. Master. Evergreen barely managed to choke out. Is it true? Is she really gone? Makarov nodded. That she is. She felt that she had to go and take her own destiny, separate from the rest of us. However, I'm quite certain that she'll come by to visit. That brought a bit of comfort to her, small as it was, as Evergreen got up to her feet. I see. Thank you, Master Makarov. She had something she wanted me to give you, Makarov said as he handed Evergreen a small lacrima. She said it was important. I'd go to your room to listen to it when you have the time. Evergreen nodded before she looked down at Makarov, the brunette making her way towards her room, but just as she made her way towards it, her ears couldn't help but pick up a conversation down below. Hey Levy, did you hear the recent news? I heard Urza just came back from her S-class mission already. Kana asked the brunette. The young mage gasped. Seriously? Didn't she leave for that just this morning? That's the second one this week. Well, I guess they don't call her Titania for nothing. The lacrima fell from Evergreen's hands as she heard the news, smashing into tiny pieces as she heard those words. Anya. She uttered before she clenched her fists. It had only been 1 week, and they had already replaced her. Replaced her hero with that simpleton of a mage? No, this wasn't how it was supposed to be. If anyone was to become Titania, it was her. Miphone promised it was supposed to be her. She lied to her. I won't stand for this. The woman growled. I swear, no matter what it takes, I will dash. I will become the fairy queen. Evergreen shouted before she lifted both of her hands above her head before a large golden sphere, twice as large as her own body, appeared in her hands. This was it, her ultimate spell. As far as she was concerned, it still wasn't perfected. Not because it wasn't a powerful spell, not at all. It was imperfect for one reason and one reason alone. Its power was simply too much for her to properly control. Normally she would have never even considered using it in its proper state, not when the odds of it killing its target was so high, but now, she simply couldn't find it in herself to care. Fairy Nova, Titania. Evergreen threw the massive sphere as hard as she could, the golden sphere hurtling towards Lilt Otto. The Quincy simply raised up her bow at the oncoming attack and fired an arrow at the golden orb. However, much to her surprise, the arrow disintegrated upon contact. She fired more and more arrows, but each one was destroyed as it came into contact with the mighty sphere. This one's not like the others. Lilt Otto realized before she decided to take things up another notch as she prepared her arrow barrage. Lichtdragon. Thousands of arrows were fired at the sphere, and while the attack was slightly slowed from the onslaught of arrows, it still wasn't enough. By the time Lil Tato had realized that even her rain of light would not be enough to stop the attack, it was already too late, the golden sphere mere inches away from her body. Shit. Having no choice, the Quincy activated Blood Venet once more before she attempted to stop the attack with her hands. However, the attack was simply too powerful, and Lil Tato found herself on the back foot as the attack was sending her rocketing down the street. Despite the Quincy's best efforts to ground her heels into the ground, the Quincy's feet dug into the street itself as she was continuously dragged further and further. Lil Tato looked behind her, her eyes shooting open when she noticed that she was just about to slam into one of Magnolia's many restaurants. She tried to dig her heels into the ground even further, but even this wasn't enough. Damn it all, if this attack goes off in there, then... Evergreen cackled as she watched Lil Tato struggle, the member of the Thunder tribe finally feeling she could properly gloat once more. Oh, what's wrong? Is my fairy nova too much for you? Well, of course it is. It's the ultimate spell, where my magic is concentrated to absolute perfection. There's no point in trying to resist. Soon you'll fall, Laxus will become guild master, and the title of Titania will be mine as it was always meant to dash. Chomp. Evergreen couldn't believe what she had just seen. One moment the Quincy had been struggling to keep the attack at bay, yet here and now, somehow, the Quincy had actually taken a bite out of it. What was she? Some kind of light dragon slayer? Not bad, I actually kinda like the taste of this. It's pretty sweet, Lil Tato commented as her mouth then seemed to expand over the entire sphere before chomping down hard on it, Evergreen's spell vanishing completely from sight as Lil Tato slowly swallowed the attack before her mouth returned to its normal size. The blonde looked back up towards Evergreen, and while Evergreen couldn't tell through her sunglasses, her eyes were piercing right into Evergreen's. Now, where were we? You're kidding me? Evergreen rasped, looking on in shock at Lil Tato. Laxus hadn't ever mentioned them being capable of something like this. What? Just what the hell are you? Me. Lil Tato said as she took a single step closer, then another as she slowly made her way towards Evergreen. I thought that would be obvious. She then appeared before Evergreen and kneed her hard in the stomach, the woman kneeling from the strike before Lil Tato grabbed Evergreen by her brown hair and punched her hard across the face. Before Evergreen could recover, Lil Tato landed a left hook to the side of Evergreen's head, then another with her right, before she leapt up into the air and performed a spinning kick which sent her through the entire street and onto a nearby rooftop, her body bouncing twice as it hit the tile. The Quincy landed just in front of the building then, as she awaited for Evergreen to rise up. I'm a fairy tale wizard, you stupid bitch, and I want my friends back. Evergreen began to get up to her feet, and slowly backed away before she felt herself hit a stone wall. She looked behind her, her back now against a stone chimney. She glanced back at Lil Tato, the former stern ritter slowly making her way towards her. You're an outsider. Evergreen groaned as she pulled herself up from the rubble that had once been a side of a building. A result of Urza and Makarov's foolish willingness to dilute the fairy tale brand. You're not even a real wizard. You're, what was it? A Quincy? A fake angel? Yeah, what about it? Lil Tato had appeared right in front of Evergreen then, the blonde gripping onto Evergreen's left arm. So what if some of us aren't real wizards? We still think of fairy tale as our home regardless. Her grip intensified then as Evergreen began to scream. Her bones cracking from the tight grip. We may not have been here for that long, but I know that me, Bambi and Kendi are all willing to lay our lives on the line if it keeps this place safe. Because it's the only real place we could ever call home. She then punched Evergreen hard in the chest, creating a sickening crunch before she grabbed Evergreen's other arm and grit her teeth. Now listen here. The only reason I haven't beaten you to an absolute pulp is because you're still a member of this guild. I wouldn't lose much sleep over it, but Wendy's going to be busy enough as it is trying to heal everyone once this fiasco is all over with. So be smart and return everyone back to normal. Lil Tato's grip became even more tight then as Evergreen howled out. Or else. Evergreen had never felt so terrified in her entire life. Up until now she had never run into a foe that she couldn't defeat with either her stone eyes or fairy magic. Yet here and now, Lil Toto had done just that, and with a fair amount of ease once she had started fighting seriously. But she couldn't give up. Not now. Laxus was counting on her. Having the rest of the female mages turned into stone was a huge part of his plan. Without them, he'd lose a huge portion of his bargaining power, and she would never be able to live with herself if he failed solely because of her. Thus, Evergreen fought through the pain to try one last act to get herself through this battle. I'll admit it, you're stronger than I am. I can't possibly hope to beat you in a one-on-one battle. However, there's one thing about my stone eyes that you don't know about. Remote control. Lil Toto's grip on her arm immediately lessened, causing Evergreen to grin. Yes, that's right. Should you hurt me any further, I won't hesitate for even a second to cause them to topple over and shatter them all, even your precious Urza Scarlet. Now, release me and kiss my boots as an apology, and then maybe I'll reconsider destroying Dash. Damn it, you really are leaving me with no choice then, aren't you? Lil Toto's mouth began to expand then, the elongated mouth soon growing far greater in size than the rest of her body as it wrapped around Evergreen's body, the elongated jaw still speaking as it warped. Here I was hoping I could get through this whole thing without taking your life, but it looks like I don't have any other options. It'll be a pain, but I'm sure I can get Makarov and Urza to understand. Evergreen felt her heart stop as dread filled her entire body. She couldn't possibly be serious? Right? She had to be bluffing, just like she was. Evergreen began to chuckle nervously. There's no guarantee that killing me would bring your friends back to normal. You'd be dooming your dear Urza to remain a stone statue for all eternity. Lil Toto rolled her eyes. Too bad for you, the glutton ability lets me take the powers of anyone I eat. I just have to eat them entirely in order to maintain their use. So, all I gotta do is just eat you whole, and then I can solve this problem myself. Her mouth went closer and closer to Evergreen's face, the bespectacled woman's heart beating faster than it ever had in her entire life. This was it, this was how she was going to die, as nothing more than a meal. Evergreen could do little more than whimper as the jaw came closer and closer to her face, until finally, she couldn't keep her composure any longer and screamed. Dash. Bam. Lil Toto had slammed her fist into the screaming woman's face, her mouth having returned to its normal size. And that's how you do a bluff, you dumb bitch. Evergreen felt her arms slack then, the reality of the situation finally sinking it. All right, you win. She grumbled into the fist. Lil Toto slowly removed her fist from Evergreen's fist, and for the first time since this entire fiasco had started, she smiled. Meanwhile, back at the guild, Natsu had come up with the harebrained idea of freeing Urza, by melting the stone off of her. Natsu, I am telling you that is a terrible idea. Candace screamed at the Dragon Slayer. You're just going to make things a hell of a lot worse. Oh, come on, I thought you wanted Urza to go out there and fight too, right? Natsu argued. All I gotta do is just melt the stone off of her. Melting the stone isn't gonna work, you idiot. The stones aren't over their skin, they've become stone. Gajeel shouted right back at him. Relax, I know exactly what I'm doing. Natsu insisted as he placed Urza's body down on the stage floor. His flaming fist got closer and closer to the statue and was just about to attempt his moronic idea, when suddenly, Urza, Lucy and all of the other women who had been turned to stone suddenly found themselves freed. Urza blinked for a few moments. It's hot, she stated before she took notice of Natsu's flames, her eyes narrowing. Just what the hell did you think you were doing? Urza shouted at Natsu before she kicked him off the stage. Natsu, however, was quick to get back up to his feet. They're back to normal. Natsu happily exclaimed as Gajeel grinned. Even Ulquiorra's expression changed slightly, his normal perpetual frown lessening slightly once his eyes fell upon Levi. Candace smirked as she ran over towards Juvia. Juvia, you're okay? Candace exclaimed as she wrapped her arms around her and embraced her in a tight hug. Of course I'm okay, Juvia replied, surprised by Candace's hug. Why should I not be? Lucy. Happy cried out before he crashed into her chest. I'm so glad you're alright. Thanks Happy. The blonde couldn't help but respond with confusion. Makarov let out a sigh of relief as he made his way towards his children. Excellent, they're all back to normal. The old man couldn't help smile before he looked towards the thought projection of Laxus. Well, Laxus. You're almost all out of hostages, boy. Once we save Wendy, you won't be able to continue with your game now, can you? Could someone please explain to me what's going on? Kana asked. The moment the Quincy picked up her voice, Candace ran over towards the brunette and hugged her as well. Oh, I'm so glad you're okay too. I don't know what I would have done if I lost you. Still kinda lost here. Kana stated. Yeah, could someone please explain what just happened? Levy asked. Candace sighed. TLDR, Evergreen turned you all into a bunch of stone statues so that Laxus could do a battle royal thing and force Makarov to hand over the guild to him so you guys wouldn't turn into dust after 3 hours. But Lil kicked Evergreen's ass so you're all back to normal. Myra Jane couldn't help but sigh. To think he'd ever consider taking things this far for that. Urza, meanwhile, smiled before she looked over towards the scoreboard for the Battle of Fairy Tale, Lil Tato's victory clearly on display. She had been vaguely aware of what had been transpiring the entire time, thanks to her artificial eye. While she had been initially worried at first, she had placed her faith in 2 people in particular. I knew I could count on you, Lil Tato. Sensing that the others had returned back to normal, Lil Tato let out a sigh of relief. Well, thank goodness that's done and over with. Maybe now Bambi can relax a little. Do you really think that this is over? Lil Tato looked behind her as Evergreen slowly got up to her feet. The Quincy couldn't help but groan from sheer annoyance. You really want to fight me again? I thought we made it clear how that was going to end. Evergreen shook her head. No, I'm done. I know when I'm beaten. But Laxus isn't the kind of person who'll take this lying down, you know. He'll keep on trying again and again until this guild is rightfully his. You really think Master Makarov will give him the chance? Lil Tato replied as she turned around. I know he's his grandson, but he's in big trouble after pulling this kind of shit. I wouldn't be surprised if he decided to kick him out of the guild after you threatened the lives of our guildmates. Evergreen groaned. Oh, for crying out loud, we weren't seriously planning on destroying the statues. We just wanted to use them as a bargaining chip to get everyone else to go along with it. And you don't think that crossed the line? Lil Tato growled. You don't understand because you're new. Our guild has become a shell of its former self. Back in the day we were respected as the #1 guild. No one would have dared to have attacked us like Phantom Lord did. If Laxus was in charge, that sort of thing would have never happened. You really think so? Lil Tato said as she looked back at her. Of course I do. This guild needs to become stronger, to be reminded what it means to be considered the greatest in Fiori. So we're holding this tournament to figure out who can stay and who needs to leave. Fairy Tale is a family. Evergreen stopped, surprised by Lil Tato's choice of words. What? I said Fairy Tale is a family, Lil Tato rebutted. Sure, let's say your little stunt worked. That you managed to make the guild strong again by kicking out all of the weaklings. Congratulations, you'll have forever lost what made this place special. Strength. My old guild had that in spades and it's all it really cared about. I was even part of its upper echelon in terms of strength. But the moment our guild master decided we weren't strong enough for him, he discarded us. Tell me, does that sound like the kind of guild you'd want to be in? Evergreen began to stutter. Laxus would never kick you out? You just lost and cost him all of his hostages. Do you really think he's going to be okay with that? Face the facts, the moment he takes over is the moment he kicks you out of the guild. Evergreen took several steps forward, not wanting to heed her words for even a second. No, that's not true. Laxus would never betray me like that. If that's true, then why are you shaking? Evergreen looked down at her own body, her knees quivering as she struggled to stand up. That's from all the damage that you Evergreen, what do you want? Lil Tato finally asked. What? The woman stammered. I said, what do you want from all of this? Lil Tato asked her. Everything I've heard so far sounds like it's part of Laxus's plan, not yours. So tell me, what do you want? I. The brunette couldn't help but stutter as she tried to find her words. She wanted the guild to be back to the way it was. How it was so many years ago. To prove that she was the one destined to become Fairy Queen. That she was. No. That wasn't what she wanted. Not really. All she wanted, all she ever really wanted was. She fell to her hands and knees then, tears falling out of her eyes as she began to openly cry. I just wanted her to come back. Lil Otto continued to look over towards the sobbing Evergreen, the Quincy sighing. You mean the first Titania, right? Evergreen slowly shook her head. Yeah, I don't think that was ever going to happen, Lil Otto told her bluntly. Sure, you might have gotten her attention, but do you really think she'd be happy with what you were trying to do? No. Evergreen whispered. Well, at least you aren't in denial, Lil Otto replied. Look, if you know what's good for you, just tell me where Laxus is. The sooner I can find him, the sooner we can put an end to this. I might even put in a good word for you to Master Makeof if you do. No, I can't. Evergreen insisted. Laxus was the only one who believed that I could become Titania. I can't betray him, not after everything he's done for me. He's not just someone I admire, he's my friend. Lil Otto continued to stature at Evergreen before she sighed. Damn it. I guess that's all I'm going to get out of her, aren't I? Beating up a sobbing woman wasn't exactly something she'd get a kick out of. Not to mention she'd probably just give her a false location to make her stop. Look, I don't know what any of this is about, but it's clear to me that you've got your own demons to work out. I can't waste any more time with you, but take it from one person who lost a close friend to another, it's never too late. The glutton then vanished before her eyes, as Evergreen stared where the Quincy once stood. One thing was certain, she had a lot to think about. Check the description for the links to the author.